Okay, I had to let that play out. I'm sorry. sorry. Had to let that play to the end. I could not resist myself with that one. It's a good song. Good classical musical score for the occasion. Does it fit? I don't know. But it was kind of fun. Not gonna lie. Kind of had to indulge myself there with this one. Welcome everyone. I know this is an interesting premise for a stream, but yeah, no, this is gonna be a fun one. A fun two-part one, as a matter of fact. Now, in chat, no, not on chat. I'm sorry. On my account, I posted a poll recently talking about which YouTube account, which critical account you all wanted me to discuss and analyze a little more. And a few options were there. MangaKamen was the one, obviously, that won, but other competition was Jairus for the 15th time, probably. Synthetic Man, High Top Films, or High Top Productions, who does a lot of Spider-Man reviews. And I didn't choose these names necessarily because any of them were bad or anything like that, but more because I felt there's something to discuss here with all of them, to some degree. But what was funny was I kind of expected it, but kind of didn't expect MangaKamen to show up and vote for himself. So I figured, that actually helps narrow down the process somewhat. So what's going to happen is this is part one of a two-part stream. The second part will be a formal debate or discussion or argument, depending on how it goes, between myself and MangaKamen. So this first time is the reconnaissance stream, the figuring out what's up with MangaKamen. Do we have common ground? Do I disagree with them? And what have you. So there's a little bit of background to this situation, which I'm going to explain in short order. But I want everyone to get cozy. We have a lot of people already waiting for this, apparently. But yeah, so let's just dive into this discussion. It's funny. MangaKamen, I've gotten mixed signals on him for a while from my audience. Some people really like him, others don't. And that's all well and good. To be honest, I've only seen a couple of videos here and there over the course of years from the guy. I've never actually followed his work all that well. I've never dove into it all that much. So I honestly have no idea what to expect with this. So manga is not coming on this stream. He'll be coming on next week's stream. But this first week is just the usual kind of reaction content. We're going to be watching some of his work, not just one video, but a couple different things, if possible, if time permits, to analyze and see what's going on. Is MangaKamen like Eric July? I would certainly hope not. I don't think he's going to be like Eric July at all. Eric July is a very different... For those of you who don't know, Eric July is a member of the Blaze Media. He has fashioned himself as a comic expert and comic creator. How much he's actually sold is up in the air. His works are not that great. He doesn't seem to know all that much about comics. So that's Eric July in a nutshell right there. I didn't even know that Amazing Fantasy 15 was Spider-Man's first appearance until someone in chat told him. So he's not an expert on comics. MangaKamen, though, it seems actually is knowledgeable in the subjects he talks about. Let me just adjust my mic there. He seems so anyway. I've not seen his work all that much, as I said before, but we're going to dive into it. I know he has areas of hyperfixation. So, for example, he tended to hyperfixate a little bit on game theory, I understand, for a while. Then he kind of shifted more towards Hell of a Boss, I'm pretty sure. Ruby, Hell of a Boss was another one. So, there you go. Now, you're probably wondering, why am I choosing MangaKamen in particular? What about that? If I've never really seen his work, why do I find him interesting to discuss? Well, because he doesn't really like me all that much. Or at least doesn't like my work all that much. So I figured I might as well see what's going on here. Maybe we have a difference in perspectives. Maybe there's a difference in styles. And I think it's going to be really interesting. Nick Wolf, thank you for Super Chat. I'm going to be real quiet tonight because I already gave Sai $100+ this week. Oh, yeah, no, don't worry. It's okay. You're fine. Don't worry about a thing. Um, I'm seeing some comparisons with Lily and Jello Apocalypse. I don't know if that's going to be the case. Will you play some Rivals today on stream? I might. I might set up a goal actually for that. I might add a goal for that. One second. Let me add that as a goal. If we do 2 hours, I'll watch more or play. One second. Okay, cool. Excellent. So I'm going to add a goal then. So if Blue Baron, thank you for the super chat. Please watch Looney Tunes Day the Earth Stood Still movie. Okay, I might just. It looks interesting. I'm always excited about new Looney Tunes stuff. It's such a underutilized franchise, I feel sometimes. I'll be honest, I'm going to be getting into this too for the first time. I've actually never really watched MangaKamen's work extensively. There's a couple I've seen here and there, but not enough to get a familiarity with his perspectives. Now, the reason I know he doesn't like me, aside from the fact that, you know, I've seen some things on social media. I get sent posts people send about me, so I've seen some things. But the big thing that drew my attention to him not caring all that much for my work was Celtic Phoenix's stream regarding my Mary Sue video. Now, none of them really particularly liked the video all that much, which is fine. You know, hey, you like it, you don't like it, that's cool. You know, whatever. Not everything's going to appeal to everyone. But there were a couple comments on that stream, because MangaKamen guest starred on that stream. It's like a 2-part stream. He made a few comments, which he has, in fairness to him, I spoke to him in private. He since apologized for some of them. He said he went a little too far on that particular stream. You can watch the stream yourself to see what he said. I personally felt like he kind of went a little too personal at times, but, you know, he said he apologized privately to me, so I feel like that's, you know, hey, listen, online we forget that people are on the other side of the camera. We forget people on the other side of the computer, you know? So I'm not going to hold it against him for going too far and getting too personal with some comments. Hey, besides, you don't like the video, that's totally fine. And any feedback you give is beneficial, even if I don't take the criticism personally. Like, even if I don't take the criticism and incorporate it, all criticism is still useful. Got a couple super chats here. Okay, cool. So, The Wave Runners, thank you for super chat. Former editor for Common here. One of the game theory vids we did got shown to MatPat on stream as a joke. Well, that's interesting. I don't know if that was a good or bad thing, though. I'm not sure if that's a positive or negative development based on the sound of that. But, you know, hey, listen, was it a good thing? Was it a bad thing? Let me know. Tobacco Crow, thank you for super chat. As a fan of both of you, this will be interesting. Oh, I bet. I am curious. If you can find it, it'd be great. I don't know if I'm going to go over any of the game theory stuff or Ruby stuff necessarily, because, I mean, game theory... Hey, listen. Actually, I might do game theory. Might be something. One of his game theory ones might be good because it might be good to analyze his analytical style and reaction to the critics. It sounds like a weird thing. Like, that'd be very surreal. I don't know if I would like that or not. Because I mean, like personally, when I had my and this is something I'm gonna announce too right here. I am planning on doing a follow-up to my YouTubers are lying to you video. I'm gonna do a year in review since then, kind of see where the ground has fallen. And spoiler alert, a lot of it will be covering the reaction to the first video, especially from Shad, Lily, and Mauler. But like again, my point was that the idea of a bigger YouTuber like that watching your reaction, especially, and you know, obviously MangaKamen's a big YouTuber, but like MatPat's like, you know, the massive on YouTube, so it's gonna be a big one, I think. If you do High Guardian Spice or one of the game theory ones, it's probably one I edited. Oh, that's kind of cool. Cool. I'll take a look at that. I think I'll probably look at the High Guardian Spice one looked interesting because I feel like I'm not a fan of it, but there's a way people criticize it that I have issues with. Even though I myself didn't like High Guardian Spice, I think it was kind of like terrible. Personally, I am interested in seeing how he criticizes it, you know. What about Leo Convoy? Leo Convoy, well, I know Leo Convoy watches these streams sometimes, and he's left a few super chats. Leo Convoy is interesting. He's someone I also wanted to discuss religious interpretations of media with him, because I feel like he has a very different perspective on religious institutions than I do, and I think it'd be interesting to have that back and forth. And I know Sai also did a stream on Leo Convoy, and I feel like her audience would be primed to hear more discussions about him. So it'd be interesting. I think that'd be fun to do. Yeah, exactly. And again, as an editor, Wave Runners, you are, of course, editing someone else's opinion. I'm not going to assume that anything said there is your own opinion unless you say otherwise. All right, but his Hell of a videos are not bad. Well, Hell of a Boss, I just don't know enough about is the problem. I don't know enough about it. I'm not really a big Hell of a Boss fan, so... Okay, so let's take a look right here. We have MangaKamen's videos sitting at a pretty big 206 subscribers. Not bad. And right away, the thumbnail style, I believe he draws these himself, I believe, right? This is his own artwork. That's pretty impressive. I don't know where to start. I'm going to choose one at random, I think, is what I'm going to do. But there's a few interesting ones. There's a couple that popped out to me. A lot of these... Now, first impressions I have with the thumbnails and descriptions of videos, the titles... I have an issue right away with the idea of there being a right and a wrong way to do anything. I think that in media, we have a lot of shades of gray, right? There's more nuance. Not everything's going to be, oh, this is the best way of doing it. Oh, this is the worst way of doing it. I digress. So people were posting hottest animated redheads and included Blossom and Johnny Test's sisters. They're children. Oh, that's weird. I don't like that at all. Pillaman from JoJo. I don't know. I want to get something more general. I don't want to go with anything too specific at first. I want to get a sense of his overarching opinions on media before diving into something more specific. So I think let's go with popular. That's usually a good indication of something. I'm tired of RWBY. I have no strong opinions there on RWBY, and it's also 50 minutes in length. The right and the wrong way to make manipulative villains. The right and the wrong way to make a rival. Okay, let's do... Rival sounds interesting. Or let me ask the chat, actually. Chat, I'm going to put my faith in your hands. Let me put this right here. Let's start a poll, all right? Let's start a poll. Where do we start? I'm going to choose a few that look interesting from the top right here. Do we start with... manipulative villains, rivals. So I had a couple more options here to make it interesting. Nick Wolf, do the Mary Sue vid. Thank you for the super chat. All right, let's add Mary Sue to the list as well. Since I did just talk about Mary Sue's and he responded to my Mary Sue vid on Celtic Phoenix's podcast, that's a good option. And one more option as well. Let's add High Guardian Spice as well, because we mentioned that before. High Guardian Spice. Okay, so chat, we have about almost 300 people here. Tell me which one you want in chat. The options are up to you. I'm going to leave it open for a couple minutes as we talk. Well, a minute or two, maybe not even that much. Okay, well, Mary Sue is so far winning. Oh, no, it's going to be close, though. Looking at it right now, we have Mary Sue is winning by a good deal, but we only have 85 votes, almost 100 votes that quickly. Wow, that's impressive. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of, obviously, rivals. Mary Sue's I have, and we're going to do more than one. We're not going to end with one today. We're going to do a couple, if not more than a couple, depending on how much time we get through, depending on how much we can discuss. And, one thing I want to do with this stream is I want to talk with you, chat, because the things that we discuss today will become the basis of the debate next week when we do it. So if you have any questions or any strong ideas you think would be good discussion questions, either make it a super chat in chat, discuss it in the comments, or respond to this video if you're watching the VOD, and I'll keep it in mind when we encounter MangaKamen next week in debate. But for right now, let's encounter MangaKamen's videos and take a look at his perspectives when he's edited, well articulated, writes his thoughts down, etc. So It looks to me like Mary Sue is winning by a good chunk. I think we can end the poll now. All right, Mary Sue it is. Mary Sue it is. Let's see what Mary Sue is. All right. Breaking down Mary Sue's, one of his more popular videos. There's actually a couple different Mary Sue videos. Interesting. There's an older video and a newer one. And I'm not counting Mulan because listen, the video I have on Friday is going to be about... By the way, while you're here, I might as well show off the thumbnail for Friday's video essay because it's done. This one's done by Lines in Motion. This is Friday's video. Don't everyone all applaud at once. This is Friday's video right here, so it's going to be a interesting discussion, I'm sure. Anyway, enough of that. Enough of Friday's video essay. You can see it on Friday when that comes. But for right now, let's... His more updated video probably have more refined ideas. This is not size art, actually. This is Lines in Motion, who I also commission sometimes for... Nimona. Oh, yeah, she is on there. Huh. Okay. Huh. I mean, how is Korra the Mary Sue also? I don't think Korra's a Mary Sue. I didn't even Anyway, let's, you know what? Yeah, the 31 minutes is a bigger video. Let's watch that one. That one's one of his bigger ones. Let's take a look.
Hey there. You're probably wondering why this video is being uploaded again, and why it has my old avatars in it when I have these new, fresh, shiny ones.
Oh no, he's hot!
YouTube hit the original video very hard in their search to the point where you couldn't even get the video when you searched, even when you typed in its name, and then decided to make it mature only. So, the original is still up and I'll link it in the description, but I just need this up here because I actually want this video to be seen. So...
Valid. I actually had an issue with my AI video last Friday. It actually got limited ad revenue for a little bit. I think it's because of Jake the Dog in the thumbnail, but I got a manual review on it, and it's all good. It's monetized again, no age restriction, so that's a good thing. If you want to share that, though, please do. It didn't get, like, super age restricted or anything like that, but it was limited, and I think that might have been a factor with it getting a little lower in the algorithm. So if you want to share it with friends, that's really cool. But I'm not going to force you guys to do anything. So I hear you there, man. That really sucks.
Oh, I guess at the end of this, I want to say,
You Susan, you piece of...
We interrupt this program to bring you a special report.
so, let's talk about
Mary's, Ray,
Oh, so it looks like it's going to be about Star Trek.
Can you please stop punching my TV?
Salt.
Deal with it!
You never see it come.
So, okay, let me get past this introduction. I'm not sure if there's a... Let me go right here. Yeah.
So a few months back, I made my video about the train wreck that was the live-action Mulan movie, and I made an obvious joke in it. As it turns out, Mulan's already got magical chi powers and a master martial artist. You know, that kind of gives me flashbacks to something.
I'm the Avatar! You gotta deal with it!
No. I'm sorry, no. Already no. There is no comparison between Korra and Mulan from the live-action Mulan movie. Mulan, I will argue, is more Mary Sue-ish. I will give you that. The live-action Mulan, and I say it, and again, this is something I go over in Friday's video, which, again, just to remind you, this is the thumbnail for Friday's video. Isn't it cool and pretty? Watch it when it comes out, please. So the problem is that Mulan is very broken in the live-action Mulan film. She has powers that are extraordinary by the standards of the universe. She is a walking superhero. The original film, Mulan had to rely on her ingenuity and cleverness to succeed. She wasn't stronger than Shang or anyone else. She was able just to outmaneuver, outsmart, out-network her opponents, and use the environment, tools around her, just plain cleverness and wit to undermine her opponents. But you may want to check the description. Oh, before you hit the dislike button, give me a chance to explain it, because I actually defend Korra from being a Mary Sue in this. Oh, okay, that's much better. That's fine. Thank you for the heads up. Thank you, John Salter. That was a good save there. But yeah, no. So Mary Sue. So Mulan is in fact a Mary Sue. In some sense of the word, her powers do decrease the tension of the narrative. It does undermine the flow of the plot. So Mulan, yeah, I'm not going to argue with you on Mulan. If you were going to say, yeah, so there's cheap. If you haven't seen the new Mulan, Mulan has like chi powers, but like it's something that women can't do. But if women do use it, they like witches, and like it's her and another witch who have chi powers. It's really strange. It's also very culturally. The problem is like from a plotting standpoint, she has this incredible power, and just believing in herself allows her to channel this power very well, and it kind of breaks all plot around her. She's able to do death-defying stunts as a child that should kill a fully grown adult. It's very weird. Yeah, Zirin J. Zhao did a fantastic video on it that kind of breaks down all the issues. If you want to see like a real breakdown of Mulan, watch that. So again, yeah, it's like everyone has key in that universe. They should anyway. So, but yeah, no. So the video hasn't said that Korra is a Mary Sue yet, though the comment does seem to imply that's where he's leading. Which, if that's the case, I can see why he made the rest of this video to kind of go, okay, hey, listen, I don't really think this. It's the bad joke, or hey, I don't know about this. It's just I was just kind of making like a comment here. If I think it through, I don't really agree with it. Let's hear him out. I don't want to jump down his throat for anything at all. Great bar. Thank you for Super Chat. I don't really think that Mulan was more Mary Sue-ish. I don't think that Mulan was much of one in the original. In the live action, very much. So she never loses, never really struggles, and the people love her. Yeah, Mulan in the original film was fantastic. She was able to she had a struggle. She was at a disadvantage the whole movie, culturally as a woman in that society, as well as physically trying to stand up with her peers, who many of which were fully grown, fully trained soldiers. So she was able to really overcome the odds, and it's really good in the original film. In the live action, they took away a lot of that, and it sucks. It really does. Anyway, it appears that he's not going to attack Korra, so that's good. I mean, you can criticize Korra if you want. It's not a flawless show, but I do feel like the calling Korra Mary Sue is a bit of a tired argument when I don't think that really applies to her. But let's see what he says. I don't want to make assumptions based on what he's talking about.
Great. You owe me a TV, mate.
Little did I know that people would take the wrong way and immediately assume things and my opinion about Korra. When people actually pay attention to the line before, they'd realize my train of thought was that I was referring to the overpowered chosen ones, especially when they're born or young. Personally, that sort of writing trope gets under my skin since it tends to be overused and makes the characters who are...
Well, I don't know if Korra is necessarily overpowered, considering her first obstacle is basically able to just negate all of her powers by default. The idea of overpowered, I never liked that concept. Overpowered what does it really mean? It means tension-defying strength, right? It means you're so strong that the conflict of the narrative breaks down around you. That's the issue. With Korra, she has the same power really as Aang. I almost said Ong because I was talking about I was doing the before I was making fun of the live action Avatar film from like the 2000s, and it was like, oh, are you the Avatar Ong? You know, it's so stupid, that movie. Anyway, but yeah, no. So she has the same powers as Aang, basically. You know, all the bending elements. The problem is she has no control, and that lack of control and inner serenity is the issue. She has power, but she can't harness it well outside of her emotional response to things. That's her struggle. Yeah, Ong, I know, right? My name is Ong. I fucking hate that movie so much. Anyway, let's keep going.
Were born to be undermined a lot of the development. Mulan being a prime example. However, many people took that to mean that I believe that a character like Korra from Legend of Korra is a Mary Sue. And you want to know something? They'd be absolutely right.
I'll murderize you!
But wait! There's more!
While yes, I do have my reasons for considering someone like Korra as a Mary Sue, my stance is more nuanced on the character. Especially since my thoughts for that only apply for the first and possibly the second season of The Legend of Korra.
Okay, so maybe I was right with my initial response. Let's first hear what he has to say. I don't want to jump the gun yet, because what I think of as a Mary Sue is probably a little different than what he thinks of as a Mary Sue. For context, so you know where I stand. I think a Mary Sue is a character that derails tension in a narrative. Essentially, the Mary Sue's actions, they're so flawless and so strong in relation to the conflict at hand that the tension is undermined by their presence. It's action where if they're it's basically like, well, they can solve the plot right now, why don't they? It's that kind of level of strength. Or what's stopping them from just undermining this conflict, where the villain doesn't really help. I don't want to jump the gun yet. I'm just offering what I think a Mary Sue essentially is. I did a whole video on this. So if you want my more further detailed descriptions of why I think a lot of characters are commonly called Mary Sues and some fandoms aren't, that video is a good place to start. Is it a flawless video? No. There's certain things I think in hindsight I would do a little differently with that video, especially going into the extensive history of Mary Sues. I think I went on for too long with that in the beginning. But beyond that, there's some... That's what I think. So I want to make sure I know what his definition is before I argue it. Because by my definition, Korra is not a Mary Sue. Korra's core conflicts are usually centered on her personality. Season 2 is the worst season. That's the one where you make the biggest arguments that, the tension's not particularly... The conflict isn't particularly strong in that season. There's a lot of issues with it. The writing is wonky. But Season 1, Season 3, Season 4, much better written. And the conflict there is more internal anyway, so it all works out. Season 2 is a little more superficial, I think. Anyway, let's see what he has to say, though. Because, again, I want to reiterate, his definition of Mary Sue may be fundamentally different than mine, and by arguing my definition of Mary Sue in opposition to what he's saying, doesn't really work out all that well. Oh, mind posting Discord again. Yeah, I'll post it after the stream. I'll post my Discord right after the stream. If you want to join my Discord and be a member of the channel, just join right now. And, one-time payment, you get access to my channel for a period. Period is in, whenever, as much as you need. So, let's get going.
So, if you give me about a few minutes of your time, I'm sure we can get through this without ripping each other's teeth out.
That's what you have to say. All right, what's Mary Sue? Oh, yeah, there we go.
As is the case with every discussion of this topic, the best way to start is to explain definitions. Part of the reason why people often use the term Mary Sue is because it's mutated so much over the course of being on the internet.
I agree.
It's a reason why so many people are willing to say some of the stupidest shit about it.
I don't buy the Mary Sue thing anyway. I find the term sexist. I don't think there's a thing called Ryan Craig.
You absolute leech!
Okay, see that now I have an issue. I'm not big on that. So just again, it's always the sequels to Star Wars people target. I think that, listen, let's be honest. The term often is used in a sexist manner. And yeah, as a Marty Stew, everyone knows that. What about Marty Stew or Gary Stew, whatever. Well, the average person doesn't know what a Gary Stew is. They're not plugged into internet discourse. And I think the fact that no one uses the term Gary Stew or Marty Stew all that often, that might be an indication that no one uses the term. You know what I'm saying? It's barely used, so that kind of tells you something. Now, yes, everyone knows Marty Stew's a thing. Yes, everyone knows Gary Stew's a thing. But no one really uses it. I mean, I never use either of them, really, outside of specific occasions. And even then, the term Marty Stew or Gary Stew is a distaff counterpart to Mary Sue. Because the original term as used in the Star Trek fandom was used so often, and in fan fiction. Sorry. sorry, and in fan fiction circles, was used so often they would figure it out to have a male counterpart to the Mary Sue. And again, a lot of the time, the term is used to refer to any female character who expresses anything, any opinion. I literally watched a video of Just a Robot calling Wendy from Peter Pan and Wendy a Mary Sue because she knew how to use a sword in a fight. That was Mary Sue-ish behavior. Characters from Witcher, apparently, according to Jar, were Mary Sues because they can unlock a door. So, yeah, the term is overused. Problem is, and again, even ignoring that, oftentimes people will try to make examples of what defines a Mary Sue versus what defines a Marty Stew. Even here, looking at this right here, Mary Sue and the plot bias indicative of it is hardly limited to those of the female persuasion. For probably just as long, if not longer, there have been Mary Sues. So too have there been Marty Stews. All the same rules apply, but a couple variations do tend to show up, expressing different ideas of what constitutes male and female perfection. Right there, we see a distinction between female perfection, quote unquote, and male perfection, quote unquote. So, yeah, that's sexism in that sense. They are designed for certain genders. So they reinforce certain elements of the patriarchal perspective of gender. So yeah, there is some sexism in there. To totally dismiss it is ignoring how these terms are used. Adrian Parchman, thank you for Super Chat. Krim said that Mary Sue is just a term and doesn't need a male version in his video reaction. Yeah, that's also true. I never use the term Marty Stew because I just call male characters also Mary Sues. So there you go. Again, not used very often. And I think Krim's right for that. Let's keep going. But again, I have an issue with the fact that it's always Daisy Ridley they target. Or it's always a certain, and not they like specifically MangaKamen, I mean like critics online in general. It's usually a certain couple of people in an interview giving their off-the-cuff thoughts. And it's treated the same way we would treat like a statement made that a lot of people put thought into, that people wrote down, edited, poured over a lot. Off-the-cuff thoughts are off-the-cuff thoughts. I put my foot in my mouth all the time. Would we hold ourselves to the same standard we hold actors on, at the end of an 8-hour interview session? Because they get, you got to keep in mind, these interviews are like one after the other, after the other, after the other. This is probably like the 9th interview that day that Daisy Ridley had to do. So again, not the place to really be holding someone to a high standard, I think. Anyway. It's either Daisy Ridley, Brie Larson, or Rachel Zegler. Which, again, speaking of Rachel Zegler, just saying, guys, Friday, come back. Okay, cool. Anyway, let's keep going.
As much as I hate it when people will jump into situations they don't know much about, and I used to be one of those idiots, mind you, I hate it when people jump into a conversation about writing tropes with a different perspective and don't even bother to even entertain if the other side is even using the same standard. It's a sad after effect of the internet that people are willing to not even pay attention to what someone says and merely shoots themselves in the foot because of it. But enough of me trying to provoke the idiots in the comments section who obviously don't understand that I'm baiting them into leaving comments to add traction to this video. Let's talk about Mary Sue. The thing about the term Mary Sue is that it's really nebulous, and as much as like how most of the internet likes to butcher words, that's a problem. Getting back to Korra, I had a lot of people link me to this video.
See, that's interesting because, again, the video that MangaKamen reacted of mine was a Mary Sue video. And I said kind of the same thing, that the term is very nebulous, that there's contradictory definitions of it. I tossed out all the definitions that are available and kind of formed my own in response to that to show my working definition of how I interpreted Mary Sue's. And that got some pushback. That got a lot of pushback on that stream. So I find it very interesting how he's kind of saying a lot of the same thing I'm saying, but then got angry at me for what I said. That's neither here nor there.
Video when I made my video, which aside from the fact that this is an opinion piece, it has some flaws. Which granted, this video was made back in 2017, but if you actually go to the source page, it says this is for reading purposes only, not to mention whether or not these definitions or traits of a Mary Sue are held to universal standards has yet to be seen. They're on the fact that this website is written by one person. I don't know, maybe since I'm not really invested in doing a full-on investigation of this site, there doesn't seem to be any real way to confirm that this person is a professional writer or not. There's also an obvious bias in the author of that.
Also, I find it funny, there's another thing too. I might just play some of the Celtic Phoenix stream at some point. A point of criticism against me was that I had used TV tropes and kind of tossed out other definitions. I was going to reference the OED as well in the original Mary Sue video, but I chose against it because it wasn't... I felt at a certain point like it's kind of pointless trying to bring in like real definitions to an abstract fandom term. So I get the same point, but like they criticized that, but like they did the same thing here. It's kind of weird, is what I'm getting at. This seems like a double standard. Anyway, let's keep going.
That list. You see, the thing with titles such as Mary Sue or something more innocuous like, say, Gen 1er, for example, if we're talking about Pokemon, there's a common misconception that you have to have all the traits that are listed or else you're not insert title here. Obviously, there are exceptions to this, however, that's where we get to the nuance that I was talking about, and to point out this is a form of logical fallacy. The no true Scotsman.
You've done it now.
And to save some time, it essentially means that when someone says something that is defined by something, instead of hashing it out, the claim is altered by going from a universal to specific and failing to give any objective criteria for that specificity. While I disagree with that video's source as to what constitutes a Mary Sue, that right there is the issue, that there are so many factors to that of a Mary Sue character. That there are levels of a Mary Sue to characters.
I don't understand why we brought up Daisy Ridley again. That doesn't make any sense, but I do agree. There is the idea of levels and concepts, but I think what it comes down to is less levels and more how it impacts the plot, the narrative itself. Whether or not the concept of the Mary Sue, the high levels of power, you can say, the high social score, if you want to use the power scaling terms for it, whether or not that impacts the way the conflict is built in the narrative or not. Just dilute the conflict. I think Overly Sarcastic Productions did a really good definition of Mary Sue's, which I cite in my Mary Sue video, and that essentially states that with the Mary Sue, it's less about what the character does inherently and more how their actions connect to the rest of the narrative, how they reflect the impact of moments in the plot. For example, the Gurren Lagann, right? Gurren Lagann, massively overpowered characters. They swallow up galaxies and take in the power of the Big Bang into their chests. But they don't feel like Mary Sue's because all the power feels like they're striving for it. And, it feels like there is this insurmountable challenge against them. For as strong as they are at a given moment, the challenge is all the greater. They're going to pull something out of thin air to become stronger, but it is very... The narrative of the plot is not diluted. In fact, they do lose things. There are things at risk. They are things that they struggle to maintain. But again, I digress. Yeah, this video was done 2021. So Star Wars was still a fresh... The sequels were still a very fresh scar in some people's head. But even then, I don't know. I think the Daisy Ridley didn't write any of the Star Wars movies. The anger directed at actors always bugs me a little bit. Okay, let's see the level up here. Okay.
Let's face it, there are characters that people simply don't like, and for a plethora of reasons,
okay,
I like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but frankly, one of my biggest complaints with Part 5 is Giorno Giovanna himself.
What?
The main character. And that's mostly due to the fact that other characters put him on a pedestal. He doesn't have that much of a personality, save for his dreams. And Giorno, despite being the son of Dio, arguably the most iconic villain of the series, the story does nothing with that fact. We'll be getting back to Giorno later in this video, but keep that in the back of your mind for right now. And there are people who are willing to call him a Gary Stu. And that's due to the fact that there are traits that fall in line with these stereotypical characters.
No, though. I don't agree with that at all, actually. I really don't agree with any of that. I would never call any of the JoJo characters Mary Sue's because the entire JoJo universe is so ridiculous. None of the characters are built on progressive levels of power. It's not about, you have a power level of this, so therefore you're stronger than this. The powers in JoJo are all so strange and unique, and a lot of the conflicts are resolved through the puzzle making of how one power intersects with the other, how you're able to resist one person's abilities. It's so wild across the board. I don't really think I agree with, and I get what he's saying. Some would call him a Mary Sue. He's criticizing the conflicts of the plot, saying, oh, well, I don't really think this works, yada, 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 this, that, and the third. So I get he's gearing up to say, I don't think he's much of a Mary Sue because of this power level perspective I'm going to construct. I know that's what he's gearing up towards. But I really don't agree with even kind of using the term Mary Sue to even discuss JoJo, because the power sets are also unusual. It's not about Dragon Ball Z, we just overpower the other guy. It's more complicated. So I already have an issue with this. And yeah, I know some JoJo fans have called Giorno a Sue. I know that, but I don't feel that conversation makes sense with JoJo, in my opinion. But that is a conversation for another day. Nick Wolf, thank you for Super Chat. This is the taste of a liar. Giorgio Giovanni. Giorgio Giovanni. Of course, and he's an Italian name, so there you go.
And this is something that can be applied to every character in existence, in my opinion. That you can find traits of these overly powerful characters, but to different levels and degree. Obviously, some more than others.
Okay, so here's where he's coming. Here's where he's going to lose me. And I discussed this again in my video, the idea of Mary Sue's. Again, I'm just going to simp for that the entire night. My big issue is that, and by the way, yeah, my big issue with this whole discussion is that I don't think power scaling is the key definition of a Mary Sue. I think it's how that power deflates the tension of a narrative. For example, Superman has incredible power. His biggest enemy is Lex Luthor, who's just a very smart guy. You know, you're not going to have, I mean, they've set up situations where they get into a fist fight, sure, but it's not like the power of Superman deflates the tension necessarily, because Lex Luthor just rises to the occasion with clever plots and schemes, usually. So I think discussing this in purely terms of how strong is the character is not really helpful. It's how strong is the character and what is the conflict they have to overcome. Is it physical or is it internal? And that internal conflict, I think, makes a big difference on whether or not a character is a Mary Sue or not. I think it's a big factor. Anyway, let's keep going.
Others. Korra is actually a pretty good example of this because, and if I say that Korra has attributes of a Mary Sue, I'm not saying she's a perfect character, as much as people will love to jump onto that claim. Rather, I'm referring to the fact that she had attributes that I would consider to be Mary Sue-ish. And take note of the word I used there, had. Yeah, that's kind of important later on in the video. You see, to me, there are several factors into what can be put into a Mary Sue's character. One of those factors would have to be the chosen one at birth trope, essentially a character that was born with a great amount of power or fate.
I don't think it's a trait at all. Having ability is not the factor. It's how that factors into the conflict, I think. Again, I look at it through the lens of what conflicts you have to overcome. Korra being born the Avatar is just an inherent thing. It's not even unique to Korra. It's one every generation gets this. Once every few generations, because the previous Avatar has to pass away. It's more how they deal with that conflict, you know? And the first season of Legend of Korra is about her learning how to use her powers and her own personality preventing her from learning airbending, you know? That's a big factor. Season 2, different story, that's a mess. But Season 1 is definitely a story where it's a little, you know, it's about it's about learning and coming into your own. I think it resolves itself too quickly, which is where Season 2 struggles. But I don't think she's a Mary Sue inherently. The Guy 493, thank you for super chat. JoJo fights are basically two kids in a sandbox going, "Nuh-uh, I'm more powerful than you," over and over. Yeah, that's an oversimplification, but I think to an extent that's true. I think that's definitely true. Black Ops, his opinion on Giorno in Part 5 as a whole, when he makes his video on, he calls the villain Diavolo. Huh, okay, interesting. Okay, let's keep going.
Like I already said, I don't like the trope in fiction, and as I feel that it's been played up way too much. But doesn't that mean by your logic, Aang is also a Mary Sue? I'm glad you asked that, straw man, because people automatically assume that I'm giving Aang a pass on that, when I'm not. You see, while I do admit Avatar is good, I don't think it's a perfect show, and I do have my issues with it. Just because Aang isn't what you'd classify as a Mary Sue, I don't think I can really say that he's a prominent case, just because he's born with the power. Not to mention, there's more than one factor as I would consider Korra to be Mary Sue-ish. One of the bigger...
Hang on a second. Let me back up a second. No, I disagree with that entirely. I fundamentally disagree with all that. Again, Aang has to learn how to do all the bending. He has the ability to do it, but that doesn't mean he inherently can do it from the beginning. He has to develop the skills. And likewise, Korra has to develop skills too. She demonstrates skill with the elements, specifically fire, water, and earth, but she still has to train herself to use them well. And there's other benders who specialize in specific types of bending who are superior at that form of bending than Korra or Aang are. Like Toph, for example, does metal bending, figuring out how to bend metal. That's way better than anything Aang does with earth bending. Lightning bending as well. That's a very different form of fire bending that I don't think any of the avatars really get the hang of. So it's very much... It's a matter that's kind of complicated. Steph the Scientist, thank you for Super Chat. I will say the fact that Avatar established that bending is all about that discipline, only for Korra to learn them all with ease, seemed a bit inconsistent. Well, it does and it doesn't. I think that it's inconsistent that Korra can bend at the very beginning of the series as a kid, but she still has to train to use them well. And she has to leave the Water Tribe to learn how to do airbending all that well. So Korra had years of training to really get the handle of it. She could do like basically a demonstration with the skills, which is just like raw, uncontrolled power. It's not really the same thing as knowing how to bend, It's like saying I'm good at baseball because you can toss a ball. No, you're not. You can toss a ball. You don't know how to aim. You don't know how to hit a ball with a bat. You don't know how to run to base. You don't know what types of balls to throw. It's very much formless and chaotic. It's like a kid learning to ride a bike, but then learning how to do a triathlon. Also, Korra spent years training, whereas Aang spent months training. So it's very different in terms of what the workload is. Great Bear, thank you for Super Chat. Canonically, Aang learned 4 elements in months when Korra had to learn to perfect hers in years. Yeah, 100%. Exactly that. So I think that calling either a Mary Sue is already kind of the wrong mentality because they trained for those skills. I think the problem here is that we're conflating having inherent ability to being a Mary Sue. And that to me is a problem because, quite frankly, that inherent ability doesn't mean they can overcome all obstacles. That's the issue. And again, I am coming at this from a different perspective than he is, but I'm having a hard time following the logic there because just having ability isn't enough for Aang or Korra. So why even bring it up? They have an ability. That's it. Is Spider-Man a Mary Sue because he was bitten by the radioactive spider and got superpowers that were incredibly powerful? Well, who knows?
Factors would have to be, well...
Oh my god, shut up.
When she loses her powers from the bending?
What the fudge-fickle?
Yeah, that sort of raised a red flag as to why you consider someone to have traits of a Mary Sue. Another is when Korra...
She enters the Avatar state. Aang enters the Avatar state too. He also has conversations with his past incarnations. That's a trait of the Avatar established in the first season. And the only reason that she has this conversation in context is because she loses her bending powers from Amon, who's a waterbender. So I'm a little confused by this. I don't follow the logic here.
Gets her airbending after supposedly Amon sealed her bending away. I don't know, maybe that's the writers playing fast and loose with whatever rules they had, but it still makes it extremely convenient for the plot. Then there's also the mess with the relationships. I don't want to make an entire video about Korra, so to make a long story short, Season 2 made Korra brain dead when it came to the bad guy, but Korra got better? In the last 2 seasons, though, I will say that things were a bit rushed, but I wouldn't say Korra was a Mary Sue in those. She had actually developed and grew out of her Mary Sue tendencies. I just think that she's not a character that I like or I think is all that great. But a Mary Sue? No. You see, typical Mary Sues, in my opinion, tend to be young and talented, a prodigy in the system such as magic or weapons, while also having a unique ability that no one else has, but alone does not make a character a Mary Sue. In order to be a Mary Sue, your personality has to be absolutely boring and your character arc has to be absolutely non-existent, as in staying perfect throughout the entire story. Korra certainly doesn't fit that molding, but then again, we go back to the levels and traits of being a Mary Sue. The thing is, the term is super subjective and overly used nowadays that people are willing to label people as sexist for even daring to use the term? I hate it when people do the following when it involves this term. They use the term as if it has a universal definition to it, without actually explaining it. They attack people who use the term, and they don't define their term so people don't actually know where the hell they're coming from. Now, I'm making it clear here, I don't like Korra.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
I don't like her show. I don't think it's really well written, and I'm aware of the issues that it had when it was being made. But it isn't because Korra is a Mary Sue. She does have some traits in the first couple seasons, but at worst, I'd say she evolves from being a character that skirts on some of the Mary Sue traits that you can find on TV tropes. And people tend to focus on that a Mary Sue can only be perfect, but that to me is a dumb thing to focus on when being overpowered is also a trait that can be attributed to Mary Sues. Perfection isn't the only sign of a Mary Sue, it's just one of the signs, and not one that needs to be extrapolated upon. But as I said, I'm not making this video all about Korra. So let's move on to a more...
Hang on. Hang on. Wait a second. Let's back up a second here. All right, Manga, let's take a step back. Let's take a step back here for a second. Let's analyze a couple things. I know it's an older video, so I know you've probably gotten better as a writer and all that since then, but we haven't explained an example of where she's actually a Mary Sue, though. Like, what traits does she have? That she's born with power? Well, that's not really... Again, you say it yourself, it's a very nebulous term. People have different definitions. But I still don't know what your definition is. Like, I don't think I have a clear perspective on what your definition of a Mary Sue is to even work with here. Because, like, overpowered, well, both Korra and Aang have to train for their powers. They train for a period of time. They're given the potential to master the elements, but it's not guaranteed. And the one scene where you show her entering the Avatar state, that's where she unlocks the powers of all the elements, and Aang could enter the Avatar state even before mastering firebending, and that allowing her to have a peace of mind. The big thing with Korra's whole arc internally was her restless nature. She was very energetic. She was always trying to take hold of something. She was always trying to rush into something. And the problem is, by taking the time to be self-reflective, by taking time to go inward, she was able to unlock her avatar, her abilities of airbending. She still had to train to do it well, but that was how she figured it out, by using peace of mind and kind of insular thinking. Season 2, that's a terribly written season. I'm not going to defend it. But she has an arc. She has personality. She has struggles that she has to overcome that she can't just punch her way out of, except for, again, in Season 2. So I'm just a little confused as to what the logic is with this argument. Now, with Rey, I have defended Rey more than once on this channel, so I'm here to do it again, as it turns out. Don't think Rey's a great character, but I think she gets too much hate. Great Bar, thank you for Super Chat. Yeah, hang on, I want examples here. Who are the people saying that Mary Sue is sexist? He gives nothing as an example. He gives Daisy Ridley as a brief example. But again, it's complicated because I would say that the Mary Sues are a little, they can be a little sexist sometimes too. Kate Cast Reviews, thank you for the Super Chat. There's also all the difficulties Korra had with her spiritual journey, but apparently bending is the only avatar obstacle that matters. Yeah, exactly right. The ability to bend appears to be the only issue that we're talking about here. I think the problem here is we're talking purely in terms of physical conflict with these narratives. We're not really talking about internal logic or like internal conflict. And that's a big problem, you know? By the way, if you leave a super chat and it takes a little bit of time for me to get to it, I am going to get to it when I have a break to talk. I have like a whole thing that reads all the submitted super chats in. So if there's a reason I haven't said yours yet, I'm just waiting for a good natural point to say it. So don't worry. You leave one, I am going to read it out loud. Don't worry about a thing. Unless I'm stricken like ill halfway through this video, which hopefully won't happen. I don't think I put anything in this. I don't think my spouse put anything in this tea. Mainly because I made it myself, so there was no chance for her to put anything in this tea. Or was there? Nah, there probably wasn't anything. So, but yeah, I think the problem is that we need examples. We need a full definition. We have an idea of a definition, but we don't have a full definition now. But let's see what he has to say about Star Wars. I suspect I'm going to get big mad from this, so we shall proceed.
Prominent example, shall we?
And I.
Diabetes.
I don't get the joke. I don't get it. I don't get the joke. You're gonna have to explain this to me.
Boo!
Maresu?
Oh yeah, we're gonna beat this dead horse. I think it's safe to say that a lot of people are in agreement that Rey Palpatine, no, I will not call her a Skywalker. In my opinion, she is what is a Mary Sue. Which
I disagree. I went into a video about this, but let's hear your argument. Oh, let me see what you got here. 1 second. Let me double check the super chats real quick. Gengo Geiger. Thank you for super chat. I don't get this whole character is too strong thing that some people use. Protagonists are often exceptional people with unusual circumstances in most stories. It's part of why the story follows them. Yeah, 100%. I think the problem is they're looking for an easy explanation as to what a Mary Sue is, and they go into, oh, well, super strong, real powerful, can bend steel with their pinky. That means Mary Sue. But it's not really that. It's about how it relates to the conflicts of the plot. And I'm going to get into that with Rey, because I feel like people often screw this one up. It's usually a case study in how people half remember what happens in the Star Wars sequels, but not the full story. Let's keep going.
which is sad because there was a lot of potential in the first of the new trilogy, especially showing that there was a lot to work with, considering Rey. And people could forgive a lot of what could be considered traits of Mary Sue when it came to the character. Her being able to use such complex force powers such as the Jedi mind trick, her being really good with a lightsaber to the point that she's able to beat Kylo Ren in the first time, but people were willing to forgive all that because it was all about the Star Wars name.
People were not willing to forgive all that. People were angry from the beginning, especially, what's his name? Max Landis, who started the whole Raise a Mary Sue thing when he left the theater. But let's talk about that for a second. I'll grant you the Jedi mind trick, even though in the scheme of things, that doesn't really add much to the plot. It just allows her to get out. It allows her to get out of a trap on her own. I personally would have done something differently, but hey, you know what? If that's one little thing, it's not a big deal. But her using a lightsaber against Kylo Ren, that's interesting because Kylo Ren was sporting a hole in his stomach from the bowcaster that Chewbacca used, had already fought Finn with a lightsaber, and Rey's trained as a fighter. She's used weapons much like a lightsaber, you know, the big staff that she has, when scavenging on Jakku. The problem is that, yeah, now mind you, a big old staff, it's a little different than a lightsaber in terms of the size. Yeah, and how you hold it. Yeah. But it's still a weapon, and she has some weapon training. Now, Kylo Ren, who has he fought with a lightsaber before? Like, he has very minimal opportunities to actually use a lightsaber beyond swinging it wildly like a baby with a tantrum. Because he doesn't really have any opportunities to fight anyone with a lightsaber, really. He doesn't have anyone to train him formally. He trains under Luke and then leaves before he finishes his training. So we have a student who never finished his training versus a combatant from a desert planet who's had to fight to survive. And one has a hole in his stomach. Who's going to win? Well, it turns out neither, because they both don't finish the fight. The fight ends with the planet breaking under them and pulling them apart. Add to that that Rey, in their first encounter with Kylo Ren, loses immediately. She loses that first fight with Kylo Ren when they meet on the planet with all the foliage and stuff like that, when she gets captured by Kylo Ren. So, again, she fights the bad guy who is probably the weakest of the mainline Star Wars villains. And she doesn't finish the fight the first time she tries. Okay. But let's keep going. First film, Rey doesn't really demonstrate any Mary Sue powers. She just demonstrates basic competency. In fact, arguably, Rey and Kylo Ren are the weakest of the protagonists and villains of the Star Wars series to date. But anyway.
Was back, and the trilogy was going to save everyone from the prequels. Honestly, I find it really funny that people are singing a different tune now the trilogy is completed, and how Disney royally screwed up the IP. I find that really funny. But we're getting off topic. While we still had parts of Rey that can be considered a Mary Sue-ish, most people were willing to give her a chance since it was the first episode of the new trilogy and that there was a lot of potential to be had. A lot of stories could have been told. All of it wasted and thrown down the trash, and Rey essentially became a huge waste. She now has a family tied to Palpatine, she's able to catch on to Jedi techniques, and able to do things that shouldn't be possible. Like, say, deflecting Sith lightning with 2 lightsabers after it was shown that the lightning was able to blow up an entire fleet of ships.
Technically,
hang on.
You can block Sith lightning with a lightsaber, but only if you're trained.
And not whatever shitty fucking training that Mary Sue went through.
This is really dumb, actually. There's no indication in Star Wars that you need to have the training in the Force extensively to block Sith lightning. Also, Rey was trained in the Force by this point. She had trained under Leia. She had all the records of the old Jedi Order in her between. She acquired all the old texts of the Jedi Order in The Last Jedi. She was reading them obsessively. We see her train at the start of The Rise of Skywalker. So she is trained. We also know that she is able to access random Force powers in terms and have access to the Force in unusual ways in both the first and second of her appearances. She's drawn to the dark side very easily and walks away without any temptation. So she has connections to the dark side already. And she's the child of Palpatine. So you can use that genetics nonsense to indicate that she was strong with the Force inherently. She also uses Force lightning instinctively. She does not do it with control or focus. Again, having power is not enough. You have to be able to use that power effectively. Just having it's not good enough. Oh, hey, We're Not Alive is here. Hey, what's up? I saw you there. That's really cool. Go watch We Are Not Alive's video on Lily Orchard's writing advice. It's fantastic. Absolutely great. Definitely a huge inspiration to a ton of people responding to her nonsense takes. But yeah, no, it's just not an effective means of analyzing this. And again, the problem is that if you look at the second... Oh, yeah, thanks. It's really cool, though. The problem is if you look at what happens in the Last Jedi, right? What does Rey do that's so Mary Sue-ish in The Last Jedi? He keeps pointing at Rian Johnson, but all the things he's referencing are from the Rise of Skywalker, which Rian Johnson didn't have a hand in. In The Last Jedi, Rey Skywalker sits around and trains with Luke, so exactly what people want, forms a dyad in the Force that's created by someone else outside of her. I think it's implied that Snoke really harnessed that link to really manipulate both Kylo Ren and Rey. She manages to fight almost to a standstill a Luke who's disconnected from the Force. So Luke at his absolute weakest. She fights him to a brief standstill in a really brief exchange. She fights alongside Kylo Ren with the Praetorian Guard. I'm sorry, I missed a step. She confronts Snoke and gets thrown around like a rag doll, completely powerless in the face of Snoke. She fights with Kylo Ren against the Praetorian Guard, and then matches him equal in power, basically. She's exactly equal and gets knocked out in a big resulting explosion when they do a tug of war over Anakin Skywalker's lightsaber. and then lifts a bunch of rocks. That's about it. That's all she does in that movie. There's nothing in that that's particularly overpowered, and in fact, it demonstrates how vulnerable she is, because the whole theme of that movie is how we progress from failure. Again, it just seems like there's a lot of oversimplification with Rei. I don't know. How long is this Rei? Oh, Rei chapter is massive. Anyway, let's keep going. Let me read a few super chats. No, I got a few while I was going on my tangent there. Okay, cool. Nick Wolf, thank you for super chat. Power scalers should watch something like Beau's Afraid. Oh, can you imagine that? I would love to see some power scalers watch Beau's Afraid. That's great. Moth's Brawler, thank you for super chat. Thought experiment. Suppose the Force Awakens had an extra hour runtime of just Rey training with a lightsaber / force powers. Would she still be a Mary Sue, according to folks that call her a Mary Sue? Well, considering she had years of training in the trilogy canonically with the ancient texts of the Jedi, and they still call her a Mary Sue, yeah, they still would call her a Mary Sue, I think. It doesn't matter how much they show, because they show her training, and it's not enough, apparently. Daniel Chick, thank you for super chat. It's telling that Rey is always the example. If you want to point out an issue with Mary Sue's in fiction, give me a new example. Also, Jedi hadn't faced Sith in centuries. Blocking Sith lightning was not trained. Yeah, 100%. And again, there's no indication in the movies, in any variety, that training was relevant in this situation. I don't know. I just don't see it. I just feel like we're missing a lot of details. And look, I'm not saying that these movies are great. I think they have a lot of flaws. I am planning a video about the sequel trilogy sooner than later where I go into detail about this. But the problem is, I just feel like we're missing the point here. I don't think any of this really matters. And again, you're pointing out when Mace Windu got thrown away by lightning powers. Well, before that, he had Palpatine pretty easily down on the ground under his own lightning abilities. The problem was that he was taken off guard by Palpatine. It was about letting your guard down, not about anything else. But I digress.
Mary Sue. And you know what the saddest part is? This could have easily been fixed if it wasn't for the fact that Rey wasn't as entertaining as a wet stick. No, I'm sorry. That's not fair. That's not fair to wet sticks, since there's a lot more you can do with a wet stick. It was wasted potential, and frankly, that's something that really sucks about characters that can fall into the camp of a Mary Sue. Rey is probably the most prominent example of the worst a Mary Sue can get in modern media. She's boring, she doesn't have any consequences for her actions.
Oh no! Well, hang on a second. Doesn't she, though? Doesn't she have consequences? Like, her actions directly allow Kylo Ren to take over the First Order, which leads to the death of Luke Skywalker. Like, that's a consequence. The whole second movie is about how we deal with consequences. Like, I don't know if I agree with that. It's only in The Rise of Skywalker you can make the argument. Yeah. But The Rise of Skywalker is also a very poorly written movie. In the first movie, her actions have direct consequences. It's in part thanks to her running away at that one moment that she gets captured by Kylo Ren, which leads to them going to the Starkiller base to, from that perspective. And if they just didn't leave there, they could easily just get what was I going to try to say? Han Solo wouldn't be killed, basically, is what I'm saying. So I was a little itchy. My leg was really itchy for some reason. I don't get what's going on. Might be the weird pants. Who knows? Anyway, the point is that her actions do have consequences in the first two films. Third film, I got you there. I got nothing there. But again, the problem is we're saying a lot, but not giving examples. It's really a messy situation. Because this video is saying a lot, but it's not citing specific iterations of where something happens to indicate where it's going on. I don't know. So there we go.
Things get handed to her. She's not perfect, but overpowered. Like, holy hell is she overpowered? Now, people have actually defended Rey's Mary Sue claims by claiming that Luke and Anakin Skywalker are just as bad Marty stews.
You're a fucking idiot.
I disagree. I think they're more powerful than Rey. And I can go into heavy detail, but let me see what you have to say first. But let me read a few super chats first because I feel they're piling up right now. Okay. Okay, Terminal Sanity, thank you for super chat. Rey's real problem in the sequel trilogy is that this is the same problem as practically every character in it. She was underdeveloped. Yeah, 100%. The Last Jedi is the only film in that series, in that trilogy, to do any character-focused work. Everything else is J.J. Abrams, breakneck. Let's do the mystery box. Oh, here's another opening of the mystery box. Oh, we can't open it yet. We got to figure out how to open this thing. Oh, move to the next obstacle. It's like plot beat, plot beat, plot beat, plot beat. No one just sits down and has a conversation in these movies. It's all plot progression only. No one just sits and stews with what they're dealing with. It's all breakneck pace from one scene to the next. No one is able to stew with anything. It's terrible. That frustrates me a lot. And it works sometimes, but it doesn't work in Star Wars necessarily. Strangely enough, it worked more in his Star Trek first movie than in either Star Wars film, for me personally. Jeffrey Pyatt, thank you for Super Chat. MangaKamen, another ex-Brony analysis, now crazy. I don't think he's crazy. I don't think MangaKamen is crazy. I think he's not articulating his points clearly enough. And I think that he can. I think what he should really do with this video, the vibe I'm getting, he should maybe cool it a little with the jokes and focus more on the analysis. I really think that's a weakness right here. He's trying to be too memey, and he's not really getting into like the meat of what is being discussed. That's the issue. It's very attention-grabbing, undeniably so. It keeps your attention, but when you really sit with what he says, I don't think he's really saying a whole lot yet, is the problem. Though he said a lot of words, he hasn't said a lot of information. That's the vibe I'm getting so far. Great Bar, thank you for Super Chat. If you ever do a Rey video, I think it'd be nice to do a stream on Literature Devil's Rey's Fix video one. So bad. Like, if you ever do a Rey video, I think be nice to do a stream on Literature Devil's Rey Fix video. One so bad, even I'm like, this guy is stupid. I have already covered that video, I think. I've covered it in I've covered it at least once, I think, in some of these videos, more extensively. Not even like a simple stream, or I've actually looked at the whole thing, I think, on stream once, but I've definitely referenced it in videos before. Arendal for Eagle, thank you for Super Chat. Haven't watched the sequel trilogy, so I wonder if Rey actually was shown to be a skilled Jedi fighter before her training, or if she's just boring. Rey is not shown to be a Jedi fighter before training. She is, however, shown to know how to fight. And the difference there is that she's shown to be a scrapper. She can scrap basically in the middle of the desert. Oh, we are not alive. The dark secret is that MangaKamen at one point shared the same editor as Jar, which explains the iFunny on meth aesthetic. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. They have a very similar aesthetic in terms of each other. I will say this. I think that... And one of MangaKamen... for a while at least, one of MangaKamen's editors was in chat, which is interesting. But like... Yeah, this style of editing, it's very Jar. It's very jarring. And it's very Jar. It's very much, it just feels like that kind of chaotic sort of, I don't know. I don't care for the editing. And again, I'm not the best editor either. People have criticized my editing, and for good reason, and I've listened to it, and I've tried to do better. But I do feel like it's a little messy how there's so much energy here, but I'm not getting a lot of information. I feel like there's almost like something was cut out. Like it almost feels at times like he said his piece, made his point, and then for whatever reason, that point went on the cutting room floor. Because he's moving on like he said something, but he hasn't said anything. So it feels like he almost is stating a fact and then it just gets cut out. I don't know.
Yes, these are things that people have seriously used in order to defend Rey. Which, not only is that a stupid defense since it's, but this guy also, so therefore... Like, that actually negates any argument that Rey is a Mary Sue. But...
Not really. It doesn't negate anything. It just says that they're all Mary Sues. It's a different argument. It doesn't negate a thing, but it is a different line of discussion. And, it is important to show comparison. With a Mary Sue, you want to indicate that in relation to the plot you're telling, the characters function a certain way. That's a key thing. But let's see what it has to say.
It opens up serious questions if these people even watch the films. Now, the prequels aren't as bad as people make them out to be, but
they're worse actually. But I'll hold my thoughts there for a second.
They aren't great movies either. But to say that Anakin is a Mary Sue is kinda dumb. Especially considering that the crutch of the entire trilogy is showing that he makes a ton of mistakes that lead him down the path of the dark side. His flaws lie in his overly emotional states, and how his emotions are what lead him to make some very terrible decisions, despite the advice he's been given throughout the entire training as a Jedi. As for Luke, he was—
Hang on a second, let's sit with that for a second. It's interesting, though, that in this video we talk about how Anakin's choices, his emotions, his struggles are a problem. He is right about that. That is a problem. That is a conflict he has to overcome. Why wasn't that discussed with Korra? Why is it only when Anakin struggles with his emotions that's a factor, but when Korra struggled, it wasn't? Also, none of that actually addresses why people call Anakin a Mary Sue. It's because when he was 9, he blew up a Trade Federation station single-handedly without any training to use a military vessel. He doesn't even know what the buttons do. That's proven in the narrative. He's like, this button? What does this button do? And he flies himself into the Trade... I mean, I know it was an autopilot sequence, but, like, he still does what actual trained soldiers can't do. Like, and even then, let's take in mind this. He's still able to take down the Jedi Order with the help of Palpatine, yes. With the help of Order 66, yes. But he's still leading the charge. Oh, no, this was pod racing. I love that. Yeah, this is pod racing. Exactly. But, like, yeah, that's ignoring what people are actually saying. Saying, oh, yeah, he had internal conflict. Yeah, that is a counter argument. But it's weird you're using that there, but not in the other cases where it matters. And again, yeah, the sequel trilogy is terrible. It's absolutely ridiculously bad. Yeah, Revenge of the Sith is decent. It's the best of the prequel trilogy. Doesn't mean it's good. And the first two are horrendously bad. They're some of the worst writing I've ever... They're just terrible. Attack of the Clones is easily one of the worst science fiction films I've ever seen. Yeah, on paper it has some good ideas, but it's communicated in such a way that just makes you completely divorced from focusing on the narrative. And even though Anakin is a deeply creepy person to Padme, she's still charmed by him and marries him. It's, again, there's no tension in their relationship. There's no will they, won't they. There's no desire to see them even get together because they have no chemistry whatsoever. So again, the decisions made creatively with Anakin dilute the tension of the first two films. It's only in the third film that anything feels like it matters. Even Anakin genociding the Tusken Raiders feels like it has no consequences. You can't say that Rey's actions don't feel like they're consequential when you gloss over the fact that Anakin's actions feel like they're inconsequential, at least when he does something negative. I will give you that. Young Obi-Wan Snark comments saying it. Yeah, Obi-Wan is great. I always do the hello there kind of thing all the time. Like, hello there. And then most people don't even get it. It's terrible. Anyway, that's the whole thing. Let's look at Luke Skywalker, because I will say this: Luke Skywalker is not really a Mary Sue. He is a self-insert character for Luke Skywalker for sure. I mean, Luke Skywalker, Luke S. Lucas. It's just Lucas's name. Anyway, that's the whole thing. That's an old joke, but still.
He was a young upstart rookie. He wasn't perfect. He had plenty of time showing that he was flawed as a character. Rey, on the other hand, while she has a tragic back...
Right. But you're omitting a key detail, aren't you? You're skipping over a key element. Why is it that people call Luke Skywalker a Mary Sue in that first film? It's because of the the Death Star trench run. He uses the Force, he does what all the advanced computers can't do. He trusts in the Force and lands the blow that blows up the Death Star. Is it spectacular? Yes. Is it an adrenaline pumping sequence? Yes. Is there tension? Yes. Does the power dilute the tension? No. And that's why it works. But on paper, it's no less Mary Sue-ish than anything Rey does in the films. Again, it's a 1 in a million shot. It's impossible to get that. But because Luke trusts in the Force, he gets it. The reason why we don't call that a Mary Sue moment, though, and why I will say it's not and why I will argue Luke is not a Mary Sue, is because the abilities do not dilute the tension of the scene. The tension's still there, and there's a catharsis to be felt. It's not super fulfilling in hindsight, but it is still a case where the powers aid with the plot resolution, not the other way around. There you go. But for whatever reason, when we talk about these characters, we omit half of their character arcs. Why is that? We hone in on the parts we like, but ignore all the elements we don't like. And that's not what you should do when discussing characterization.
Backstory, and obviously has a backstory that can lead on to having some skills, it really jumps the shark when she's able to do a trick like she's never done before and able to do it perfectly.
What does she do perfectly? When does Rey do any trick perfectly? Even when she uses the mind control trick, she fails the first time. When she uses the Force lightning, it blows up a ship she's not trying to blow up, and she doesn't do it intentionally. The only thing that she does is she gets like a spirit bomb power of all the Jedi behind her, holds 2 lightsabers in front of her that represents the dyad of the Force between herself and Kylo, and turns Force lightning back on Palpatine. Something that we saw earlier in the film series is possible to be done.
Is why people do not like Mary Sue's, and Rey happens to have more reasons for why people believe she is one. Let's go through a list, shall we?
All right, let's go through a list. You really gotta get a different editing trick, I'm sorry.
Using the Force without being taught to the level people have been using it and training all their lives. Flying.
Let's take a look at that for a second, shall we? Of all the Star Wars protagonists, which ones have trained all their lives in the Force during their trilogy? 1, and that's Anakin. Luke trained a year at most. He really trained a couple months. Rey trained for literal years in real time, studying the text of the old Jedi Order. So again, Rey and Luke. Actually, I'm undegrading Luke. Luke has had more time to train between. No, wait, he didn't really, because Empire and Return take place in a very short time between each other, and he only formally trains briefly under Obi-Wan and then under Yoda, and it's not a very long time for that. So Rey and Luke have comparable training to each other. The only difference being that Rey has combat training because she lived in a desert planet where she'd have to scrap. And we'd see that demonstrated in the early scenes where they try to capture BB-8 and she whacks some thieves with her stick. She clearly is trained with it because she uses it. It's demonstrably in front of us. But again, neither character is really trained well with the Force. That's not really much of a point.
Flying a ship she's never controlled before like an ace pilot. Even if you want to say that this is the same as Luke and Anakin, at the very least we had some establishment that they knew how to operate vehicles while Rey does not.
I bypassed the compressor.
Okay, let's stop for a second there. Do you really call her crashing the Millennium Falcon into everything she passes by perfect training? She also clearly knows how to pilot it because she knows the impact that these devices and modifications have on the ship. And again, she's not good at it. There's also no reason to believe she's had no training with this. For a matter of fact, she has more experience with the Millennium Falcon than Anakin does with the Naboo fighters. We know this because unlike Rey, Anakin doesn't know what any of the buttons do. Rey knows how these buttons function, how the mechanics work on the ship. She at least knows that. It's very, very straightforward. And she knows enough about ships to know that there's other ships that are faster than the Millennium Falcon. She's been inside these vehicles for years. And again, there's a huge difference between pod racing, which is a 2-dimensional surface, and three-dimensional travel in space. So to say that Rey's experience is less than Anakin's when it comes to that particular type of ship, not the case. An argument can be made with Luke, because there is, of course, they had to retcon that the ship he used on Tatooine has the same layout inside as the X-Wing, which is so goofy and ridiculous. But let's buy that. Let's go with that excuse. The only one with training for a ship that is like the ship they used in the finale of the movie is Luke. And again, all Rey does is she pilots the ship. She steers it and avoids crashing too badly. It's Finn who shoots down the enemies with the cannon. And even then, the cannon's broken. So it's not perfect. It's one scene very briefly, and she has training after the fact. She gets the handle of it after the fact, even more so. So again.
Also, it's a bit bothersome that she's treated a better pilot than Poe, considering in Rise of Skywalker that this is supposed to be his thing.
What is it? What? She's never treated as better than Poe. What are you talking about, man? Poe is shown like doing tricks with the X-Wing. Rey is shown almost crashing into multiple objects as she's getting the Millennium Falcon off the ground. There's no comparison. That's what I'm saying when people they criticize the sequels, but it feels like they only half remember what actually happens in the movies, and they filled in the rest with their memories of it. It doesn't feel like you saw this before writing this list.
Pulling off a mind trick without being taught what she couldn't possibly even know was possible with the Force. She also probably couldn't have known telekinesis was possible either, but I'll give her the benefit of the doubt and say that this power could have been more well documented. But Jedi mind tricks, no!
Well, okay. The thing is, we know in the first film that she knows the stories of the Jedi. She's obsessively followed the old Rebellion stories. She'd know about the Jedi mind trick based just on stories being passed down from people. So that's not really much of a point. Also, why are we assuming she wouldn't know that? It seems very odd how you're saying she couldn't possibly know this. Well, why couldn't she? She knows about the Jedi. She knows stories about the Jedi. She knows about the Force. Why wouldn't she know about the Jedi mind trick? It's a very well-known Jedi trick. Multiple people in Star Wars know about the Jedi mind trick who haven't met a Jedi personally. You know, it's like Watto knows about the Jedi mind trick. Is Watto any more restricted from information than Rey is? You know, it's kind of weird. I don't get why we talk like that. Again, it's old stories she heard about. That's what it is.
Escapes by herself.
That's not really anything particularly Mary Sue-ish. A lot of characters can escape by themselves, so I'm not gonna count that as an option.
Is one of the most powerful people Luke has ever seen, fighting with.
No, he's not. No, she's not. She's comparable to Kylo Ren, and Kylo Ren we know is weaker than Vader. And Vader and Luke are stronger than Kylo Ren because, first off, Luke trained Kylo Ren but didn't finish his training. Luke toys with Kylo Ren. If Rey and Kylo Ren are comparable in power, and Luke, when he regains his full power, is able to toy with Kylo Ren, then how can Rey be one of the strongest people Luke ever met? That doesn't make any sense. The argument doesn't follow. That doesn't make any logical sense, your perspective.
With a staff so well that no professional training in how that translates into lightsaber fighting is beyond me.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Say again? I'm sorry. That logic, I don't follow your logic there.
Tricks, no! Escapes by herself. Is one of the most powerful people Luke has ever seen, fighting with a staff so well that no professional training in how that translates into lightsaber fighting is beyond me.
I don't understand what sentence was that? Trained with a stick so well it's not professional fighting. How she knows how to use a lightsaber is beyond me. She didn't particularly use the lightsaber particularly skillfully. She just swung it like a stick, you know? She's not pulling off complicated techniques. She's just swinging it like a bat at her opponent. It's not like she's particularly the elegant grace of the various Jedi styles of fighting. She's swinging it like a stick. So yeah, she knows how to street fight. It's like, yeah, the skills of street fighting translates. Neither have completed their training. Neither Kylo Ren or Rey have completed any form of training at this point in time. They're swinging it like a stick. They train better as their fights get more refined as the movies go on and they have more skill with it. But she's not like pulling off complicated techniques. She's mainly just whacking it You know, with no professional training. Oh, with no professional training. Well, who needs professional training? She's a street fighter. She's a street brawler. That's what she's done. Anyway, let's keep going. I think you need... Okay, manga, I know I'm going to discuss this in debate with you next week, but you really need to have someone edit your scripts. This is... Some of these sentences just don't feel clear. Like, I know I improvise sometimes, and that can... I've been trying to improvise less, because I feel like when I improvise, it doesn't always come out clearly, but... yeah, this is, like, written down. Just re-record it. I don't know. I feel like that could have been phrased better.
Able to speak both droid and Wookiee, the latter of which is ridiculous because there's no way she could have ever met a Wookiee before Chewbacca.
Well, she's around a bunch of aliens. Had a bunch of alien texts around her because she's digging through all this old wreckage. Why wouldn't she know about how to do Wookiee? Again, the problem is no one really... tons of characters know how to speak Wookiee, despite having no reason to be able to speak Wookiee. It's like, that's not much of a point. Also, everyone speaks droid. You know, everyone seems to understand whatever droids say. That just seems like a weird Star Wars kink. So let's keep going.
In The Last Jedi, she knows how to swim despite living on a desert planet all her life.
Okay, I'll grant you that one. That's a fair point, actually.
Those rocks and held them easily while Luke was struggling to lift 3 tiny rocks and couldn't lift the X-Wing. Heck, she lifted...
Yeah, but the key difference between Rey and Luke is that Luke doubted himself. Rey doesn't doubt herself. Rey is confident where Luke is self-defeating. The reason Luke failed wasn't because he lacked the skill, it's because he lacked belief in himself. Rey does not lack belief in herself. That's the key difference.
Those rocks better than Yoda. Killing trained stormtroopers with a...
Alright. She doesn't lift the rocks better than Yoda. Yoda's able to... Yoda, as we see in Revenge of the Sith, is able to throw down with Palpatine. So Yoda's about on par with Palpatine in terms of power, though he does lose to Palpatine. But I digress.
A blaster she didn't know how to use a few hours ago, and her second ever shot was better than they ever could be with her years of training.
In fairness, though, she does miss the first time. Also, killing a stormtrooper is not an accomplishment in Star Wars. They go down by the million.
Her first shot with the Falcon's gun was a triple kill on the TIE fighters. Her skills with engineering, even though...
She's not using the gun. Finn's using the gun in that fight. I recall Finn manning the guns. She doesn't shoot anyone in the Falcon. She just steers. And Finn does everything.
Though she was able to be self-taught, which is a stretch in and of itself, she has more skill and is believable considering her background.
Her entire life is digging through old wreckage. Like, you're going to learn some skills just by observing. And she's clearly talked about it. We know she's talked about it because she talks about all the stuff that the Simon Pegg alien did to the Falcon. You know, it's like we know that she has experience with engineering, mechanics, and all that. All right, let's move that right there. It looks like I'm gonna have tea. No big deal. Let's keep going.
Beating the highly trained Praetorian Guard and doing better against them than Kylo.
No, it's demonstrably shown that they're even in power and skill with the Praetorian Guard. They're balanced. That's the point. That they're balanced. That's why when they do the tug of war at the lightsaber, it splits down the middle. It shows they're balanced. That's the point.
Kylo beating Luke, perfectly morally good, no self-doubt. Unlike Luke, why would she have self-doubt anyway? Who needs it? Ain't nobody got time for that. She's like my...
Some people have no self-doubt. I don't know what that's like, so I can't speak to that one.
Everyone, she impresses the Han Solo in all 5 minutes. BB-8 likes her immediately, so does Finn. Leia hugs her first before Chewie. All the Resistance somehow love her so much that she gets the map to Luke and Skywalker and a free spaceship so she can show off to him how awesome she is. Even Kylo is falling for her.
See, the problem with most of those is that most of those aren't really good arguments. Like, they just kind of have easy refutations. I think that the idea of everyone loving her, that's like... Yeah, but that's common in Star Wars. People just, with the exception of Han Solo, everyone seems to like each other in Star Wars. And C-3PO, but that's a whole other discussion. Chewbacca should have gotten hugged first, though. I will give him that.
Look, we can argue all day whether Mary Sue is a misapplied term, but that doesn't deny the fact that Rey's capability as a character and relative to her training far outshines every character in Star Wars.
You're showing her training. That's her training. You're showing her training when you say that. Like, that's her training. She's been training for years, over a year at that point, at least, maybe 2 years or 3 years. I forget the exact timeline, but that shows that she's been training right there. That one scene that you just showed. We see Rey go through more extensive training in the sequel trilogy than we ever see Luke do. We see Luke jog, go to a cave where he confronts his fears, and like fail to get things done right. Whereas we see Rey reading books on the old Jedi texts, embarking on these big jungle gym sets, essentially, using all this stuff as a tactile kind of way to figure out how to do things. And we know Leia trained under Luke. We see that in the films. So it's like, I don't follow the logic here that Rey doesn't train. The best things that she does happen only after she's trained.
Including the supposed chosen ones, Luke and Anakin. Luke's first time...
No, Luke is not the chosen one. Anakin's the chosen one, and just Anakin.
The lightsaber gets wrecked by a training droid shooting at him. Rey's first time with a lightsaber beats Kylo Ren, who has trained his entire life and is shown to be...
No, he has not trained his entire life. He didn't finish his training. He failed to finish his training. It's like saying, oh yeah, this kid who was a dropout is clearly an academic. Like, no, he dropped out.
Powerful and skilled enough to block blaster bolts in midair. Luke...
Yeah, but he had a hole in his torso from the bowcaster.
Loses an arm, loses his guardians who brought him up, has the worst father ever, is lied to by his mentor twice, leading him to kissing his sister like...
What the fuck?
Saved many times by his friends and has to go through a grueling training under a reluctant Jedi Master who talks backwards. Anakin also loses his arm for being an idiot, has no father, his mother dies in his arms because of his failures, his wife dies for the same reason, he gets burnt up by lava.
No, hang on a second. His mom dies because of the Tusken Raiders. they kill him. They kill her. He hasn't has nothing to do with him.
Fights in 2 massive wars, Clone and Rebels vs. the Empire, and is relegated to a claustrophobic suit where every waking moment is painful. Like, how the frig does he go to the bathroom in that thing? Answer me that question now!
The pipes filter it out.
That was fucking cringe, bro. I don't know how you made that voice, but, yikes.
He is manipulated heavily, becoming a mindless servant for a man who lied to him, and is ultimately sacrificing himself, getting painfully electrocuted in the process to save his son. Anakin and Luke are helped heavily by mentors, saved by multiple people at every turn, and fail a lot.
Not at every turn, but they do have help, undeniably so. Now, is the question, is Rey as good a character as Luke Skywalker or Darth Vader? No, I would never say that, no. The question is if she's a Mary Sue. That's the question. Is Rey the best written character in Star Wars? By no means. But she's competently enough for the tasks assigned to her. And don't forget, let's not overemphasize what Luke does. Luke also breaks free of captivity, just like Rey does. In Empire Strikes Back, when she's frozen in the cave with that big snow monster, you know? He only gets saved because he freezes out in the snow and can't figure his way back home. Rey's never put in that situation. That's the thing. There is no comparable situation where Rey is in that dangerous of situation. Plus, Rey, in the films, sees a lot less combat, direct combat, than Anakin or than Luke do, you know? They're not on the front lines as much. That's a key element. Anyway, let's keep going.
Particularly Anakin, who ultimately doesn't get redeemed. And these two are the chosen ones. Meanwhile, when Rey is captured, she frees herself. She goes to Luke for training. She doesn't need it. She blows Luke's mind with how powerful she is. Luke didn't ever do anything with that.
No, she doesn't. Okay, first off, she does need a training. She takes the books with her to continue training after Luke. Luke helps her have a understanding of the Force. That's important. The only thing that Luke is stunned by with Rey is that she doesn't hesitate to go to the dark side. Like, she's drawn to the darkness quickly. You know, that's what blows Luke's mind. Like, wow, you didn't even hesitate to go to the dark side. You just went right for it, which is very different.
Like with Yoda, when she fights Luke with a stick, she beats him, even though he's been training decades in how to...
Yes, but we know that Luke has disconnected from the Force because he's lost faith in it. That's why he doesn't know when Han Solo dies. So, at the peak of her training in that film, she fights an underpowered Luke Skywalker to a standstill. that right there negates your argument. You know, Luke Skywalker holds his own against Rey at her peak when he's completely disconnected from his power. That undermines your entire argument.
A fight with a blade, and she started a week ago. At least that's how the that's how the story's written. Rey has attained a greater power level than Luke already, with no training.
But she doesn't though. She's stronger than a depowered Luke. That's what she accomplishes. And when she leaves, Luke regains confidence in himself and reaches the heights of his power again. Also, he's an old man. You know, like, this discussion is kind of weird. Yeah, a person in their physical prime is going to be stronger than an old man, and yet the old man still holds his own. You know, that there's elements to this that we're forgetting about. The problem with this discussion is we have to omit so much of the context of the narrative to justify this discussion. That's the problem here.
Training or struggle or anything. It's not surprising how people take issues with Rey and why so many people are still willing to defend her because, I don't know. And yet, even despite all of that, I'm willing to say that this is an objective stance. Except when I say everything is objectively true and I say everything is true that I say.
Oh, by the way, I was being sarcastic.
Well, duh.
There is a lot wrong with how the last Star Wars films went. How they're managed, and I'm sure people would love to see another person pissing on that garbage fire, but that's for another time.
Alright, let's take a look right here. Okay, the Pokemon stuff I'm kind of curious about. I feel like we got a lot right there that's interesting. I feel like JoJo I'm going to be annoyed at if we discuss that. DLC content. Is there anything here? Okay, I want to see what he says about. I want to see what he says about Pokemon, though. I'm skip ahead right here.
Especially when the game doesn't want to get on her ass for being the reason why a character died.
Oi, where are you off to?
Of late, that I do think exemplified the player as a Mary and Gary Stu, Pokemon and Persona.
Oh, there's a big surprise!
What? Pokemon tends to be the more egregious case, so let's start there with the recent incarnations.
What?
Sword and Shield.
On,
Controversial titles for sure, but some I think should be discussed, especially considering by the time I get this video out, we'll have reached Pokemon Day, and I need an excuse to put Pokemon in the tags. Gotta get them clicks, baby.
Oh, is this a real Sinnoh game?
Village bustled. I just threw up in my mouth.
Still doesn't look very... Oh, God.
What the frig is going on right now? I am very confused.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
One of the biggest issues I've found in recent Pokemon titles is that you're perceived to be this great up-and-coming champion and trainer. Even before actually battling you, you'll have characters who will shower praise upon you or consider you to be a great trainer. Not helped is the gimped challenge that Pokemon games have offered in recent years, but it still feels like you're already destined to be the greatest trainer in the world here. Everyone's convinced that you are, even your rivals. You know, the last people you'd think would want to lose to you. Now, Pokemon's not known...
Well, not really. It depends on which rival you're talking about. Some see you as more of an encouragement. Some are encouraged to see you succeed, others aren't.
For its deep and enthralling stories, but this is a good example of characters who often get so much handed to them that they are loved by almost everyone. It's something to consider. Hell, even the major antagonist in the last games, Rose, he even sees you as a great trainer when you first meet him for the first time. Personally, I'd prefer a message that says you can be great even if you're not a chosen one, but what do I know? I'm not some guy who writes, I'm just some loser on...
Well, the thing is, you only succeed as much as you accomplish through the work you put into the game. So that's the thing right there. You're only as good as the training you do in the game. Like, you'll never get that far if you don't succeed at the various tasks in the game. So I feel like that's a little wonky. When you're the main character of a game, yeah, you're going to be praised as much as the accomplishments you accomplish in game. And Pokemon's a game made for kids, so they're gonna say, "Oh, you have great potential. You're a real up and comer." You know, doesn't mean you're a champion. Very different.
On YouTube, which is a good lead into the Persona series. Now, this is...
I don't think we didn't say anything yet. That's why I'm confused by a lot of this. I feel like we're starting discussion, but we aren't saying anything.
Series that I do enjoy, but when you consider the main leads of the past three major titles all have what can be essentially classified as harems, have the respect of even their enemies, and can pretty much be suave characters, I can see the argument for how they can be considered Gary Stews. But To counter that, I like to point out that in order to get to that status, you have to do so many stupid things, such as studying, cleaning, taking care of plants. You have to build up your social stats in order to reach that level. So while I can see the argument, I don't think it'd be applied easily, especially if you don't have specific levels in a social stat. You won't be able to choose the cooler and more amazing options.
I'm very confused. Why even bring it up if we're just going to say, oh, well, you have to play the game to get this good? Like, yeah, obviously. It's a game. You gotta play it to get good at it. I'm very confused by this segment.
Part 2 to this. So, I hope you, at the very least, understand where I'm coming from when it comes to my ideas about Mary Sue's.
I don't
More
yet.
Specifically on how I would classify them.
I
And if
don't.
you do, you can understand why some people take issue with these type of characters. So, here's a question. Why do people still like characters like Giorno Giovanna, especially when there's a ton of issues with how the character is portrayed? It's because the character can still be entertaining. Like, there's a lot you can forgive when it comes to characters like this. The overly powered characters. Maybe it's because you can identify with the character's struggles. Maybe it's because there's seriously a badass moment that just sparks some creativity. Perhaps you just like the story that the character's in. Or you just, Okay, maybe that's just a power fantasy thing, but whatever. The thing is, when it comes to overly powered characters, there are reasons why people like these characters, even if some people can label them as Mary Sue or whatever. Let me make this perfectly clear. Characters who are competent and heroic are not what make a Mary Sue character. The reason we like characters, no matter their gender, no matter their race, no matter their skin color, is because we can see parts of ourselves in the character we love. People love to see characters who are like them overcome situations. When we see Luke Skywalker trying to connect with his father, trying to pull him back from a lifetime of mistakes in an attempt to save him from the dark side, it's something that can tug at the people's heartstrings. When we see Josuke from JoJo Part 4 break down and get angry after seeing his grandfather die, seeing how it affects him, you feel for the guy since everyone can relate to losing a loved one, and the same can even apply to Giorno Giovanna, when he learns the tragic truth of Bucciarati. They're more down-to-earth characters, and that's what makes characters great. They aren't perfect, they aren't prodigies, they have to struggle in order to acquire greatness. We want to see these people succeed, we want to see them struggle.
Right, okay, here's the problem with all this. Again, this is going with my definition of Mary Sue's a bit, but if you see the character struggling, and you want to see them overcome that struggle, then they're not Mary Sue. It's just that simple. They're not Mary Sue's. Like, it doesn't matter how strong they are, it doesn't matter how much ability they have. If they're struggling, then they're not a Mary Sue. Because a Mary Sue doesn't struggle. It's that simple. So I feel like he's equating power level and skill level to Mary Sue-dom, when that's not really the case. It's more about conflict in relation to character action. At least how I see it, and how a lot of people see it. The problem is, if a character is struggling, then they're not a Mary Sue. They just aren't. Also, yeah, they are relatable characters with human experiences, but I just find it kind of funny how I don't know. I feel like I'm being a dead horse at this point when I'm saying
come out on top.
He's being a little unfair
Without
to
that
Ray
struggle,
Skywalker,
you
but
lose people who legitimately see these characters and lose humanity to them. And as I keep saying,
like he's saying his bias get in the way of the Ray thing is the problem. Like, he's really biased, and it's clear. And bias is okay. I'm biased, but like, I feel like he's letting that get in the way of his analysis. He's letting the bias prevent him from actually looking at the media and going, okay, let's actually break this down. It feels like he's trying to reach a foregone conclusion and wants to say the popular thing and thinks, well, everyone agrees with me, so it's okay. But he's not really analyzing the media in the process. That's the issue, I think. That he has the starting point. He has a starting point, but the editing isn't doing him any favors in this video. I feel like the editing is. I feel like it feels like there's points in the script that they're missing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like he recorded everything, and then in the edit, something got lost along the way. It feels like we're missing a few minutes of connective tissue to really cement examples and ideas. There's something that was absent in this script, especially. And hey, it happens sometimes. You know, it's okay. You know, not every script has to be flawless. I want to watch another video just to show that. I want to see a more recent video to see how he's improved, because it's about, like, what, 2021? That's like 4 years ago. You know, actually, almost exactly 4 years ago. It was February 28th, 2021. Yeah, about 4 years ago, almost to the day. Well, in a few days plus. So I want to see how he's improved, because I don't want to judge someone's current critical ability based on a video they made 4 years ago. This was just a popular video, and we'll choose a more recent one to kind of compare to. But I feel based on this, the big issue is connective tissue. He says an idea, he gives an example, but then doesn't demonstrate how that example connects to his idea, and oftentimes misses out context from the art to kind of hone in on what he's talking about. And that's the big issue, I think. And again, I did skip the Giorno section because I feel like the point's been made, and I want to see another video too where he gets into different ideas. But I feel like the big issue here is that we're seeing someone who has a lot of ideas, who has a lot of perspective, but the style is getting in the way of the thought, you know? A lot can happen in 4 years. And I will say this. I will let the cat out of the bag slightly. I did talk to MangaKamen before doing this stream. And something he said did give me pause. And this is kind of what I expected to have happen. He did tell me that he puts his foot in his mouth sometimes. I can see that. With this video especially, I can see that. He's kind of stumbling over his point. He's introducing ideas, and he's not giving them the time they need to fully develop. Anyway. Watch that last stream. Oh, I think Willie Guy's pretty cool, I think. Yeah, there you go. All right, there's a few super chats that I read. I'm gonna go to the next video. I feel like we made the point here. Okay, there's a lot of super chats I missed out on. Let me read a few. Oh yeah, I went really far back. Luge Devil. Okay, cool. So, Aaron Dalpha Eagle, thank you for super chat. Haven't watched. We just saw that. Okay, we just saw that one too. C-Nymph, sorry, thank you for super chat. The prequels weren't that bad. Ah, yes, I love watching people sitting around talking, and the plot twist being the change of the scenery. Yeah, exactly. I think the thing is with the prequels trilogy is that on paper they sound interesting. It's a political takeover, as a coup going on, but it's just not shown until the third film in a way that's compelling to the audience. That's the issue. It's the case where you can, on paper, write an epic tragedy, but if it's not communicated to the audience clearly, it's just a mess, you know? Nut the Butter, thank you for super chat. Have you ever played any game in the hyperdimensional Neptune games? Blanc is my favorite character. I don't think I have, but I know what you're talking about, but I've not actually played any of them, unfortunately. Gavin Careth, thanks for super chat. At least I don't think I did, unless there's like another name under a different title under that. Gavin Careth, thanks for super chat. One of my favorite moments in Doctor Who is this very Mary Sue-like moment of the 11th Doctor scaring away a prison militia off only his reputation. Peak. I know the scene you're talking about. I do love that scene. I referenced it in my Mary Sue video too, going like, well, this seems kind of like tension diluting. It is tension diluting, but it is very fun. My problem is then Moffat relied too much on scenes like that. That should have been like a one and done kind of thing. He started with Moffat. His characters tend to be the most important man in the room, and then after a certain point, coast on their reputation. That always bugged me a little bit. But that one scene is really cool. I agree. Nick Wolf, thanks super chat. Mind tricks don't work on me. Only super chats. Yeah, exactly. Suck Chua, thank you for super chat. The point of the comparisons IMO is to show what should be expected, not that it's wrong. Context/history matters in that sense and why it's brought up. I don't disagree. I understand that aspect of it. My problem, though, is we need more connective tissue. We need more of that argument to kind of link the ideas to the examples to the point. Right now, the style is doing a lot of heavy lifting, and it's distracting the audience from the fact that he doesn't really have the vessels to flow the blood flow from one idea to the next. And a lot of it is very time-consuming, and it kind of takes up time that could be spent discussing and analyzing in some way. At least in my opinion. Baichi Apiodera, thank you for super chat. No fight like a street fight. Back to Cyberpunk. Yeah, right? I love Cyberpunk. That's cool. Smujite. I always say your name a different way every time I think. Thank you for super chat. These guys don't understand the idea of montage and how you can show long periods of time with few shots in short time frames to keep things well paced. Yeah, that's a good point actually, because he uses a montage of Ray training and say Ray doesn't train. I'm like, but you're showing it. Ray's training right there. Yeah, that's why I'm a little confused. M. Creeper, I want a thick goth girlfriend. Smiley face. Hey, man, hey, you know what? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I hope you get what you want. That's a great wish. Adrian Parchman, oh my god, this guy stinks. I wouldn't say that. I think this video is not that strong, but I want to see a more recent video because I feel like he has improved in some way. I'm relatively positive. SMJT. I always say your name differently every time, apparently. Thank you, Super Chat. The editing in this video feels like how the Big Bang Theory uses laugh tracks to prop up the jokes. Yeah, I agree. The editing is getting in the way here of the ideas. Because I'm bored, thank you for Super Chat. To be honest, Mary Sue is a useless term at the present because the definition is so subjective. Also, MangaKamen always felt very similar to Jar when it comes to his criticisms. Again, We Are Not Alive pointed out in his comment that Jar and MangaKamen on occasion did use the same editor. Now, one of MangaKamen's other editors are in chat right now, so it wasn't the same editor. But I do feel like, and I think that one element too that I will point out is that towards the end, we get this kind of like, we get like a half hour of complaint about Mary Sue's, and then we get the whole, well, I get why people like it kind of mindset, which, hey, that's cool. That's all right. But I don't know. I think it's a little too late at this point. All right, let's keep going. Now, I want to watch more recent videos. So latest, let's take a look at some within the last year or so I want to look at. And I think he's done a lot of videos basically focusing on the right and wrong way to write a character. So we have manipulative characters. I think villains done right. A video on Scar. Video game horror done right, which is a topic right there. I want to look at some of those characters. Villains who were right. Done a few of those. Yeah, this Metabots one was one I saw, actually. So this is one I had seen previously. Not today, but in the past. Good video. I liked it. Metabots is underrated, I think. Media literacy is dead. If I did that video, I guarantee you that EFAP would be on my ass in a second. Let's take a look at another poll, right? Another poll time. Let's have the chat decide. Let's put a few down here. What next? What next? So I'm gonna put down a few recent ones. So let's take a look at manipulative character. Irredeemable villains. Let's add another option here. Let's go with feel broken characters like we just did with Mary Sue, so I won't do that one. Let's go with two videos the same name. Villains who were right. And let's add a Pokemon one, because I think well, there's some Pokemon mixed in probably with the rivals, but oh, here's one that's interesting. Why you suck at writing women characters. Very similar idea, I think, to the previous one. Let's add that. So chat, decide. Let's figure it out. Let's let democracy choose. I love democracy. Oh, women characters. Oh, it is a close match here. It keeps going back and forth between basically all of them. But women characters is pulling ahead. We have 73, 78 votes in. We have over 440 people. Listen, if everyone in chat who's voting would like this stream, that would be great. Just hit the like button right now and stream. We have 400 people in chat. If all of you liked it when you voted, this stream would be getting a hell of a lot further. So if you're voting, try to hit the like button as well, just to boost me up a little bit. Doesn't hurt the channel. And while you're voting, just a reminder that on Friday, if you haven't come yet, that I'll be doing a video on Snow White on Friday. So just a heads up there. Come back on Friday. And this is the first of 2 streams this week. A second stream will be happening on Thursday, where I will be fighting about horror movie characters. So if you want to come back for another debate, Thursday, same time, I'll be doing another one. And only this one will be in person, and it's a fight to the doom. I'll explain more when we get there. But it looks like I'm about ready to close up shop with this poll. Just everyone, again, like the stream. Please do. That'd be kind of cool if you do. Would like that. Don't know what to tell you. All right, let me just click this right now. Looks like we're done with the poll. It seems there's no contest here. Women characters wins. I had a feeling it would. By a lot. More than half of you voted for the same one. So I think that we're kind of going to focus on the same topic here, that is female characters. I suspect that the debate will probably have a lot of discussion on female characters when we get there. So, why do you suck at writing women characters? Let's take a look.
Hell.
This video is about as long as the other one. I might skip around at points if I feel like it's a topic that, we can skip past, but I'm going to try watching as much as we can. Let's take a look.
Hello everybody, I'm MangaKamen, and let's face it, it's been a while since I made a video specifically talking about such a broad topic when it comes to writing tips and tricks and tropes. And sometimes people just don't like what I have to say.
What the f*** am I looking at?
And that's fair, it's not like I'm declaring what I say to be fact. The only time I do so is if I'm talking about things that are properly established, like what someone said, or dates, or of that sort. And as such, when I talk about the topics on my channel like protagonists, villains, or whatever trope or topic, I only speak from my own experience and what I personally look for and what I can consider good writing. Sure, that 187k number next to my name down there does seem to land a little bit more.
Oh, well, he's gotten a few since then. He's up 8 months ago. He's up by 30,000. Not bad. Not bad.
More weight to my words, but I don't consider myself to be an authority on anything. I'm just a guy who likes writing, drawing, having YouTube videos, and enjoying a nice cold bottle of
name and address withheld.
That leads to this video's topic. The writing of women.
Now, I do want to point this out right now. It is good that he's establishing this kind of self-deprecating kind of approach to his work. And the reason why it's good is because it does show where he's coming from. He's coming from this perspective of an enthusiast. And that's important. From a technical standpoint, you don't want to act like always like you're have a doctorate in the field unless you do. At the same time, however, he does draw. The thumbnails, I believe the thumbnails of his videos are things he draws himself. Now, the editing is significantly better so far. You can see a night and day improvement already. Yes, it is 4 years of difference, roughly. Now, it's actually about 3 years difference, roughly. A little, 3.5. But it's a lot stronger. It's a lot better written. It's more concise. The editing gets less in the way of his points. This is why I like to watch multiple videos of the same person throughout their career online, because you can see the change, you can see the growth. That's good stuff. That's good. I like seeing that. So there you go. Let's keep going.
Female characters in media. I've been no stranger to talking about this topic either, and in the past I like to think I've been a rather generalist when talking about these characters.
Gotta blame somebody, otherwise it's all my fault.
Is she an idiot?
But I have a clear bias, and that's because I'm human. And at the end of the day, when you want to write a lady character, you want to have them be, well, human as well. Oftentimes, when a YouTuber talks about women in media analysis, it boils down to what critiques often do align with what the story is going for, and if it's a good fit or not. That doesn't say
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that's often what happens when people online criticize women characters. I think it's usually a very different conversation. Listen, I just sat through about 20 hours of Rachel Zegler hate on YouTube. Trust me, people are very superficial sometimes when they discuss characters. But I digress. Listen, he's trying to do setup. He's trying to establish how his perspective is different from his perspective. That's fine.
You need to have everything be so rigid for it to work, but I still maintain that it's on a case-by-case basis. So today we'll be going over some writing of characters of the female persuasion, strong and weak writing, and what I think can be done to help improve them. Spoilers for the following pieces of media.
Okay.
Let's go, my friends.
Can we pretend that airplanes in the night?
I don't want to get copyright struck here.
Them here. Hell of a Boss and Hazbin Hotel are topics I've never really strayed away from. And while I certainly do like the series,
I have no interest in Hazbin Hotel or Hell of a Boss, but let me see if the arguments sound convincing.
I do have issues with the writing of the characters. Give it up, Bird Boy, your day is coming very soon. If you've seen my videos focusing on the female leads of Hell of a Boss, Millie and Luna, at this point in time, my opinions of them haven't really changed yet.
Nothing's changed!
That doesn't mean that they're bad characters, it's just that the two are completely neglected in the writing section, and we don't get a lot of actual characterization for the two. Let's put the cards on the table and cut through the fluff. Regardless of gender, what is it that makes a character really good in writing? It depends on the story, but ultimately, if you have characters who are in a story where development is the name of the game, you want the characters to grow and learn, and you want them to achieve their goals. Millie and Luna, in that regard, don't really have any actual goals. Now, I could be grossly misreading this, which, without the...
Well, I think the thing also is, from a character writing perspective, there's always this discussion I had with people who are into writing and all that. There are three questions you should ask when writing a character. What does the character want? That's the first question. Second question. What does the character need? And what is getting in the way of those two things? And the idea should be that all of these three elements are in conflict with each other, because that's how tension is built. So let's use an example of, say, here's an idea. Let's use Superman, right, from the My Adventures with Superman cartoon as an example. Very simple example. Superman wants to fit into society, live a normal life. What he needs is to save the world from either some various supervillains or Brainiac, or find companionship with another Kryptonian, with his cousin. Okay, that's what he needs. And what's getting in the way of that? Well, Task Force X, mostly. Various bad guys, he needs to uncover his past, come to reckon with his needs for his past, and what's getting in the way of that is, well, actually, let me rephrase that. What he wants to fit in, what he needs to do is reckon with his past and identity, and what's getting in the way of that, all the villains and bad guys, who either keep him from learning more, or keep him from living a normal life, etc.
These red shades on my face, I'm as blind as a bat. But, from what we've seen in the show, and I need to stress the show, not the outside material or interviews, there isn't a clear goal for these two that is really coherent. I've stressed this before in my videos, especially in my videos about characters like Giorno Giovanna, and maybe someday in the future a video about Jotaro Kujo. They are static protagonists, but they still have goals that make the audience want to root for the characters. Luna and Millie, however, don't have any real goals for them to really achieve. At least none that would actually inspire actual change, growth, or creative writing for them. This isn't a death...
I can't really speak to that, because again, I don't care about Hazbin Hotel or Hell of a Boss. I might just skip this section, because I really have nothing to contribute to this part. I just don't know these characters all that well, so I can't speak to anything that he's wrong about. Let's skip ahead. What's next? I just don't really have much to add to that section. I'm sorry. I'll watch Hell of a Boss and all that, and Hazbin Hotel eventually, but I just don't have anything strong to say about it.
6 pages. This section is 6 pages long.
That's 6 pages long? Really? That's it? That's 6 pages? That's, what, double spaced? Like, my half-hour reviews are 6 pages long, but I write single-spaced in size 9 font. Because I'm a madman like that. Anyway, let's keep going.
Once again, we're diving into topics that I've actually talked about on this channel before, since I'm sure a good number of folks who have been with me since the last few years are familiar with my series, The Problem of Yu-Gi-Oh! Girls. I kind of stopped after 5Ds for a few reasons, the first being the views on that video didn't really pan out, and secondly, the next series after 5Ds was...
A roller coaster ride of failure. Feeling a strong 3 on this one?
Well, it featured a few issues I frankly don't want to talk about, since the female lead in that show was overtly sexualized numerous times, which, considering her age... yeah, that's a big frickin' issue! Granted, I'm not opposed to resparking the series again, especially since one of the characters I'll be talking about here, I do want to talk at length with the issues surrounding her character. It could be used as a means to fill an entire 20 or 30 minute video on their own, but we'll be talking about it a little bit about it now. So if you're interested, put in the comments, get your game on! And if we manage to get to 5k likes in this video, I'll gladly bring the series back. I have been a fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! Since its inception, and while I do have issues with the writing for some things in the show and manga, I do like to think that a good portion of the writing choices are positive.
So you've got a dweeb army. Am I supposed to be scared to attack?
Only if destroying an innocent soul concerns you.
Nah. As the president of a major corporation, I have to do that every day.
And of course, memeable. That being said, while I do have issues with the dubs of most of the animes, like Vrains including a ton of internet memes...
You're kinda triggering me.
Overall, the story for the anime doesn't really change, at least by heart. I still haven't forgiven the mess that is Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's dub job, where they blatantly ripped out chunks of the story, including the last part of it. Then again, a kid did technically die in that section, so I guess I understand.
I do feel like we're missing the point here. Isn't this about female characters? Is it about like a 2.5 minute section? We haven't gotten to the discussion yet.
Big shit.
Now, this isn't a rant how butchered some of the arguably best parts of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is. This is to talk about the writing of the girls of Yu-Gi-Oh! And frankly speaking, they're probably some of the best examples of wasted potential for characters, especially of the female persuasion.
I wouldn't say the worst example, but they're not great, I don't think.
Since I don't want to overload my editor with over 2 decades of Yu-Gi-Oh! Footage, we'll be focusing on 5Ds and Vrains for this video. More specifically, Aki Izayoi and Aoi Zaizen. But for those who are filthy dub folks only, Akiza Izinski and Sky Zaizen. Ugh. With Aki, as I already made a video detailing her a while ago, let's give her a little refresher. When she was young, Aki had a pretty neglectful father who put his job as senator ahead of her. We're talking about things like missing her birthdays, failing to keep promises to her. It may not sound like big stuff, but she was 8 at the time.
Dude, we're 8.
And neglectful parents can have an effect on kids. Then, when Aki awakened her psychic powers, she used them on her father while she was emotional. And ever since then, Aki was stigmatized by her family, seeing her as a monster, and the same kept happening as she got older, when she used her powers against her peers at school. It culminated with Aki running away from home and living on the streets. The leader of an organization of psychics who sought out her powerful abilities, effectively manipulating Aki into becoming a tool for him to use. The story...
Okay, good. Right there. Excellent. We detail the character's story, what the context is, the core details that are important, articulates all the bits that we need to know to discuss it, and now we have the basis for our discussion. Good. Awesome. That's a good thing. Let's see the follow-through. Took a little while to get here, but right now, we're in solid territory. Let's keep going.
Does what the story is supposed to do, and when she meets the other main characters of the cast, they slowly chip away at Aki's false sense of security, with the main lead Yusei helping her reconnect with her parents and get out of the dependency that Divine let her in. It's a story about tragedy.
Do you mean... Okay, I'm not going to nitpick. There's a couple small nitpicks with the writing he used right now, but the core, that's more like I'd say it differently. It's not really much of a big deal. But good. Good so far.
Tragedy, manipulation, and forgiveness. I know for a bloody fact I'm not doing the story justice with this summation. I do have a much longer video dedicated to why I think Aki's story is great, and I'll link it in the cards in the pinned comment, if you want to check it out. What I'm trying to get here is that in the first 2 seasons of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, Aki's issues were established, there was a lot of conflict that didn't get immediately resolved, and it left the door open for a lot of interesting plots for Aki going forward into the second half of the series. Since...
Okay, yeah, clearly communicated. Alright, that's good. This is good so far.
There are still things that can be brought up with this plot, like Aki trying to reconnect with society, facing against past victims, or even confronting Divine himself. Don't worry, worry, folks, he actually survives that. The art book tells us so. Now, you may be wondering, why am I bringing this up? If I think Aki's story is handled well, why the hell am I bringing her up in this video where I'm talking about terrible things about female characters? It's because in the second half of the series, she is wasted and any potential story beats were shoved to the side. She's literally called a bench warmer in the credits of the bloody show too. I understand that there were some issues with the original voice actress of Aki going on honeymoon at the time, but I don't really believe that could have had too much of an effect since animation isn't done weekly. This isn't South Park, it's anime. On a side note, I do enjoy the performance of Ayumi Kinoshita, and fun fact, she was a member of 2 separate Super Sentai teams. Awesome. Back to Aki, the writing for whatever reason pushed her out of the spotlight since Season 3 had more of a focus on the big 3 characters of Yusei Fudo, Jack Atlas, and... Crow Hogan. Ugh. Your day's coming soon too, Crow. Man, I seem to have something against these bird-based characters. What's up with that? At the very least, Aki had an interesting character and story before she was shelved and was competent as well. I can't say the exact same with Aoi.
Okay, good. Simple argument. Character's very interesting in the first season. As the show goes on, she gets pushed to the side and loses focus, and the show de-emphasizes her. Good. Simple. Direct. That's a point. That is a point in his favor. That's good. I do think he takes a little longer to get to that point, but with a little bit of the meme, jokey stuff. But hey, you know what? If he still, at the end of the day, when he got down to it, relayed a point clearly. That's good. The problem, though, so far is he's getting caught up on a lot of small detail, like basically hyping up other projects he's working on, which, hey, that's fine. You would never see me hype up another project ever in the same video I'm working on. That would be ridiculous. I would hate it if I hyped up anything else I'm working on right now. Oh, who put that there? But the point is that in his video, which should be edited and clearly communicating ideas, he does kind of get sidetracked saying, hey, if you like this video, we'll get up the next video. It'd be great. It gets in the way a little bit of his point, is what I'm trying to say. And this was the whole 6 pages long one, so it's like, it's already very long. He's hyping up how much time there is. It's like a little, I don't know, it's a little bit in his own way, I think.
So, a little context for you guys, this is going to be a bit condensed of her character. Aoi Zaizen, aka Blue Angel, aka Blue Girl, aka Blue Maiden, yeesh, why not get some other alt accounts right, don't you already?
You fool! Yes, I saw someone mention Noraudi's video. Noraudi's did do a Sleeping Beauty video. I wonder if I'll be citing it in the video on Friday. Can't imagine referencing that video on this Friday's video at all as a key element of supporting data for what I'm about to say. Be wild if that were the case, wouldn't it? Anyway, back to this.
I have 70 alternative accounts!
She's a young girl who has established herself as an online pop idol, known as Blue Angel, otherwise known as the Celebrity Duelist. At best, think of her as a VTuber centered around the card game Duel Monsters, which, considering Blue Angel's design, yeah, I can see her as being a VTuber. There's a lot to go into concerning her past, but that'll be for the longer Blue Angel video I'm actually planning if we actually get to it, so for the purposes of this, let's focus on just the beginning part. I'm not going to go into all the issues I have with Aoi. That's for the big one down the line. But early in this series, Aoi had a bit of a selfish tendency. She wanted to prove herself that she could defeat Playmaker, the main protagonist of the story, going so far to publicly demand a duel from him, even though she knows he has little interest in fighting anyone who isn't a part of the major antagonists at this part of the story, the Knights of Hanoi. She just decides they're going to duel. When you think about it, it's weird because prior to this, there were only 2 interactions between Blue Angel and Playmaker that were, one, he saved her, and the second time was him outright saying he doesn't want to duel her. You may be wondering, what's the point of this? Well, it's to take an AI that Playmaker has and impress her older brother, Akira. Even though her older brother explicitly tells her not to do that because of his position as a top manager of SOL Technologies, and if something were to go wrong, like Ao's identity as Blue Angel to get out, that caused issues for him. She still goes through with the plan, and I want to point out that's not an issue in and of itself. A character is allowed to make selfish decisions, so long as they learn from the mistakes they made.
The problem is, so far, this doesn't sound like any different from anything that happened in Yu-Gi-Oh! Otherwise. Like, the whole show is basically introduce new character, have reason for them to duel with the main character, and they go from there. It doesn't seem there's anything particularly, like, distinct about this so far. Nothing about this is major yet. I'm a little confused, but we'll see what's going on. Let me finish this argument. Then
it's a good setup for characterization and points out major flaws with Aoi as a character. She lacks understanding of other people. Aoi expects Playmaker to just accept her challenge, and she expects her brother to just become impressed with her being able to take back the AI for him. She needs to earn Akira's brotherly love. And no, not that way, freaks. And Playmaker is the opponent that she needs to beat to earn that love. Those are what Aoi expects these two to do, because in her mind, that's what they are. They have roles they need to play. But that comes from a lack of understanding them as people, since Akira does love Aoi as a sister, and because of her actions to do this, well, it frustrates him. It's entitlement, and when Playmaker actually does show up to face her challenge, she says, "Entertain me more." Again, this isn't a problem. Characters whose ego need...
I don't understand what the problem is then. Like, the problem with this so far is that he set this up to be like a bigger issue than a fully developed character being sidelined, but I'm not seeing the big issue yet. It's just saying, hey, this character has a personal problem. Their own character flaws keeping them from reaching the answers to their problem. So far, none of this is bad. It's just basic character writing. It's nothing too serious or great in either way. The issue is that I don't get the point, and there's a lot of setup saying there's a lot of problems with this character. We'll talk about it another time. So I don't get what we're talking about now. Like, why now are we discussing this character? The video is why you suck at writing women characters. Well, what sucks about this character? I don't see it yet. You know, that's the issue. I don't get the why or the how of this problem yet.
Needs to be fulfilled will do mistakes and won't realize it until the end. It's why in their first duel, Aoi realizes that her tactics were actually being used by Playmaker as a means to an end. It breaks her down because Playmaker's not doing what he's supposed to do. Lose to her. He's supposed to lose. Aoi wants to defeat Playmaker to tell herself that she's great, and it's because of this that a lot of consequences are not only for her, but Playmaker and her brother too. She gets knocked out and put into a coma. Playmaker is tortured, and her brother loses his position that he needed to provide both him and her with their lifestyle. It was because of this challenge that Blue Angel put a target on her back from the Knights of Hanoi, and I like this. It has the setup for a character to learn from their mistakes, realize they screwed up because they were being selfish and had caused pain for not only themselves but for others. Someone they loved and someone who ultimately had nothing to do with them. We see a flawed character like this, and they create such dire consequences not only for themselves and others, it shows they have issues. But they're not above redemption and are given a chance to improve upon themselves as a character.
Oh, looks like goddammit Malcolm is rating the conversation. It's good. By the way, Malcolm and I will be debating this Thursday. It'll be a fight to remember then. So I'm glad you're coming in now. Oh yeah, we got a bunch of people coming in now. It's fantastic. Hi, Malcolm. But for right now, so far, MangaKamen's arguments aren't too weird so far. This makes sense. I just don't see the point yet. That's the issue. I don't see where he's coming with it right now.
That's what's
welcome. We're gonna read some super chats once we get to MangaKamen's point. But let's keep going. This is going to be good. We're going to be for a little while, I think.
Supposed to happen anyway. Hell, another character named Emma actually calls her out on this. He helps out quite a few people who are trapped in the online space, and the words of the opponent can lend credence to her changing her selfish ways. That's what's supposed to happen, right? Let's fast forward to another prominent duel. Blue Angel
Malcolm says you're gay. That's probably right.
versus Spectre. Now, Spectre is a creepy character, and honestly became a fan favorite since he was a pretty good duelist too, and had a lot of emotions going on. However, the big issue is that despite the consequences of her actions for her selfish behavior earlier in the series, despite being called out by Emma, despite learning that she's capable of dueling for other people and herself at the same time, and despite this line right here...
気づかされたわ。人に期待されて戦える人はみんなのために戦っているのと同じって。だからこれからのブルーエンジェルはみんなのために戦う。
She regresses. The duel against Spectre turns into a duel all about her revenge, the Blue Angel moniker, and obviously the survival of herself, since if she loses, she'll become Data. And it goes into her being unable to understand others. In this
a little confused. So he's saying that she's fighting selfishly, but her entire point was that she's fighting for other people. So I don't get what his point is. It feels like it's contradictory based on the evidence of what he provided. She's fighting because everyone believes in her. So she's fighting for everyone else. So because it's like believe in the me that believes in you kind of thing. Like other people believe in me, so I got to keep fighting for them. I don't see how any of this contradicts her arc so far. The problem is the evidence doesn't support the claims. I'm a little fuzzy on that. This just sounds like a summary of the character. I don't get yet where this sucks. What sucked was before the big, well-introduced character had a lot going on, was sidelined. That clearly makes sense. Character with a good arc is sidelined completely. That logically makes sense. This is like character fights selfishly for personal gain, loses, is humiliated, suffers, is forced to grow, and then following that, learns to fight for other people who believe in her, not becoming totally selfless, but fighting for others that believe in her. I don't get what he's trying to say, because the logic, maybe he gets to the point later. I'm a little confused by this.
In this case, Spectre, since there's an attempt to analyze each other through their dueling, with her believing that she can save him in the process.
Okay,
empathy is good.
愛を求めるあなた、そしてブルーエンジェルの青は究極の愛。あなたはそんな青い愛を求めている。今あなたの心にブルーエンジェルが舞い降りる。そしてあなたの魂を救ってあげる。
本当ですか？ああ、救ってください、私の魂を。
But because of this, she gets caught up in Spectre's trap because, as Spectre puts it, she's deluded.
残念です。私にとっての倒すべき悪、それは私を救うなどというくだらない妄想を抱くあなたのくだらない、あまりにもくだらなすぎる。
I do understand that the change in people takes time, and this is the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Reigns, but when you have such a drastic consequence for a character early on, and have such dramatics and callouts on the selfish behavior, I'm not gonna lie, it leaves a bit of a sour taste in my mouth, especially since...
But she's not being selfish, though. That's the problem. I don't understand your argument. Because she's not being selfish. She's demonstrably trying to help someone else. She's fighting for other people. She's trying to save someone who she empathizes with. But the only foolish part is that she's convinced the person is just like her and that she can help save him. She's being selfless. The problem is she's being naive. That's the issue. I don't think you got the point of this. I think you missed the point of Yu-Gi-Oh! In this case. I'm just a little confused. It doesn't make sense. I think you misread something here. The guy's a jerk. The bad guy's a jerk. I don't think you understand it. I think we were in a live saying, so I think it's a good point right there. It seems the show recognized the main flaw of the Blue Angel character. It's like it leaves a sour taste. The fact that she acts like an idol. Yeah, she's changing, she's growing, she's actively developing, but there's still core elements of her personality that are intrinsic to who she is. She's changing and growing from responses to experience, but that doesn't mean you're going to be a completely perfect character based on one series of awful events. A case I like to fall back on a lot is Evangelion, where characters suffer multiple horrible things that happen to them. And at the same time, once you get through all that, what are you left with? You're left with characters who make the same mistakes again that they made before, just this time they're more emotionally vulnerable. They have a lot going on there. The problem is that I don't follow the logic that he has here. It doesn't add up. It seems contradicted by the evidence.
Since the ending for the character, well... There's a reason why this was a memeable image back in the day. It's a little much, though. And more so since it's supposed to be a build-up of the threat of Spectre as a character, at the expense of Blue Angel. It's not the worst writing, but there's more to be coupled with this. So you might be hearing more about this topic in my Blue Angel video down the line, but I spent about 13 minutes on this section, and we've got other characters I want to talk about.
Okay, so let's read some super chats, because I think he's done talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! For a bit. Let's read a few super chats. Because I let a bunch pile up. Or I left a couple pile up. Yamate, thank you for the super chat. First time catching you live after a 16-hour night shift and a 2-hour nap. Let's go! Oh my goodness. That's a long shift. Matt, 0044. The Legend of Korra needs a cultural reappraisal. I agree. Legend of Korra has a lot of good going on. There was a time it went to Netflix or something like that, and a lot of people were watching it for the first time after it aired, and people were liking it again. I think Korra has a lot going for it. That's pretty good. Adrian Parchman, you son of a gun, you hooked me, Anthony G. Thumbs up. Yay, I try my best. All right, so I don't understand any of the issues that he discussed. I feel like there's a lot of characters from Yu-Gi-Oh! You can discuss in this thesis. An example I thought of was Taya Gardner from the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! She's basically the team cheerleader, yet functionally does very little to further the plot. She's supposed to be the heart of the team, yet very rarely does anything that actually helps motivate Yugi that none of the other characters are also doing simultaneously. She's made redundant in the flow of the plot by everyone else. And she kind of ends up being more of a damsel in distress at times, or someone on the bench. It's a problem with a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Shows where the show focuses so much on the individual duelist fighting the opponent that the supporting cast kind of becomes tertiary in a way that they don't really have much of an influence on the narrative. He did Taya in another video, but not in this video is the problem. He discussed Mai in another video, but not this video. Do you see the problem with that? Like, he's saying, I'll discuss this more in detail in another video. Well, I want to hear your point now. You know? Like, there's no guarantee I'll ever watch that video. From my perspective, you have to provide all the information you need in the video itself for the person to walk away and understand what's happening. That's the issue. You can't just say, I addressed it somewhere else. Like, no, you gotta tell me it now. Because I might not watch what the other thing is if I'm not sold first here. You know? You get one chance for an impression. You gotta make it count. You know? That's my opinion anyway. But yeah, it just feels like Taya would be a better example. Because Taya's recognizable. People know Taya. Not everyone's seen the other seasons of Yu-Gi-Oh! And with something like this, you want to provide context for the narrative. He does that. He gives an explanation as to what he's talking about, so the viewer who may not be familiar with, who might just watching because Hell of a Boss is in the video and go, oh, I know Hell of a Boss, don't know Yu-Gi-Oh! All that well, but you give me the story, I'm getting the information, I can follow along with your logic. But it breaks down with that Blue Angel character. I don't think it flowed very well, personally.
We've been duped!
Duped!
Bamboozled!
We've been speckledorfed!
That's not even a word, and I agree with you.
If you've noticed a small trend in this video, congratulations! You're a hell of a lot smarter than I am. But really, one of the goals of this video is to showcase that the writing of women characters can have the same issues as the writing of male characters. The issues of writing aren't a one-size-fit-all, but that doesn't mean general issues cannot be spotted or improved upon. That being said, there are going to be issues with male and female writing that are going to be unique to the character's gender. Somewhat. You can still have similar plot beats, but that doesn't mean you can have plot beats that are aimed at ladies and have a focus on them. Sometimes good, other times bad. Metal Gear Solid and Rising. I'm gonna be honest, I do owe a lot of this series for this channel, mostly with Metal Gear Rising for obvious reasons. Now, Kojima has been criticized for how he portrays women in his games. Quiet is probably one of the most discussed characters in recent time that garnered a lot of controversy because of her design and her need to not wear as many clothes so she wouldn't suffocate. Literally. Of course, a lot of people who talk about her design and backstory will often not actually dive deep into the game, and most will probably not be aware of things like the one scene where Venom, Snake, and Quiet are in the shower together with guards watching the whole thing. And there are other issues I have with...
Okay, so let's take a step back. Yeah, First off, male characters, they're often criticized in ways that are different than female characters. That's undeniably so, but writing is writing and characterization is characterization. The big issue is ultimately how the characters are written, how they flow, how they're developed, etc. The problem here, though, I have so far is that we're not really... It took about 20 minutes to get to the real... And listen, I take a while often to get to the point of the video, so I'm not criticizing that aspect of it. That's fair. But the issue I have here is that with this particular discussion, we're kind of saying men and women have similar characters, but great. Okay, that's fine. That's good. Connective tissue. Quiet. Not quiet to chat, but I'm saying quiet the character. The problem is, yeah, her design, yeah, all that, but there's another element to it as well. The concept of the sexy lamp character. The sexy lamp character is someone who can conceivably be replaced with a lamp in the narrative and nothing changes. Like, if you can replace the character with an attractive lamp and the plot doesn't really change, you've written a character that's not very dynamic or interesting. The problem here, though, is that by doing that, you kind of negate the idea of what... It's not even a character at that point, it's just a stand-in. Quiet's design is a lot. It is exploitative. It's kind of... Character's not really... I don't think Quiet's a particularly great character. Kojima does try to be more self-aware about the visual of the character's whole thing, but, like, I don't know. I'm not sold yet on what he's trying to say, but I want to hear what his point is before I make a conclusion about it.
Quiet in Metal Gear Solid 5 as a whole in that regard, but this is not the video for that. On the other hand, you'll get characters like Eva and the Boss, who arguably are some of the best written women in all of Kojima's lineup. Eva being a stark contrast to Quiet, who, while sexualized as well in MSG3, had a more logical and down-to-earth reason for it, in my opinion. She was a female spy, and typically in fiction, they use their looks and charm to get what they want.
Let's also not forget the fact that this is also the game where Naked Snake gets caught by the bad guy, Vulcan, because he reaches down under his, between his legs and goes, you're not this guy. You know? Like, Kojima loves sexualizing his characters. Let's just be blunt about it. Nothing bad about it. I'm not complaining, but he does. And, we don't need to justify it. It just exists in the plot. But Boss, the Boss is one of the best written characters Kojima's ever created. Undeniably so. No argument there. The Boss is fantastic. And yeah, both are sexualized, but yeah, it's not the biggest deal. In the scheme of things. It's not super, valuable.
How's that?
Plus, there was more of a connection to the main character, Naked Snake, and was used to convey an actual relationship between the characters. I don't say this to put down Kojima's writing. Yes, I have issues with his style of writing, but on the whole, I tend to enjoy his games for what they are, and typically I can endure whatever faults are in most of his games. Most of the time. Which brings us to Rose. In Metal Gear...
But the Boss. Let's talk about the Boss. The Boss is great. Let's keep talking about the Boss. I'd love that. Oh, okay, I guess not. Okay, it's fine. But Rose is interesting. Rose is interesting in how she exists to bait and manipulate Raiden in the function of the narrative with the Patriots. There we go. But she's interesting. She's designed to be simple, but ultimately she's a tool to manipulate Raiden.
Gear Solid 2, Rose was introduced as one of our contacts in the game, as well as the significant other to Raiden. This was used to basically prompt Raiden to continue the mission, especially since later on we learned that Rose is being held hostage by the actual antagonists of the game, the Patriots. Of course, before that point, she was actually a spy for the Patriots before she was taken hostage, and even told Jack that she was pregnant with his child. Hooray! We're getting ahead of ourselves here, but we need to...
It's all done to manipulate Raiden. It's a great element of Metal Gear Solid 2. The whole game subverts your expectations by showing the whole thing is a game within the game. It's great.
Establish these facts since it's important for what I want to talk about, especially since Rose works well in Metal Gear Solid 2 to help make Raiden work as a character. In MGS2, Raiden is supposed to be a representation of the player, especially when Rose tries to get him to open up about his past. Whenever Rose
I wouldn't say that. I would not say Raiden is a representation of the player. I'd say Raiden is an introductory character you can learn more about the world, but I wouldn't say a stand-in, because Raiden has his whole backstory. I mean, granted, you learn most of it in the end, but the way Metal Gear Solid works, especially the way the second Metal Gear Solid works, is it forces you to recontextualize everything you've seen previously by subverting expectation. I also don't understand what any of this has to do with us sucking at writing female characters. These are great writing. These are well-written women, with the exception of from 5. It was Quiet. It was the exception of Quiet. These are all really well-written characters who serve a really important function in the narrative.
Prods into Raiden to open up to her. He gets defensive about the topic and wants to focus on the mission. In contrast to when Rose nags Raiden to remember about tomorrow, it pushes Raiden to keep to his mission until the end and survive. But when he pushes her away about his past or his room, Raiden becomes extremely relatable to the player. After all, everyone's got something in their past and current life that they don't want to talk about, or some aspect of them that makes them uncomfortable. And here's why Rose is important to Metal Gear Solid 2 and as a character in that game, that you shouldn't run away from the issues you have, and it's healthy to be open and talk about them. She says this to Raiden, and Raiden is supposed to be a stand-in for the player. Of course, with that in mind, in this game you can be pissed on and...
I don't agree with that, Reed, actually. I think she's interesting because she's supposed to be like a subversion, essentially. She's a subversion of that type of character in fiction in general, where you think, oh, it's the person waiting for you back home who cares about you, who shows you empathy, but really she's a tool meant to control you. It's all about how these different components in your life lead you down a path of control, how they dominate your existence. The Patriots control every facet of existence, as far as the player is concerned, and at this point anyway, and therefore she is another level of control, and breaking that control is part of the themes of the game. Now, you can break free of control if you make your own choices outside of the system and the rules set for you. You know, she chooses to break free of the system for Raiden's sake. That's an element of the story. It's very interesting. I think that this is a very player-centric read of her character, and that's fine, but like, there's more to it than that. There's more layers to unpack, I think, anyway. But again, I don't see how any of this fits with the thesis of the video. Why do I suck at writing women? I gotta know. I clicked on it for that reason.
Forced to run out naked doing flips, but I think you see my point. Rose is an important character. Of course, then there's the prospect that the Rose you've been talking to all this time has been AI made by the Patriots, so that could just be me overthinking and not paying attention to the whole thing, but it is confusing nonetheless. Then we get to Metal Gear Solid 4, and there was a lot of contention with Rose as a character. This is going to be super condensed summary time! Yay! In Metal Gear Solid 4, in order to protect Rosemary and John, Raiden's son, Raiden was told that Rosemary had a miscarriage. Rose married Roy Campbell and pretended that John was his kid, all to make sure the Patriots couldn't go after them and use them to manipulate Raiden. And it was because of all this that there was a perception of Rose being a monster. Hell, one of the most popular videos of Metal Gear Solid 4 brings this up.
So if you think about this for 2 seconds, this is incredibly contrived and Rose is a fucking monster. Campbell too. So back in Act 2, when Rose explains what happened between her and Raiden, she doesn't actually lie. All she says about their son and Roy is that the baby hadn't been born yet and that Roy was so kind to me. But now we know that Raiden believed that Rose had a miscarriage and that she married Campbell. So here's a revised timeline of events. After the Big Shell incident, but before the child was born, memories from Raiden's time as a child soldier began to resurface and he became unstable. He started drinking, he stopped coming home, all kinds of tragic stuff. At some point in here, Rose got close with Campbell. Also at some point in here, Raiden took on the mission of saving Sonny from the Patriots, which means that he was communicating with Eva. So while Raiden is struggling with PTSD and alcohol abuse, Roy approaches Rose and says, "Hey, you know how you're currently bearing Jack's child? Here's the plan. We're gonna tell him that his son is dead. And then you're gonna pretend that you don't love him anymore and stage a fake marriage with me. We'll do this to protect you and your son from the Patriots." And she said, yes.
Now that sounds pretty bad, right? And
No, it sounds like something that would happen in this universe. You know? Like, again, when you look at Rose from the perspective of someone who subverts the system to escape it, and who doesn't play by the game to protect everyone, it makes total sense, right? Like, yeah, I feel like he's missing the point of the character's functionality in the plot. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's do another video. I don't like this one. This one's kind of boring me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like everyone kind of agrees. Chat, do you want to skip that video? Do you want to go to a different one? I'm not really a fan of this one. Let's go to a different one. Oh, yeah. Oh, thanks for stopping in me in our live. It was really cool to see you here. Let me know if you ever want to collaborate on something. It'd be really cool. I feel like it'd be really fun to do that with. But no, let's go for a different video, because I don't like that one. That was kind of boring me a little bit. Yeah, no, I don't think he made a point there. So let's move to something else. Yeah, I don't think it made sense. I feel the problem there, and let's do one more video, and then we'll call it a night. I think the problem is, and I'll choose the video this time. I'll make an executive decision and make a choice. I think the problem there is he never got to his thesis. I didn't see the point in all the discussions. It's like, yeah, here's a character who's kind of maybe not that well written, subjectively, and that's fine, but like I was looking for like specific reasons. Why do writers struggle with women? What are some problems they deal with? What are some adverse qualities? I just kind of found myself going, okay, get to the where we're going with this, and I don't think we really ever got to the point. Democracy failed, and it's not the first time it's happened. Okay, let's try looking at this. Okay, you know what I want? You know what we should do? You know what? Let's just do something shorter, something more concise. Something that we can level set for a discussion later on. Let's look at Sweet Baby Ink. All right, let's take a look at what we got here. Sorry. Adrian Parchman, thank you for Super Chat. Heck, Nux Taku gets the point faster than him. Well, listen, I talk a lot, so I can't criticize anyone for talking too much, but I always try to focus in on what the core ideas of what we're discussing are. And if I go on a tangent, usually it's because it connects to something else. Okay, you know what we're going to do? Let's, okay, here's what we're going to do. Let's look at, I kind of wanted to look at, let's look at his most popular videos, right? All right, here's one that's shorter. The right and wrong way to make a rival. That's pretty decently there, but you know what? Actually, let's just do High Guardian Spice is too long, I think. You know what? Yeah, let's do right and wrong way to make a rival. 20 minutes long, should be nice and concise. Simple.
Mind if I got in?
Why Ruby sucks is most popular. You know what? Yeah, let's watch the most popular one. Let's just go with Ruby. You know, let's do it. Ruby. Yeah, Ruby. Let's do it.
So before we begin this video, I need to explain something. I originally was going to make this video because I want to talk about the season before I went on break. That didn't happen. So I decided that I would still keep this work right here. So for the most part of this video, you're going to see my thoughts with the opening first 8 chapters of Volume 8. I still think it's interesting to talk about there, but please note that there will be some outdated information. Don't worry though, after seeing the other half, well, let's just say, I managed to write up about another 10 pages for that. Spoilers ahead. Okay, let's not waste time. I'm MangaKamen. Hi, I'm the guy that Ruby fandom loves to hate and would probably like to do pretty much that. But
I mean, in fairness, a lot of people in the Ruby fandom they don't like, you know?
I'm not unreasonable, guys. I like to think that despite my criticisms and obvious dislike of the direction the show was going, I don't mind it if people like what I don't like. And I like to think that just because I'm being negative, that we can at least respect each other's opinions, right? Or we could just spend the next 20 minutes ripping each other's teeth out with a chainsaw.
Yeah, let's run a speed up of the video because this is long. So I'm going to do a quick speed up of this. Let's go 1.5 speed. How's that sound? Speed up a slight amount. This is like a 50-minute video.
To be fair, I know the volume isn't over yet. We still have the untamed half of Ruby to get through, but considering that I have a lot of problems with the volume thus far, and since I got nothing better to do, I figured I'd talk about the issues that I have with the series as much. And please, remember, I'm just giving my opinion. Most of what I do is for the sake of comedy as well. Okay, so let's start this off strong with one of the biggest complaints I have, and that would be Cinder Fall.
No, God, please, no! No! No!
No! Yeah, the H-Bomber guy is the least popular, probably in the Ruby fandom. Have I read the original Yu-Gi-Oh manga? Yes, I have actually. Back in the day, it was in the I used to read the original like Shonen Jump volumes as they were coming out in America, and I read Yu-Gi-Oh through that. Then I think I bought the rest of the little volumes as well afterwards. Anyway, but yeah, this is kind of like, okay, so you get the idea. He's talking about Ruby. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit past the Cinder backstory because I want to get to his like actual points. Let's go ahead and
really hollow with me.
Continuity's big issue.
So, I've made abundantly clear in my past videos that I believe Ruby doesn't have the best track record when it comes to things like semblances, facts, or sometimes even logic. Despite what people may tell you, continuity is important. It's supposed to make sure that the writers don't overstep bounds unless it's necessary to do so.
Why is you including a clip of Patrick H. Willems? Is he talking about like the plot holes don't matter video? Continuity is important. It is important to flow properly with that. Oh, the Wave Runners. Thank you for Super Chat. And this is, by the way, the editor who has worked with MangaKamen in the past. I know for a fact I edited that Rivals one even without looking because I put the Yakuza music and showed footage of Arbiter from Halo. If you see Xenoblade 2 anywhere, that's likely me too. Hey, valid. Xenoblade's great. You get a couple. Did I leave any other Super Chats I forgot? Let me take a look. No, I didn't. Okay, cool. We're good. All right, good. Let's keep going.
For dramatic effect, an example being semblances and aura. Now, I've gone on record that throughout the show's history that the show has been playing pretty fast and loose with the rules of semblances, and I still maintain that opinion. Only now I have a bit more to complain about. Yay, negative man likes to be negative.
All you ever do is complain.
Like, now apparently semblances can evolve?
You don't really believe that. You are furious about losing Clover, and you miss him.
Well, I've got a lot to say about that scene. Funny enough, while I'm okay with the idea of semblances evolving, I do wish there was this thing called set up. Like, maybe
don't they go to school to learn how to use their semblances correctly? Wouldn't that be the case? Like, it strikes me as like with any skill, the more you use it and the more you reinterpret it, the stronger it gets. I don't think indicating that a power changes over time is necessarily a continuity error. It's just simply, unless we say it's like a static concept, I don't see what that has to do with anything in terms of being a problem. That doesn't make sense to me personally.
In previous volumes, we have a scene where someone explains that semblances have the uncanny ability to change or such with the user in their life, something that My Hero Academia did. At best, what we had before was Harriet saying that Ruby's semblance isn't just speed, meaning that she didn't understand her own semblance, which, great job, writers! Way to make Ruby even worse than her before by making her seem more incompetent.
Did Penny just figure that out before you did?
Shut the fuck up!
Actually, well, okay, here's the thing. Like, a character not fully grasping the extent of their abilities, that's not unusual, especially for, like, action-centered stories. Usually, it's important that characters develop and grow. They shouldn't have mastery of their skills before being trained properly. I just feel like it's a weird argument to bring up as your first criticism of continuity issues in this video. It doesn't seem to make any sense at all. I never liked how in certain critical spaces the idea that powers don't evolve is seen as a negative, right? Like, it doesn't make sense to me how we say, oh, well, they didn't display this power earlier in the show. Like, yeah, because you need to introduce new things to make the story interesting. Like, Iron Man made a new suit every couple of, I don't know, half a movie, basically. And you're like, well, Iron Man didn't have this suit before, therefore it's a continuity error. Like, no, it's just a new element that was added. I don't necessarily get what the point is. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Now that I think about it, why do we need such a detailed explanation, especially when most of the other semblances are made vague so the audience doesn't go, "What has science done?" Going back a couple volumes, there's the Maria fight, where she was able to use her semblance even though her aura was broken. And we're talking about Volume 8 here, and to a lesser extent Volume 7, since that's in tandem, if you ask me, that there's other issues with continuity.
What would you need to launch Amity now?
We've made decent progress on construction and fuel collection. All potentially manageable, but Amity was designed so that it couldn't launch itself without first being granted clearance from General Ironwood's toe.
You said in your speech that Amity Tower was ready to launch. You just said that. To lure out Watts.
Not good at a lot of memory-related things.
Do I really need to point out how this is bad? I do. Look, if it was so easy to set this up, why in the world wouldn't Ironwood just say to these kids that they don't know what they're talking about? I understand at this point that they broke his trust and he wouldn't want to speak up, but I don't know, it just seems more appropriate that if you got a bunch of whiny kids who are trying to lecture you about this sort of thing, that you drop the bombshell to so they really don't understand the situation. And I'm not sure if this falls under continuity, but...
That's why you lost against Team Ruby. You try to fight how you feel about each other, so you'll never truly work as a team.
Shut when you think about it. Calm down.
Elm was beaten because she let her emotions...
Okay, I'm a little confused by the point there. How's that continuity error if you understand what the characters were doing and didn't reveal information yet because that wasn't relevant information for the characters to talk about? Like, yeah, it's not good, right? You can argue it's not strong character writing, but that's not continuity. That's just characters making a choice to not reveal information. I don't feel like that really fits with continuity in terms of that discussion. So I'm just a little confused by that aspect of it. I don't think that makes sense. That being said, though, I'm not a big Ruby fan, so there might be some elements with Ruby that you might think I don't get, and that's fine. The problem also is that with Ruby, it was always built on a shaky foundation. Let's be blunt about it. Like, Ruby was always built on a very fast and loose idea. Like, it was always rule of cool, stylistic kind of stuff. And it's only, unfortunately, after the passing of Monty Ohm that I think the show started going more plot-centric, when before it was more style-centric. And a more style-centric narrative, it doesn't really matter if things don't totally add up logically. It's meant to be cool. If it's cool, that's what matters. The problem, I think, with Ruby is that as the show went on, it stopped being cool, and therefore you started noticing how the plot made no sense. That's my opinion, anyway. I'm not a big Ruby fan, in case you couldn't tell. I think it's fun, but I don't really care much about the plot of Ruby all that much. Great Bar, thank you for Super Chat. I don't mind the concept of a semblance evolving. However, we have had no point on the show saying it can change or evolve, and we never see lessons in the show. Yeah, again, that's the problem, because they didn't think it through all the way. That's the issue. The problem isn't continuity. The problem is that the world isn't developed fully enough, at least not initially. And because of that, when they want to add new concepts, it feels like something that was just pulled out of thin air because it probably was, So that's a factor too. I think
and allowed negative commentary to make her lash out. Harriet was so focused on going after Ruby that she did not help any other teammates. This could have been justified if Harriet brought up how fast she is and setting up the idea that she has some sort of obsession with being the fastest. If Marrow used his semblance effectively, then it would have been a 4v1 with all the Aesops against Ruby. If the battle was getting dicey, then the Aesop should have been improvised to overcome this obstacle. And Vine? Well, he was there. He would have been perfect fighter against Yang due to his semblance.
Big, meaty claws!
I find this hilarious that the idea they tried to push is that not being friends means that you can't have great teamwork. That to me makes no sense. I've worked with groups with people I don't like, but that doesn't stop me from working effectively with them. This idea of trying to explain...
Okay, that's a good point. But, like... Okay, that's a decent point, but the problem I think I have here with that is that it's just sort of, I don't know. I feel like the idea of the episode is that they are friends, that they want to come together again or whatever. But it's like, I don't know. I feel like what he's pointing out is so combat-centric. I don't know. It almost feels like... You know what the problem I have with this is? I think what the core problem I'm having with this video is so far, and a couple of his videos so far, it's that it's focusing more on how the plot exists in service of the action, and how the power is all relevant, how the strength of the characters matters. But in actuality, a lot of it is, that's kind of like just an extension of how the conflicts get resolved. I don't think power is necessarily as important in character writing as it is a tool and a vehicle to move the conflict forward. The problem is RWBY is built on a style over substance kind of narrative. The action is all that. I think that's one of the reasons why I never vibed with RWBY, and most of the RWBY criticism always seemed very pointless to me, because it's ultimately subservient to the idea that I don't really care about action without it meaning anything to the plot. And in a lot of this, it's like, well, the plot is in service of the action, if that makes sense. At least in my opinion with RWBY. Further, not working with someone in a group project at work or at school is not the same thing as working with people you don't trust in a combat situation. In a combat situation, if you don't trust the person with you, it's going to be rough. It's going to be bad. You might get really hurt, and you might leave yourself vulnerable to attack. That's an issue.
Why the Aesop's loss is just trying to respond to the criticism that was levied against the fight. Hell, Elm and Vine actually worked together in that fight.
Things are not that simple.
Look, I'm gonna be clear, there's a lot wrong with how the Aesop's versus RWBY fight went. Stuff like how the Aesop's apparently flip personalities, the fact they seem to do stupid things, like how Marrow didn't use his semblance right at the start to stop the fight, or how Vine couldn't have used his power to re-grab Blake after Elm did what she did, but decided it wouldn't be worth it. Look, what I'm saying is, a lot of this fight was BS, but the Aesop's didn't lose because of a lack of teamwork. Hell, the only teamwork that Ruby and Weiss had was Ruby knocked back a single attack, pose, and head out, and Weiss sniping in a victory from Ruby. Blake and Yang had good teamwork, but having defeated their foes, they didn't go help the others. Look, saying the Aesop's lost because of the whole not being friends is just dumb. Not having great teamwork? Oh yeah, that's why when they fought against the Geist in Volume 7 and Penny in this volume, they were actually pretty effective. I'm not asking for much, I'm just asking that the writers actually remember what they put in the show.
Again, that's a fair point. The difference between how the characters act in combat and how it reflects their characterization. That's an element of discussion that's worth discussing. Again, kind of self-contradictory there. Again, characters act a certain way in combat. Plot tells us we're supposed to think a certain way about them otherwise. That's an issue. Yeah, so let's keep going.
Alright, this video's been way too negative. I've been trying to become more positive with my content lately, and it's time that I talk about some positive stuff in RWBY. I mean, I like the Talking Grim.
That's cool.
Sure, the design could easily use some work. It's not all that creative, but a Talking Grim? Well, that's pretty cool, and something that even I wanted to see, since the intellectual Grim would be fun. Especially since it could do some fun things like use tools or use a hostage.
3, 2, 1, go!
It's too bad it's muddled by stupidity.
Who threw this at me?
So, not only are Yang, Ren, and
you couldn't stay positive for a few minutes. That's the problem right there. Oh well.
John trying to fight this thing on top of these hover bikes or whatever, which severely limit their mobility and attacking ability. But whenever the Grim uses Oscar as a shield against one of them, none of them try to attack from the other angles.
Wait, it's using Oscar as a shield!
There's even a point where Yang has a clear shot at the damn thing's back while it's using Oscar as a shield against Ren. What the hell are you doing? Punch it! Kick it! Bite its ass! Do something! Well, that didn't stop.
All these complaints are about combat, though. Like, what about the story in there? I mean, I guess I skipped the Cinder backstory things. That's probably story and continuity right there. But the problem is, all of this is kind of like, this action scene doesn't make sense. This action scene's not great. Like, okay, characters, right here. Characters is important. This might be important to look at. I'm going to skip ahead to the negatives right here. Let me look at this.
Title! This is stuff that irks me, but didn't have enough weight to put into a specific section. Like, I'm glad there's actual character development for side characters, but the fact of the matter is, there are way too many characters in this damn show. And this has been a problem with the series for quite a while. Let me break it down. We've got Team RWBY, 4 people. Team Jean, 3 people. Oscar and Co, that's 4 people. Ironwood and his crew, 6. The Prisoners, 4. The Happy Huntresses, 4. The Villains, 7. The Schnee family, 2. Now, if my math is right, that's at least 33 to 34 people. And that's just the characters who have names and speaking roles. I'm not saying it's impossible to have a large cast of characters, but much like the show we've seen in the past, the show has a tendency to make superfluous characters, and it really hurts the show, in my humble opinion. You know, there's a real fun thought experiment, and one you probably heard before. The Fat Man problem.
If you haven't heard of it, give me a sec to explain. I'll explain how it ties into RWBY. And no, this isn't about that one RWBY critic with the luxurious beard. This isn't a jab at him. I'm sorry to disappoint. Basically, the Fat Man problem states that you are crossing a flyover and you meet a fat man on it. You don't know this person. Under the flyover, there's a railway and the train is coming. However, there are some workers on the railway. Both you and the fat man realize in horror that the train must have had some issue or the driver can't see the workers on the railway in time. In fact, 100%, the train will run over the workers. Said workers are doing noisy work, so there's no chance they hear the train coming. Too long didn't watch. If nobody does anything, the workers will all die.
Any more bright ideas?
However, you realize that the fat man is indeed very fat and heavy. If you were to throw him under the bridge and onto the railway, the train would probably stop, and you're 100% sure that this would work. But the fat man will die. The fat man's no hero, and he's obviously not thinking about doing this. This is your idea only. Both the fat man and the workers are strangers to you. So what will you do? Do you kill the fat man to save the workers? Or do you just can't do it and let the workers die? Now, if you have any idea on how this translates to RWBY, this idea sounds familiar with what started up in Volume 7 and into Volume 8.
That's the trolley problem. It's the trolley problem. The trolley is going to run over a bunch of people. You have a lever. Will you use the lever to make sure that the trolley goes off course, knowing that the trolley will then hit a single pedestrian, and you chose to kill that pedestrian? Or will you do nothing and let the trolley run everyone over? But I don't think that has anything to do with there being too many characters. I'm a little confused what your point is. Let's see what he has to say.
Mate, Salem.
Hello there, MangaKamen. I see you in the comments now. Yeah, I'm a little confused by this one. This one, I'm not totally sold on some of your points here.
Big bad of the series with the really stupid hair, get that off your freaking head already, is flying into Atlas airspace with a huge whale Grim, an army of Grim at the ready, and some very terrible fashion sense that seems to be spreading amongst the entire crew. Ironwood is the person on the flyway and realizes that there's no way to save everyone with the amount of time that they have. And thus, his plan was to have the Sea of Atlas fly up and out of Salem's path, and leave Mantle behind, because if he doesn't, he'll likely lose both. Now, why is this a problem? It's because of how the writers wrote this entire situation. Normally, when it comes to these kinds of decisions, we like to see the heroes overcome the impossible odds. The best example that comes to mind is Age of Ultron, with the heroes attempting to stop Ultron from dropping that huge rock onto the Earth. We, as the viewers, love these kinds of heroes because they're willing to go against the odds to save people. It's honorable. However, it's also stupid. There's a few problems in
I don't know if it's stupid, but I don't know if it's stupid. Okay, yeah, we want to see heroes succeed. We want to again, given the choice between what's the phrase from Star Trek? The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, right? So, yeah, it's the sadistic choice. For Spider-Man fans, it's the scene at the end of the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie where he has the Green Goblin has the trolley of kids and Mary Jane and says, "Oh, I got to choose one. You can't save both." And Spider-Man chooses both. A lot of these hero stories you can choose both.
Concerns with that with Team.
Yeah, I do think I see you in the chat comment. I do think that one issue I've had with a few of these videos is concision, and it's something I struggle with too. So I can't even hold you too accountable for just concision of writing. There's a few bits where I think you went on a little too long about things that don't. And I'll say it's more next. And again, to everyone in chat, we are debating formally next Tuesday, so I'll give you a heads up there. But give you a heads up on this point. I do feel concision of writing is a concern I've had with a couple of these videos. This is like video 3 we've seen so far on live. Let's take a look.
RWBY. The thing is, they didn't have an actual plan. They need to save everyone. That's it. But there's no actual thought put behind it. Meanwhile, Ironwood is sacrificing Mantle to save Atlas and the world to some extent. Because if Salem gets her hands on the spear that allows Atlas to float, the world's gonna be doomed.
Many months later.
In pursuit of a new world, no cost is too great.
That was probably pretty dumb, huh?
Remember, during this time, Ironwood had both the spear and lamp. In order to prevent Salem and her lackeys from getting their hands on them, this was the best plan to work. Let me make this clear. My issue isn't with RWBY and the gang wanting to save everyone. It's noble, it's heroic, and with whatever little character RWBY has, it works with her. No, my issue is that the writers have already decided that Team RWBY is right, and Ironwood is wrong, and this is proven with a certain scene. This is kind of what the writers do with villains who basically get more sympathy than they were expecting. They basically had to turn them into creeps. RWBY's plan was to throw bodies at the Grim and hope it works. Ironwood, like them, knows Salem can't be killed. As far as they know, unless Maria suddenly wears a turtle shell and teaches them the Maguba, so he is trying to save at least some people in a losing battle. Does it suck? Yes, but Ironwood has a point. And why would he trust RWBY if they were only lying to him and betrayed his trust? Why believe their plan when it boils down to throw your soldiers at the army of Grim and the immortal demon queen? And the worst part about this, there's no nuance in the writing. Team RWBY's shown to be in the right with this, or at least that's how it's being portrayed in the writing. It's something that I've noticed that the fandom likes to point out, as if Ironwood was choosing Atlas because he thinks Atlas is superior, and RWBY is choosing Mantle because they're poor and downtrodden. Although, side tangent, in this part of the volume in Volume 8, she doesn't really seem to care about Mantle at the moment, but whatever. But Ironwood wasn't saving Atlas. He was attempting to save the Winter Maiden and the 2 relics that were safe and secure on Atlas at the time, because making sure those 3 targets don't fall into Salem's hands was the best chance for all of Remnant. Goodbye to whatever nuance there was in this plot. Ruby's automatically in the right, which leads me to my biggest issue with the series as a whole.
Okay, let's take a pause right there and discuss this point. This is a very good point in criticism. I will say that right now. And I'm not just saying that because MangaKamen is in the chat. I would say this anyway. Yeah, one issue I've always had with Ruby, and I'm not a big Ruby fan. I'll say that right now. Again, I'm not a giant Ruby fan, but the lack of nuance with everything is a big concern. Like, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, you look at like the elements of plot. It's never been very complicated. But the idea of sacrifice and perseverance and all that, that's important. That's important. Trying to find the right words for thought. The big issue I have here is, again, like what he said, the idea that there's no nuance, that we're taking a look at this position that seems like a dark choice, yeah, sacrificing a whole group of people to save the world because you're protecting a couple items, a couple magic MacGuffins, doesn't end up saving anyone at all. It's interesting how this works out, because I'm trying to find the right words for it that's different enough from what manga says. I'm not just repeating his words again at you. But it's interesting in the sense that you see the flaw, the fault, the lack of depth to the ideas here. And it kind of exposes the whole thing, very protagonist-centric morality. The situation, what is immediately necessary for the protagonists, what is immediately relevant to the protagonists, the people around them, those who they love, gotta protect them. This is a good example of the trolley problem in theory, if there is the discussion that the pulling the lever is the most important option. But I also feel like with fiction in general, there is always the idea that you can save everyone, and trying to show that the systems of control don't actually matter, that you can break free of that system of control and work around it, subvert it. If that were the focus, focusing on how Ruby and friends can say, hey, we see the problem, we see the trolley, we see the lever, we see all that. What if we just punch the trolley really hard and knock it off the rails? You know, something like that, where it's like, no, we see the system. Let's break the system. Let's try a third option that can satisfy all parties involved. And hey, it doesn't work. Maybe even screws up, but that's at least something interesting. Seeing the nuance, seeing the gridlock at play here, and going, okay, we see where both sides are coming from. What if we just break the system and choose a third option? That would be interesting and dynamic. But again, that also requires there to be a less simplistic morality system, something that Ruby has not demonstrated that they're willing to do. Ever, I would argue. But again, I think what it comes down to is, I think a lot of his feedback is more action-centric, a lot of conflict-driven centric stuff, at least this early on. I think we're going to get into characterization more right now, which is where I personally find more interesting discussion. Again, let's keep going.
No, he said people were going to die because of me. That was a lie. And he was only saying it to hurt you.
Yeah,
that's a fair point.
Really hate these characters. And it's sad I have to say that, because I liked these characters at one point. I mean, not all of them were great, and Ruby Rose was essentially a cardboard cutout of your typical anime protagonist, but at the very least, I didn't disagree with how they went about things. And the worst offender of this would have to be Ruby herself. I talked about how last year I disagreed with the logic that Ruby had by lying to Ironwood. I could see where she was...
Well, I see a comment there, Manga. What I said earlier, and you don't just get past to find out, I'll just reiterate right now. I think Ruby is a show centered on style over substance. It started as a series, when Montion was still working on it, where, when he was still alive, where it was very much an avenue to demonstrate cool action, and the plot elevated the action. It was kind of like as though the plot were a bunch of stilts holding up these cool action scenes. How do we get to this fight? Well, here's the plot to lead there. How does these fights function? Well, here's a magic system to justify why we can do cool things. And it sucks. It does suck, because when Monty passed away, I think they kind of collapsed a little bit into the trap of making a good plot, and it just wasn't built for that. And they had to backtrack a lot. They had to rewrite a lot of things. And I think that's why a lot of the problems we're seeing in this season were a problem. It's the fault line, essentially. It's the cracks in the foundation coming to rise up. And it really sucks because, like, and a big issue too is I think fan demands. You know, the fans want something to happen. They buckle and put it in. You can't have a stable foundation for a story if you keep buckling the fan wants. Case in point, my biggest issue with The Rise of Skywalker is that they bent to fan demands. I think I would have preferred if they stuck the path they were on, even if it was piss people off, because it would have at least been a coherent flow, not just kind of trying to appease the audience. I think it's good sometimes to piss your audience off. I like that. Some works work really well because you piss off people. That's good, because it shows you're sticking to a vision. Ruby After Monty is very corporate. It feels very like they knew, using that trolley example, they know the track, they know the trolley's on the wheels, but they just want to put track down and not care where it goes. You know, it can go off a bridge for all they care, so long as the track is made of the same stuff it was made before, in the same direction as before. Will lead the ocean, Timbuktu, who knows? But track is going one way, let's keep it going that one way. And it didn't really innovate anything at all, or advance, or understand why the track was going in that direction. So that's my thought process.
Coming from, but I still disagree with the aftermath as well as the execution of how this was handled.
I am so sick of secrets.
Really, Nora? Yet you didn't seem to raise a stink when you and the group decided to keep secrets from Ironwood. The biggest issue I had was the lack of consequences that Team Ruby faced. And when I say that, I'm not referring to cutting themselves off of Atlas and Ironwood. That is a consequence. No, when I say a lack of consequences, it's that the group really didn't actually learn anything from this situation. Ruby being the worst. Instead of actually learning that her actions have consequences, or learning that perhaps acting like the guy who lied to them all this time and whom everyone had an issue with a few volumes back wasn't the best idea to follow after. But instead of any sort of reflection on her actions, Ruby gets worse, to the point where she's actually going against the idea of helping Mantle, and even this scene.
That was a lie. And he was only saying it to hurt you.
I wouldn't say that this is full-on gaslighting, because her goal isn't manipulation, but it's really disgusting in my opinion, since it was Ruby and the group who pretty much added fuel to this entire fire situation. Like, I've never been a fan of Ruby Rose's character development, mainly because the writers had for some reason made John the main character in the first few volumes, and Ruby Rose was pushed to the side, despite being the fact she's arguably the lead since the show is essentially named after her. It was only in recent volumes that Ruby was able to get a character, but to me it comes off as extremely rushed, and as such, the writers only had one way to make the people go against Ironwood, because a lot of people could sympathize with him. And that was to make him unhinged.
Yeah, that's fair. I will say this. I think that with Ruby, it's interesting because she is, again, the whole show. I mentioned this before with discussions of what makes a character interesting. What does the character want? What does the character need? What gets in the way? With Jean, we know what he wants. We know what he needs. We know what gets in the way. Very quick, established, simple. Ruby Rose, what does she want? She wants to be cool. She wants to hunt Grimm and be a hero and all that good stuff. What does she need? The same thing. The problem is that the characters have a very simple motivation. They want one thing. They need one thing. To get there, they need to be better. Oh, V and Fuso's in here. That's really cool. There's a lot of people in this chat. That's pretty impressive, actually. I'm surprised. So many people showed up in this one. This is a beginning to a discussion, I think. The more interesting video will be next week. This is a prelude. But again, I think the problem is, there's a lot. I know Ironwood is destined for the heel turn. That's fair, but it's not what they did on paper. It's how effectively it was done. That's the issue. I think the big issue is a lot of these things weren't thought out all that well. Like they really weren't thought out at all, and because the show's style over substance, that's the issue. It's like a lot of these decisions, the characters were kind of thank you, you do good work too, you're fantastic. No, but it's like, I mean, like, this isn't a show where there's a lot of depth to it. These characters don't fit right into the traditional standards of storytelling we hold. They're action scenes linked by a story early on, and then later on they realized, oh, well, now we gotta keep the story going. I don't know. Let's keep going with this.
All right, good job. Woo! Woo! Still don't like Ruby. I don't agree with what she did and that she didn't learn from her mistakes. I also expressed in my last Ruby video that Yang and Blake were terrible for basically trusting Robin Hill, even though they didn't.
Yeah, V and Fuso, I'm down to collab. That'd be fun. I've said before last time. I think you were I think it was in one of the streams. I'd be down for that. Do you know? And you have my business email. Just send me a message and we'll set you up on Discord or something. It'll be fun. It'd be a lot of fun, honestly. Again, oh no, it was the Batman video you commented on. Yeah, people know who you are, V. You have a lot of good stuff you make. You come out with stuff regularly. It's fantastic. Again, again, the problem with this, going back to the Ruby topic, these characters were not designed to be really deep. That's the issue here. I'd be happy to discuss Batman. It'd be a lot of fun. Can be honest, I don't mind being critical on stuff, but I've slowly become a bit more positive on stuff. The only thing I'll be negative about will be Crow. Yeah, exactly. That's fair. That's very fair. Again, I hear you there. I think in general, negativity has a place, right? I think the problem, and this is also going off on YouTube a little bit, me going off on a tangent on a stream. How often does that happen? The problem with a lot of YouTube critical culture is that you're driven to be negative. You have to be negative for the algorithm, because people want to see why something sucks more than it succeeds, which I think is a depressing state of affairs if that's what's really going on. Like, people get really fucking hung up on, like, hating on shit. Like, it sucks, but that's the environment that we're existing in. You gotta press MangaKamen when it comes to forced diversity in debate. Okay, I'll bring it up. That'll be fun. I'll save it for then, because I feel like that's a discussion for later on. But again, I feel like this kind of discussion, I don't know. I feel like even saying, like, oh, Ruby's terrible, like, that's feeds into the whole negative cycle. I try to be positive sometimes. I try to be critical sometimes. I think a good mixture of both is good. You know? I think with my stuff, a lot of the time I try to balance out the negative with the positive, but hey, negative sells. With my Elon Musk video, it wasn't really about Elon Musk, it was about Cyberpunk. But how do you get that in the algorithm? Well, you fit it into current events, and you see how that fits into everything, you know? Anyway, let's keep going.
Know anything about Robin other than political propaganda. They didn't know if they could trust this person, and considering that the entire crutch of Yang's arc in Volume 4 was,
why should we believe any of this? Now you're catching on. So far you've done nothing but accept what others tell you. But you need to question everything.
How about you?
I found it amazing that these two were willing to trust.
Yeah, again, that's one of her big things was the whole, like, subverting society, the bigotries in it. I don't know. I think Ruby, okay. Maybe one day I'll do a video on, like, Ruby with race and how they deal with racism and all that, because I think that whole element of systemic oppression is so particular in Ruby. The problem is also that H-Bomber Guy did his video on it. They kind of, I don't want to rip off what he said, because I'll be honest, there's certain other creators on YouTube who I've talked about multiple times who have suspiciously similar video concepts to what H-Bomber Guy talked about in his video. Very odd how she just kind of had the exact same concepts and phrasing of things that H-Bomber Guy said in his video. It's funny how she did that in her video at Ruby. I'm sure it's a coincidence, though. Anyway, but yeah, it's like, again, it's inconsistent with the characterization, inconsistent with the worldview the characters present, and I think it's reflective of the bigger problems with Ruby, in my opinion. That the world's not really well thought out. They want you to question everything, except when it's convenient, you know? Oh, and I'll say this because someone said before, that doesn't mean you can't put your own spin on it. If you do want to do that video, I say just go for it. It's not a bad idea. The problem, though, manga, is that I have so many fucking videos I want to do, and I can't decide which one first. That's the issue. Oh, we are smack talking Lorch, by the way. I'm glad someone figured it out. Yeah, we're smack talking Lorch with the sourcing arguments from H-Bomber Guy bit, almost verbatim. I'm not saying she plagiarized, though. I'm not saying Lorch plagiarized. Although Lorch did tell me I plagiarized people who are chilling in chat before, so I guess not broken up about it. So I didn't plagiarize at all, but you know, Lily will say whatever, so who cares? Anyway, back to this.
Robin right off the bat. I get trying to get Robin's side of the story, but that's...
Lorch is short for Lily Orchard. That's the reference there. It's just the nickname people have given her for some reason. I'm not even sure where that started, but it's just kind of funny.
Not what happened. They immediately trust her. But that's last volume. Let's talk about this one.
Ruby, when we came here, we said we'd follow your lead. But things haven't exactly worked out.
Oh!
Yeah.
Conflict among the party? Sweet! I mean, it's a little clunky with how Ruby wanted to save Mantle last volume, and it's kind of dumb to be arguing about splitting up since both jobs are important and splitting up isn't all that bad of an idea, but it's a positive, and I'm willing to take it. So how long until the sauce hits the...
Do you think she thinks less of me? For not helping out with Amity?
Ruby is your sister. She's always going to love you, even if you disagree with each other.
Yeah, Ruby.
Oh. Lovely. Look, cards on the table, no hyperbole. This is me actually talking to you people. I'm not a huge fan of shipping, but if you guys like it, more power to you. My issue with this particular scene is that there was barely anything to this conflict. We had this set up with Yang and Ruby arguing as sisters and having actual disagreeing.
The guy, putting a pause for 1 second. The guy, 493, thanks for the chat. And you should talk to Kinky Mation just for funsies. That would be a lot of fun. I would love to talk to her. A very different Lily, I'll say that. She seems like a really chill person. I really loved her Overwatch, her Marvel Rivals, Overwatch, her Marvel Rivals video. I think it was really cool. Where she goes over all the character designs. She seems really just cool. I don't know what we talk about, but I would down for talking about character designs. Actually, no, I will say this: she's really interesting in terms of her NSFW art. I think that'd be really cool to talk about. I think people really want to shy away from discussing very erotic artwork, and I think the problem is that we live in a society where we're so... Oh yeah, I mean, I know you work with Kinky Mation. That'd be great if you did that, if you wanted to set something up. But like, the problem is, I would love to talk about like art and stuff like that, or character design. I'd have to figure a good topic. But again, one thing I want to do more and more with my platform is collaborate with more people. I want to collaborate with people who I'm already familiar with and who I love hanging out with, but I also want to collaborate with new people as well to expand, to expand my horizons. You know, to talk with different people, to get different ideas and engage in conflict and all the good stuff. It's fun. Her Darkstalkers video is great. I love Darkstalkers. Thanks for the "we live in the society" joke. Anyway, back to this.
Amongst the group, which is something that we desperately need since, funnily enough, throughout the show, Yang and Ruby have had a lack of actual interactivity. Sure, you had some times when they talk to each other, but it was really hard for me to name a few times where the two interacted as a meaningful way. The best one I can think of while I typed that last sentence is when Yang got back with Ruby in Volume 5, and it's mainly because the volume was devoid of anything that was actual substance. And we had some decent conflict between the sisters, and it's just thrown away. Okay, getting back into character. Okay, let's see. Blake.
Okay, that's a good point. Again, a lot of these characters lack that key element of conflict. Or discussion or engagement or common wants and interests. Again, a good example of this is this. If you want to talk about really interesting conflict between characters in an animated series, let's talk about Evangelion for a second. I might as well. I mean, we already at hour 3.5 of this stream. I can talk about whatever I want. With Evangelion, you get this great dynamic between characters that starts off one way and then completely devolves based on the character's insular insecurities, right? You got Shinji and Misato. They have this initial, it seems almost like a mother-son kind of thing before becoming very strained and very unusual and very uncomfortable to watch, where you realize that Misato addresses conflict the way she addresses any other conflict, through, her own wants and needs. Shinji withdraws, hides a little bit, pulls away. Asuka gets thrown into this mix, and she's this character who is so seemingly arrogant, but you realize the arrogance is a mask for deep insecurity. And then you got Rei, who just kind of is slowly coming out of her shell. But then what ends up happening is that something happens towards the end where it kind of resets everything. And you realize all that growth is now nothing, And the characterization, the insecurities, the pain, the failure to deal with conflicts in a healthy manner, it all comes together in this really painful series of events. And it's all character-driven. With Ruby, the characters are split apart by circumstances outside their control, and then periodically they just gotta break them up to make it a little easier to manage the characters in the plot. Because the team is so massive now, They can't handle all the characters at once because they get lost in the shuffle. To make them more interesting, guys break up into smaller teams. RWBY has a massive cast of characters, and I think most of them get lost in that whole thing. It's a lot. Anyway, back to this.
There's barely anything there.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I need you, Ruby. We all need you. You're my only hope. Please.
A little bit too much memes there. It was manga. That's one thing I'm also criticizing throughout this. I feel like a lot of your ideas, they're interesting, but I feel the style gets in the way of your ideas sometimes. I feel like a lot of the choices made with again, it's a matter of energy levels, of course. You know, with video essays, you got to keep the energy levels up. That's one thing I've struggled with sometimes. But like, I feel sometimes that your videos, the style of the editing, the memes, it sometimes gets in the way. It's something I've done too, so I can't even fault you too much for that. But I feel like the it kind of interrupts and it kind of breaks up the flow of your thoughts sometimes in a way that I find gives me pause with my own videos, but also I think is worth. And this is an older video, of course, so it's not like it's necessarily reflective of the current stuff. The newer stuff is more focused, which is good. It shows that you probably spotted that same area yourself. But it's interesting how that, like, the editing sometimes gets in the way of your logic, flow of ideas and logic there, I think.
You guys remember when Blake could go toe-to-toe with Roman Torchwick without issue? If this was the Hound, then maybe I could understand, but not just some...
Oh, yeah, again, this is years ago, so I get you probably came up with that. You probably criticized yourself with that whole thing yourself, so I hear you there. But again, the problem with Blake is that... And occasional jokes are fine, I do them too. So I can't say it's more about, I think the trick is figuring out, and this is again perspective, don't take it too seriously, I could be wrong. I think the matter is the case by case basis, you know. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, you know. But there you go. Anyway, one thing too I think that's interesting with Blake is that she's set up as a literal social justice warrior, right? She's set up as she's set up as someone who has a cause that she fights for, and the show as it goes on loses track of that. She's not fighting against the system, she's fighting now against the people trying to break the system. So she goes from a character who is trying to protest and break through a system of control to defending that system of control. None of her actions really make sense if you think about it. Like, yeah, there's an idea that you want to work with the system and through that and all that, but she doesn't really do anything other than fight people trying to break the system. So it becomes really confused. And again, this ties in with the morality of RWBY. It's a lot of stuff in RWBY is very protagonist-centric to the point where the rest of the world gets forgotten in the process. The other problem, too, I think, with the faunus and all that, is that they're oppressed. They're oppressed by the systems of control, and they get bullied. That's about it. People are a little rude to them. We get hints at bigger things, and we get statements about bigger things outside the characters, but it doesn't always feel like it ties in with the characters all that much. Like, there's a disconnect between the world building and the experiences the characters have. And because of that, there's a disconnect between the conflict with the villains, what the Red Claw, whatever, Red Fang, I forget the name of him, and Blake. It's a disconnect, and that disconnect, it becomes really apparent as you keep going. And characters who had flaws early on get shaved off to make the characters come together more. And once they're shaved, again, like I think chat's mentioning the racism with Weiss. Once that's shaved off, there's nothing really replaces it. There's no tension there. It becomes generic team not working together, seeing eye-to-eye conflicts. And that doesn't work the same way that it would work otherwise, I think. White Fang. There we go. Not Red Fang. Dumbass. Yeah, thank you. White Fang. And yeah, again, like my perspective is limited as well. Like I'm not a racial minority, so I can't speak to that as well. But again, it's one of those problems where I think that influences why Blake feels like such a nothing character as it goes on. The elements that she was really focusing in on get lost, I think, you know, which sucks because that should be a component that's always front and center with this character, with Blake, with the Faunus in general, collectively. But it feels very much like the more the show goes on, the more everyone gets divorced from that. It's messy.
Stubby grub when we've seen Blake use her semblance a lot better and more intelligently and is clearly faster than this. Now that I think about it, it's kind of weird that Blake went with Ruby's group. I mean, Mandel's got all those Faunus in it. You'd figure that the girl who's only Faunus in the group would maybe care about her people who are basically left to die. Yeah. I don't know, it just seems kind of weird to me. Pretty much the only character of the main cast that's decent is Weiss, and that's barely saying anything since, well... Please don't forget about your brother. Really wants nothing to do with me. Of course not. He left him alone. With us. And what does Weiss do when she sees her brother again?
Go to your room.
Oh, Whitley got more character development. He actually grew to care about what was happening and called a doctor. By the way, Crow and Robin, yeah, they're still terrible.
Believe it or not, I know a little of what that's like. When people are worried you're going to sniff out their secrets, they tend to push you away. It makes a real connection.
I think Weiss is interesting. I was delayed response because I was trying to put my thoughts together. Weiss, at least, is like such an iconic like type of character, like the cold tsundere type of like ice queen who's spoiled. Maybe spoiled, a little rotten, maybe a little naive with the world, but then gets confronted by it. That's hard to screw up. And it's so emblematic of storytelling. I think it's telling that when you look at, like, say, your average isekai anime or whatever, the best character is always the tsundere. Or, like, the more aggressive... Oh, that's not always true. It's a lie. That's not true. Don't hold me to that one. It's not always the tsundere. But a lot of times it can be, I'm also biased because one of my favorite characters is Oscar Langley Sawyer from Evangelion, but I digress. Back to this.
Difficult.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I'm sorry, but you can't make me like this character by giving her a sappy backstory. If you couldn't get me to like her with her voice actress...
A road trip. I remember when I was a child, Father...
This sure as hell ain't gonna do the trick. But you know what's funny about this? I'm not against this idea. Her semblance being a problem for her, but this is not the route it should have gone. At least in my humble opinion. Robin should have been distrustful of others, acting as paranoia fuel for her. It would work because that's actually been an established trait with her.
If Ironwood wants me, he'll have to send more than a couple of kids.
Let me put it like this. If you have the power to be an instant lie detector, the absolute truth from them, it has a bit of an after effect. It makes you think you're entitled to the truth, which makes it harder to trust other people. If someone doesn't want to submit to Robin's power, she couldn't trust them. And this is something that we've seen be established in Volume 7 with her, like when she didn't trust Blake or Yang, and when she didn't trust Ironwood. But instead of saying that Robin is distrustful because of her semblance, the show attempts to act like she's a tragic character because people didn't trust her. Hello? Anyone in there? Miles? What's going on in that head of yours?
Scroll all the way down there.
No, I gotta disagree with you in that one. I think that one makes sense. If people don't trust her, that makes sense. I mean, that makes sense. I feel like it could go either way. I don't know. I don't think that's as big a sticking point for me, personally. But I think it's interesting that like the way that we look at like truth and all that, like how truth can impact the character, how being able to control and manipulate and get people to expose themselves, people would feel unsafe around that. I think, I think so anyway. I think that kind of fear, that self-awareness is all right. I think it can go both ways. I think doing both would be better, though, personally. I think doing both would be more interesting. Both angles of the topic. She feels like she can't trust people. She wants to have more control over a situation, but also people don't trust her. There's an angle to that that's interesting. I feel like it's one of those things where, like, it's less about what path they take and how effectively it's communicated and how effectively it ties in with the plot. That's my thought process anyway there. I think it's one of those things where, like, it could be good, could be bad. It depends on how it's executed.
What did you drop? What did you lose?
Did we forget last season where Yang and Blake automatically trusted Robin? And her semblance was public knowledge? No. Remember? So people know about her semblance and abilities and still trusted her. Not to mention, it's not like Robin's semblance is passive. There's a specific circumstance in order to make it work. She has to be touching someone and asking them a question. Robin's semblance would only be a problem if she were to try to interrogate someone in the first place accidentally. Which, to be honest, you're not asking to be liked by someone you meet the first time when you grab them and start playing 20 fucking questions. And Crow?
Maybe I could be around somebody, anybody, without my semblance.
Man, Crow sucks.
No, it just feels like a child's dream. Gone.
No, yeah, that was totally your semblance's fault.
We can kill the man who put us here.
Or was it Ironwood's fault? Make up your mind, damn it!
So edgy and dark and edgy.
So, I'm gonna make this clear. I'm pretty sure there's a decent chance with the remaining episodes for the show to come out that I may have to eat some crow with these points I have. And no, not that kind of crow. You perverts! As most of you who are watching this probably already know, but for the sake of that one guy in the back, I'll explain it. For this volume, it's been a split with the rest of the episodes coming out later in the first or second quarter of 2021. Considering everything that has happened in 2020, I can't say that I blame Rooster Teeth for this. But considering that I still have issues with this volume up to this point, I don't even know it's even worth watching anymore. And here's the thing. I hate that I have to say that. I actually liked the concept of RWBY when it first came out. I liked the characters. I was interested in the world. Sure, there were a lot of problems with the show, but I'm willing to look past those kinds of mistakes because this was a learning experience. The problem here is the learning experience has been going on for almost 8 years at this point. Rooster Teeth isn't exactly what I'd call a small company anymore, and not that their success is inherently a bad thing, but I've noticed a bit of deterioration in their work. It doesn't seem to have that nebulous spark that captivated me in their earlier days, and how the roughness of their work is a part of that charm that drew me into their style of humor. I want to like RWBY. I really want to enjoy the series, but I can't. Not at the rate it's going. But here I am, time and time again, giving it a chance. That either says something about how I want the potential of the series to be fulfilled, or I'm some sort of loser on the internet. And contrary to what people believe, I'm not going out trying to find issues with the show. I'm genuinely giving the show a chance. Then again, I'm obviously a loser on the internet since I spent about 17 pages worth of my time to complain about a show that will probably just net me a ton of lovers and haters of this kind of thing. Oh well, 'tis life.
Okay, so let me take a step back. Words, English. I can speak, I swear. Let's take a step back real quick. Obviously I came from a different perspective with RWBY. I was never a huge fan of it. I liked it, but I didn't love it. I don't think I ever loved RWBY. I've always liked it though. As a casual fan, very casual, I should emphasize, a lot of the plot beats I'm like, yeah, that's all right. Yeah, that makes no sense. That's ridiculous. But mainly because I didn't really look at it with the perspective of going like, okay, let's be hypercritical. Let's analyze this as like a full-blown, real big work. You know, it was always kind of like, it's all right. You know, okay, whatever. It's okay. It's cool. You know, whatever. So the big issue with me is that I'm looking at all this going like, yeah, I don't disagree. A lot of it's action-oriented. A lot of it is plot functionality oriented. But a lot of the problems happened because it was based on a shaky start. It was a style of a substance series at first. And the reason why the spark was lost is because Montione passed away. That's the big reason. Montione was the reason the show had its luster, because he understood the right balance to strike between world building to support action, characterization enough to lead to the action. He understood the flow. When Volume 4 came out, the show really took a dive in quality, in my opinion. That's when I kind of it really lost me a lot after Volume 3. Because I felt like the conflict level was just heavy enough to match the plot, and the style carried it through. After that, they tried to make the story more epic and more grand and more traditional, and I don't think anyone was equipped to the task because it was built on a shakier foundation. If you want to make fantasy that's really compelling, really epic, really grand, it needs to be built on a solid foundation. I don't think semblances changing is necessarily a plot point. I don't think all of that is necessarily wrong. You can change things as they go, in my opinion. But you're building it on a house of cards. So it's a house of cards basically built on a wimpier pile of cards. Okay, if I recall, the writers, Miles and Carey, wanted it should be called Remnants and not RWBY, so they could focus on any characters they wanted to. I can't back it up, so take it with a grain of salt. That's valid. I mean, that would make sense given the massive cast of characters. It makes more sense to have like a 5-man band, a 6-man band, because you can balance the characters out. And the other runs could be tertiary. They could be, separate heroes and their own journeys. But like having a cast this massive, you lose a lot of characters in the shuffle. And that's the big issue I have. When you have to develop so many characters and so many arcs, what a lot of stories do that's clever is they structure like a mini arc around each character, and that flows naturally. But I think RWBY has so many characters, it's hard to even do that much.
Life. And hey, I'll still pay attention to what RWBY has to do, and I still got a little glimmer of hope that the series may be good again. But hey, that's just one guy's opinion on the net. What's yours? Let me know down below in the comments. Have a nice day.
Many months later.
God blame me. I have sacrificed everything.
No, you have sacrificed everything.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. I mean, unless you're hoping to add more metal to that body of yours. All right, now, where did they put them? What?
You have sacrificed everything.
There we go.
trust Rooster Teeth to make me think this has gone even worse. Let's talk about my issues with the latter half of this volume. I'm not gonna go over everything, but trust me, boys and girls, I've got some stuff to say. In this corner, we have your sworn enemy Emerald, a character who helped murder Penny and attempted to destroy a city for an unclear but impure motives. She helped murder the innocent Fire Maiden, Oz, Pyrrha, and countless others. She has shown zero sign of remorse, and all her regret is fear for her own life now that she realizes she's in danger.
What? No.
Her power
and had a cameo in Doctor Sleep, but I digress. I think that was the character in Doctor Sleep too, right? I think. Yeah, I think so.
Power is trickery, and has been able to use this power specifically to fool people, most notably our main cast. She's also the person who led to Yang being ostracized. And in the other corner, we have General Ironwood, an upright man who has the good of everyone in his heart. He attempted to protect the previous city with an army of robots at no charge. He gave one of the protagonists an arm for free, no questions asked. He also defended Weiss when she was going to attack noble snobs and stand by her, earned the loyalty of Weiss's sister Winter, and thus has both direct and indirect connections with the entire main cast except Blake. He works hard to gain your trust and support you with actual concrete plans that explain all his actions. And yet, in the span of one episode, they decided to trust Emerald. Come on, Rooster Teeth, you can't have your main cast trust a bad guy instantly after having this entire plot be because they didn't trust a good guy.
He deserves this!
Yeah, Ironwood deserved to be lied to. Have people whom he trusted and helped unconditionally go behind his back and actually made the situation a lot worse because these bratty teens who seem to think they know more than the actual adults.
Trust is at risk.
What?
Yeah, I got nothing to say to that one. That's a fair point. I don't have anything to argue with on that one. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. Baichi, what did you say there? Miles and Carey did want to change the name after Monty did pass so they could differentiate it from what Monty made. There were a lot more problems with Miles and Carey. Oh yeah. Okay, so the problem here also is the characters make decisions based on if the plot demands it. You know? If the plot needs them to go through certain hoops, they will just break their characterization to get through that hoop. And that's a problem. That's really not good. It's a mess. Yeah, I think all of us can ramp up.
No, legit, I get it. Trust is a risk. And I get that. It's a good message. But it's really stupid that these characters now get to basically talk about trust when they were the ones who violated Ironwood's and basically pushed him to the edge in this regard. And this wouldn't have been an issue if they didn't already know this lesson from Volume 6. You know, the whole trusting Ozpin? You know how that was a big deal for the group? This just makes the entire cast of RWBY being nothing more than hypocrites.
Oh, there's a big surprise!
Especially when they're willing to give that trust that apparently they were unable to give Ironwood to Emerald, someone they know for a goddamn fact was willing to fight them and kill them! And I know that some people are going to say in response to this,
they're learning from their mistakes. Are you referring to the cast of RWBY or the writers?
Both! That is not an excuse, especially when the writing goes out of its way to ignore what's been established. You see, there's this little thing called context.
But you need to question everything.
Not my fault I can't say no.
Yang and co. need to learn to question people.
Well, look, we are trusting you.
Why?
Yet, they don't feel the need to question a person they've never met and immediately trust her with private information.
You're trusting others, but you're making sure they prove themselves first.
Despite the fact...
I mean, let's be honest, right there. Anytime a story has an entire cast of characters just trust the reformed bad guy, quote unquote, already a problem. You know, they have to earn trust. I think Zuko from Avatar did a really good job with that, where they showed a cast of characters be reintroduced to a character who is their enemy, who did horrible things to them, and they're like, okay, they are growing, they are changing. But also, they did a lot of terrible things. It's not that great, you know? And it's interesting. It's a cool plot dynamic to have. And even, you know what, actually? To drag Evangelion back into this discussion for the 90th time, in Evangelion, there is an end of Evangelion specifically, there is a scene where Shinji goes to a hospital room and has a conversation with Asuka, who's in a coma. If you've seen the end of Evangelion, Ninio comes next. Now, what's interesting is much later in the movie, there is a sequence where Shinji enters kind of into this like weird trance-like state. And what's happening is he's either communing directly to Asuka's soul or in such a state of delusion that he's imagining what Asuka would say if she knew what he did in the hospital bed. It's a little vague. It's not totally 100% certain yet. But what's interesting is we see what her reaction would be. And it's a multitude of different reactions. It's taunting, it's rage, it's repulsion, it's genuine depression, and you see all of it like in rapid fire, and it all works so well. Oh, West Side Tyler's here too. It's great. Oh man, but it's so interesting, and it's so great because you see all these shades of character in rapid fire all at once, and all of that is what's absent in RWBY apparently, because you see all these shades of different ways you can react to horror, and knowing it's your friend doing it too. It's awful. You know, or love interest, depending on how you read it. If you ship Asuka and Shinji, which I used to all the time when I was like in high school. Now I think of it as a very toxic relationship. But when I was in high school, I loved it. That ship. But you look at that now and you see it and you go, well, that's profoundly depressing. You know, it's a sad scene, and there's so much emotion there. This, it's like, now we'll embrace the person who basically killed our friends.
Fact that Ironwood has done so much for the crew before Volume 7. Not to mention, throughout Volume 7, you've got the cast prodding Ironwood and chastising his decisions.
Well, if it wasn't for the embargo making everybody so mad, people probably wouldn't be so quick to blame you for everything else.
And not bothering to come up with an alternative solution to what's happening. It's fine to criticize. It's fine to do so. But when you don't offer anything in return, especially for a situation like this, you're just making the situation worse. If Team RWBY were to learn from their mistakes, then they would have recognized how much in the wrong they were. They would have tried contacting Ironwood to see if they could have solved this peacefully. And as we see in Volume 8, the Schnee Dust Company was able to send flying vehicles to Mantle to help people get out. Why was this not an option back in Volume 7? That while Atlas goes up into Stratosphere or whatever,
well, because they didn't think of it at the time. Probably. That's the actual answer.
The ships come down and evacuate Mantle. Hell, take them to another country, for crying out loud.
Oh, I'm seeing a few comments here. Another one with enjoying your fictional ships toxic. Otherwise, yeah, I mean that's fair. I mean, I'm not someone to listen. I'm not the kind of person who yells people for having ships. I don't care. Have a fun time. The way I see it in life, as long as you're not harming anyone, I don't care. Or hey, I do care if it's good. You know what I'm saying? Not like in a negative way. This might be the most cameo-filled stream yet. We need Sai. Sai was here before, actually. Sai was earlier on when We Are Not Alive was on chat. Krim. I don't think Krim's been here yet. Lady Emily and Nora. Well, Lady Emily's shown up a few times. If Nora showed up, that'd be great. I would again, I've said it 100 times. If Neuralities wanted to show up on stream, I would be more than happy to. I just don't have a business email to reach out to her with. She would be I would in a heartbeat invite her. She seems like an interesting character to talk to. About Chippy, there are other problems with RWBY's writing. Forcing Ironwood to be a villain, agreed, was that they saw things in a very black and white mindset. If a villain has a point, they can't be bad. Yeah, so that was actually discussed earlier in the video, actually. MangaKamen brought that up as well. And I agree with it. It's like, you know, the way the characters are written on this show, it's very it's so black and white. It's very protagonist-centric morality, I keep saying. I think that's the case right there. It sucks. Neuralities seems to prefer keeping to herself, which is fair. Yeah, 100%. Neuralities wants to keep to herself. That's totally cool. She would be a guest in a heartbeat here, but I don't want to ever... And plus, she had a rough fucking time on the internet. Like, let's be honest. Like, she make a few videos. Her takes aren't totally well phrased. She gets, like, mobs of harassment. That's unfair. You know what? And her latest video was so good. Let her cook. Let her cook with how much time she needs. Let her cook on her own. She's got it covered. Have I tried Instagram or Patreon? I know she has an Instagram, actually. I don't use Instagram. I really don't use any meta social media. But I might reach out to her on Patreon. That might be the way to contact her. Because I feel like that's like the only way I could figure it out. Yeah, well, I disagree with Neuralities. If your point, she doesn't deserve the treatment. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Neuralities didn't say everything. I don't agree with everything Neuralities said. But, like, the level of anger she got is like, she made a few fucking videos on anime. Like, that's not worth, like, the levels of her... You know what I mean? Like you made a couple videos you didn't like. Okay, whatever. At the end of the day, that's life. But the level of... anger she got was absurd. Yeah, I'll always stop to praise that kind of stuff. It's just baffling. And her recent, I'm not sure if you've seen her video on Sleeping Beauty. I will be referencing it on this video that I've shilled for about 5 times so far. But her Sleeping Beauty video is actually really, really good. I think it's a really excellent video, I think. Anyway, let's keep going here. Let's wrap this up, because once this video is done, I'm gonna probably talk for like another 10 minutes, then probably go to bed, because I have work in the morning.
That's even the point of this. Why is this a conflict here? There's an even more egregious example of trust, and it's about Winter, especially when it comes to Ironwood. When it comes to these two, it was established early on that Winter was grateful for Ironwood for taking her under his wing, especially considering the home life that Winter had to deal with. And yet, Winter does nothing to try to help Ironwood. You know, the man she was loyal to, the man she had.
Oh, I wanted to ask, your work ethic is very admirable. Any advice? I tend to get very anxious about my writing. How do I push through it? Well, that's the thing. Unfortunately, my work ethic is a product of being through a system that was like extremely intense. So this is a bit of backstory on me. As many people know, I used to write for publications like CBR and all that kind of stuff. Now, CBR is the kind of company that demands like an article every day. And if you write more articles, even better. So I would write on occasion like up to 5 articles in a single day, which gives you very little time to research, very little time to iron it out. It's a content mill. The more you make, the better it is. And like when I phased CBR out of my routine, I started focusing on different companies and different publications that they asked for less, but they wanted more from it, which is good. You want that. Less but better is much better than more but weaker. And they also weren't as invasive in terms of editing, where it was like really horrendous. Some of the editing choices, I said this before because I saw Colleen Manga. She's I forget what her full name is. I think Colleen Manga Reviews, I think, is her full name. But she does they do a lot of really good manga videos online. And they were talking about how with CBR they found an article about I think it was the title of the article. It's fairly new. Was that this popular shoujo manga is ending its run. And it was No Me Can't Communicate, which is published in Weekly Shonen. I think Weekly Shonen Sunday, I think it's published in. And, they're like, yeah, this is not a shoujo manga. It's published in Weekly Shonen Sunday. It's a shonen manga. It's just a romance shonen manga, which is a thing that exists quite frequently. Shonen Jump has romance stories in it. So the big thing became, what CBR clearly didn't do their research. They clearly didn't do their homework. But the reality is, it was probably written by someone who was given like a day to write the whole article. It's probably assigned based on SEO. An editor probably changed the headline. It's like all different elements that feed into it. It's ridiculous, I don't know. There's a lot of elements to the work ethic of a writer online, and it's a thankless job, really. But what it does do is give you the talent to write fast and a lot. And if you focus on a single project for a while, you can take that fast writing and channel it to something good as opposed to something rushed and unimportant. Anyway, there we go. Baichi is tumbling into Ruby lore and a manga talking about Pokemon cards. I think it's time to go back to the video before so we can wrap things up.
Admired someone she's worked with years and maybe saw as a replacement father figure considering the circumstances.
You have sacrificed every rabbit.
Gonna make Ironwood crazy despite the fact that if it wasn't for the main cast's actions, a lot of the situation wouldn't have gotten this bad. Let's talk for a minute about death.
My name is Grimmy, and I've come to reap your immortal soul.
I know I've made a whole video talking about it, but I think it's important to bring up here.
Are you okay?
Slightly.
Do hugs always make you feel this warm?
12 seconds later.
Well, that was completely pointless. But back to characters who weren't slathered in death legs and were forced to lose their agency for the sake of shock. Yang. Oh boy.
Change the world. My final message. Goodbye.
Now, I want to make it clear that when this happened with Yang, I knew for a fact that Rooster Teeth wouldn't kill off one of their main characters.
Yeah.
Even made a tweet to prove that. Because I know the writings of Mr. Luna and Shawcross, because it's Yang. Yang's death is due to an absurd level of convenience and inconsistency, even for Ruby standards. Yang's aura broke in one strike. She lost consciousness. Lake is the only one to react in this regard. Neither Ruby nor Weiss tried to save her, even though their semblances could have been able to do that more easily than what Blake attempted, and her death doesn't activate Ruby's silver eyes. That last one is terrible because the writer seemed to forget that Ruby's eyes can activate at her command, as last volume demonstrated. I know someone's going to say, oh, Yang's aura was weakened because she didn't get any rest, and I'm like, nice headcanon. canon, bro. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a lot of questions other than these ones about the situation. I know we're talking about death, but I got nowhere else to put this, and it's not going to take long. So, like, why didn't the Ruby crew remember that Cinder and Watts are out there? They kind of forgot that sort of thing. Why didn't Penny and the staff go through the portal? They are arguably the most important things to get away from Salem, and I get that Penny wouldn't want to leave her friends behind, but throw the staff to the door! Why would you keep it with you? Speaking of, why didn't the Happy Huntresses help with the fighting? They were there. Speaking of the portals, why do they need this deep, dark pit that people would fall through? Why not have it be like the doors that are for the vaults that just opens up the gates to Vacuo? You know, kind of like how in the MCU, when they were fighting Thanos, they had like these huge portals that showed up out of nowhere and allowed the people to come through. In fact, here's a good question. Why would you have the doors be covered in white and prevent people from seeing inside or seeing outside?
Hope that we've thought of everything.
Well, clearly you did not. You wanna know why the cast of RWBY suddenly acting like they're drinking way too much alcohol for their liver and brains? Plot. It's all for the plot, baby. Now back to your regularly scheduled rant. You know, even at this point...
Well, yeah, because all the characters are plot-driven. They have to hop through the plot hoops to get to plot point A and plot point B and plot point C, and they just go through that. And the problem is with a lot of this discussion is that... And not with the discussion of the video, but the discussion around RWBY in general, is that the people who criticize RWBY often exercise more thought about the world building and characters than I think the writers necessarily are. But also, at the same time, it's very clear that they're victims of the structure that they've been given, you know? Like, structurally speaking, the show can't shrink anymore. It's just kind of wonky, you know? RWBY is very... There's so many characters in RWBY. There's so much going on that in order for anything to actually happen that's negative, you have to ignore that there's all these other characters, all these abilities, all these chances to interrupt the plot. And you have to work. And the problem is you want all of them in the finale at once. You want everyone present, but you don't want them doing anything, you know, or like doing the things that affect the impact. I don't know. It's nonsense.
Even though we've seen that Watts and Ironwood being the thralls of death, I don't really trust RWBY anymore with their death characters. Hell, look at Cinder. The character was thought to be dead at the end of Volume 5, frozen and falling down to who knows how far. At this point, unless I see a dead body, I don't believe that these characters are dead. Yeah. It's gotten that bad for me, at least. The writers of the show have really made me distrustful when it comes to the tool that is death. And I suppose we should talk about the big elephant in the room, Penny. After getting beaten up in various battles, infected with a virus, being dehumanized, having her agency stripped by her friends and enemies, regardless of intention by said allies, the writers decided that 15 minutes after becoming human, that she should be rooted by Cinder, and in her critical state... Yeah. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. That's totally a possibility on my end, and I'm willing to admit that outright. But we need to consider the mindset with the Maiden powers. With how things are set up, the writing gives the impression that Penny was replaceable. Hell, Winter ended up with the Maiden powers anyway, and she was the original candidate. This seems kind of dumb, and now she's technically a part of Winter. Penny will never be able to be her own person ever again. Now, some people can see that as a terrible irony, others can see it as something a bit heavy-handed. Myself, I'm more into the camp that it was a bit too much, especially for a character they brought back last volume, allowed to become human, and then subsequently kill her off with only 2 episodes later of doing that. If you ask me, that's a bit much. Personally, I feel this wasn't satisfying for Penny's arc. Then again, I'm a person who thinks her arc is a bit too messy, especially since her entire character arc is made moot because of the decisions in the writing. After all, throughout most of Volume 7 and 8, her own agency was a major focus, as well as despite being a machine, she still had an aura and was considered a real person. Yeah, let's throw out all that build-up and make her a real human body, and slit her throat afterwards. What could go wrong? Now, don't get me wrong. The death itself in a vacuum can work in writing, but I feel that the writers were trying a bit too much to put everything but the kitchen sink into this character arc, and it just comes off a bit too much to me.
Yeah. I think also what's fair is that, that's funny, actually. I think one thing, too, and this is something that actually I'm falling back on as I get older and older, that is a very popular criticism in the Linkara videos back in the day, where character death gets more frustrating if it feels like you're missing out on potential for that character. Where, like, I think as an argument to be made in some stories that you want to kill off characters in a really, if you want to kill a character off in a tragic way, do it before they can accomplish something. Or do it when they're just about to accomplish their goal. Right before that point. And not in the process of accomplishing it, but before they get to that final step. Because it feels like you just abridged the story too early for them. Like it feels untimely, unexpected. Like a Mace Hughes situation, for example. Where Mace Hughes dies not as they get to what they want, but right before they get to that point. It's very tragic and moving. With a lot of characters in RWBY, I feel like character death feels like it's just kind of hits at a random point. It feels like there's a lot of potential that you haven't done yet. I know it just sounds like I contradict myself, but it's not really a contradiction because the death before, if you kill a character, if there's steps A, B, C, and D is that final step, and you kill them right after step C, but before they get to D, it feels tragic. But if you kill them at step B after they went back and did A again, it feels very much like there's a lot of unfulfilled potential. There's a whole C and D going on there. It's not just tragic, it's also frustrating. That's my point. I'm not sure it makes any sense. I might be babbling. It's okay. We're almost done. I feel like I'm losing it slightly. Not because of the videos, just because it's been a long day.
You're yapping. You never try to make things better.
I'm going to say this. There are a lot of problems that I have with RWBY, but I'm not really in the mood to make a whole-length movie about it. But let's go with one of the biggest issues I have with the entire series, and that's with the main protagonist-centric view. It's when the main cast in a show is shown to be in the right when it comes to situations. It's supposed to be firm foundation for our main characters that are set in their ways, and it's not necessarily a bad thing in writing. However, with RWBY, there's a bit of an issue with this. I think we can all agree that our main crux of Volumes 7 and 8 is that it's a fight between both RWBY and Ironwood's ideologies, and to see whose methodology for saving the situation that they're in. Ironwood is prioritizing Atlas, the Winter Maiden, and the Staff of Creation. Meanwhile, RWBY is trying to save Atlas and Mantle. Both ideas have their merit. After all, the heroes of the story don't want to sacrifice Mantle and its people just to save some others, and Ironwood doesn't want to risk having Salem getting her hands on the relic that she's after. Both have their pros, cons, and weaknesses. However, the issue comes with how the show only displays that RWBY is in the right. There are two reasons that I'm given that they are in the right as follows. The first is that leaving people to die is wrong. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying people should die like that, but considering that the alternative is the end of the world, a certain quote comes to mind.
The needs of the many.
Yep.
Outweigh the needs of the few.
Is it cold? Yes. Is it callous? Yes. Is it something I agree with? Hell no, I do not agree with it. But sometimes these sacrifices need to be made, and I'm sorry if you don't like that, but choices like that do need to be considered. The only other reason is that the writers are going out of their way to make Ironwood to be a maniac. And this is something that they seem to do a lot of, where characters who oppose Team RWBY's mindset are shown to be, you know, a bit more interesting, nuanced, but then they become degenerate or degrade into insanity. Because here's the thing, not once did Team RWBY try to argue that Ironwood's in the wrong. They just say he is because he's leaving Mantle to die. But if you follow Ironwood's logic, it's either that or allow Salem to kill everyone in the world. The problem is, this situation could have been resolved rather easily had Team RWBY not been idiots, especially from what we see in this volume. Oh, the Schnee Dust Company has freighters that can be piloted remotely? Why not?
I think one thing, too, that's interesting, that's worth discussing, is that how it affects the conflict and the feel of the conflict in the narrative, right? Conflict is the driver of all narrative. Even if conflict is low, conflict still drives events and pushes things forward. The problem is, in this narrative, there's no conflict. Not that there's no conflict externally, but there's no conflict internally. There's no fight internally. There's no struggling with emotion, struggling with motivation. There's no self-doubt. There's no fear of failure. It's simply get to point A, do point A, move forward. And that's not fun. That's not interesting. It's very underwhelming to have like the sense of like, okay, we gotta get the next step. We gotta stop the bad guy. All problems are resolved through action. They're not resolved through discussion. And the only times the characters are allowed to talk is these very superficial, very meandering kind of functional conversations that lead to the next plot beat. Because, and this is what I actually think, I think the writers are too afraid that if they really explore the ideas of the world, they may bore the audience. That's their fear, I think. Baichi Epiodera, do you know how much Miraculous I need to watch to get RWBY off my mind? I'm sorry, Baichi. Baichi is like the server's #1 RWBY fan. By the way, if you want to join my server, just join my join Discord and all that. Just join as a member, buy membership. It's all good. Yeah, again, it's justification, not exploration. It's a good point too. It's boring, is what it is. It's a boring idea. Because it's not human. It's mechanical. It's the mechanics of storytelling. And that's why a lot of times I think structural integrity is less important than telling a good narrative. It's one of the reasons why I have criticisms about the monomyth, the Joseph Campbell myth. Not because the monomyth is bad inherently, it's because people see the formula, they see, oh, here's the formula of how to tell a story, and they don't deviate from it. They don't try to subvert it. They don't try to play with it. They don't try to use it in an interesting way. It's just at this point in the book, we got to get to this point in the world, in the story. Let's hit that point now. And they're rushing to plot beat, and they don't think, okay, what if the characters chilled out a bit and actually talked about what's happening? What if we actually reflected on the events, and that reflection can sometimes lead to unimportant events, but are actually very important to the characterization. I'm not sure if you've seen the most recent Nosferatu film, everyone, but there's a scene in it where it should just be an expositionary scene where one of the characters tells another character an event that happened to them in the past. And the way the characters react is so bizarre that it's actually really interesting. It really informs how we see these characters. And it's not necessary. You could cut it and the movie probably would still end up in the same way. But it's the interaction that really informs all that follows, right? See what I'm saying? It's not plot relevant. It's not even character relevant. It's contextualization. And that's really interesting. I won't say what it is because I know it's a new movie. I don't want to spoil it. But if you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. It's a very strange scene, but it does do so much to inform you of the headspace the characters are in, what oppressive forces are influencing their behavior, as well as their need for human contact in a way it's really interesting. Scrit, welcome as a reader. Oh, Neon Cypher, thank you. Welcome as a reader. Welcome. I'll be posting the Discord link after the stream's done. Just keep an eye out for that. The link is good for a week. But yeah, no. I know you. Nosferatu is fantastic. I love Nosferatu. I love all versions of Nosferatu, honestly. If you haven't seen Shadow of the Vampire, it's a really good movie. It might come up in conversation when I fight Goddammit Malcolm on Thursday, but I digress.
Not load up as many people on them and take them to a country far away. They could have suggested that. Weiss and Winter should have known this information, but apparently they just forgot it. Oh, and the staff of creation can make portals that teleport an entire nation away? Oh, I think my biggest issue is no one attempted to evacuate the people until Whitley has this idea. Our protagonist didn't do anything to help the people. Whitley did. The show inadvertently makes me like the character more than the main cast. That's not something that you should do. Ruby should have proven to me that Ironwood's methods are wrong, but instead the show has someone else showing proof that Team Ruby is correct, that saving everyone is in the right. And in order to do that, they basically had to make Ironwood...
Venny, welcome as a reader. Oh, and my manga, I see you just there. I need to rewatch the classic vampire films again. Have you seen Fright Night? The original Fright Night. That's a good one. I think Fright Night, the original one's really good. But there's also one that people don't talk about a whole lot. The Hunger. I think that's Tony Scott, I think, did that one. The same guy who did Top Gun and a few of those. The Hunger is really interesting. Really subverts expectations in a way that's really cool. And has David Bowie in it, in a vampire film. So that should tell you right there. Oh yeah, it's a good movie. I love The Hunger. And Fright Night's also good too. I love that one too. 79 Nosferatu is great. 79 is the darkest one, I think. I have seen Fright Night 2, and I've seen the remake sequel for Fright Night as well. I've seen both of them. Fright Night 2 is actually underrated, I think. I think Fright Night 2, the original, is very underrated. Well, because it didn't show it anywhere is the problem. It was if I recall correctly, they filmed it, and then there was something with the distributor that went wrong. And I think it went direct to video because it was going to be in theaters, but then the distributor went under, I think. But it's wild. Yeah, no, Fright Night the original is great. It's my favorites from that era. What We Do in the Shadows is great too, but that's a very different vampire story. It's not classic. It's a very subversion of that kind of stuff. But there's a few good ones. There's a few really good ones. I was talking to my in-laws about vampires recently. I don't know. We get into conversations sometimes. And there was a one they mentioned. It was a vampire comedy from like the late 70s. That was like a big hit. I never heard it before, so I don't know if it's any good, but curious about it. Terminal Sanity, thank you for Super Chat. The monomyth only works if the characters and their interactions and relationships feel real enough to breathe life into it. Yeah, that's a factor. That's a big factor too. You gotta feel like you believe the characters. If you're just following the motions of action, it's just bland. And that's why it's so important to have good characterization, good themes, and good plot as an intersection. You want to have all three. And themes, I don't mean like, what's the moral of the story? No, I mean themes like, is the film really about anxiety? Is it really about xenophobia? Is it really about depression? Is it really about the idea of existential loneliness in the vast sea of infinity? Something like that. And the plot and the characters inform that. Anyway, let's wrap this video up, because I'm gonna probably talk a little bit and head to bed after this. I think it's getting a little late for me. My spouse is probably like wondering, like, why am I not there yet?
Wood into a maniac. They removed any sort of moral dilemma by having Ironwood basically want a bomb mantle. Gee, it's not like making a deal with Ironwood could have stopped this from happening, and it's not like they couldn't have contacted Winter about this. Hell, you could have even had Winter say this: if you let us use the company airships to evacuate Mantle, we'll work with you to protect the staff of Creation. How hard would that have been to do? What's even worse, the way Team Ruby solves the problem with the magical MacGuffin? Yeah, so much for trying to have a nuanced conversation, or trying to stay connected and not be divided because of Salem. Seriously, this was so convoluted, and the only reason why Team Ruby was in the right was because of a magical charm that apparently is so broken, it breaks people's logical membranes. Hell.
Now, I will argue this. I don't like the idea of saying this conflict can be resolved with a simple conversation, because I think that a lot of the really interesting interpersonal conflicts, you know, they can be solved with a simple conversation, but the characters don't want to do that. The problem is you got to establish why the characters don't want to do that. Like, I use this as a great example of really good character-driven conflict that leads the plot conflict. Uncut Gems. The whole movie can be solved in 5 seconds if the characters just fucking talked and stopped and went, okay, maybe we won enough. Let's stop gambling. We're done. We're done here. But they don't. But he doesn't. Adam Sandler keeps gambling because he can't help himself. He doesn't want to. He's addicted to the feeling of winning, and that leads to some interesting conversations with the film. It leads to some really tough moments in the film. It's like watching. I remember describing it to a friend, like saying it's like having a heart attack and liking it for like 2.5 hours. But yeah, that's easy resolution. Just walk away without. Just don't even gamble. Don't even gamble. That's how you resolve the conflict. But they choose not to. The problem is they're choosing not to, but it doesn't make sense why they're not. They don't explore it enough. They don't have doubts. It doesn't feel human.
Well, this is literally Deus Ex Machina, a god out of the machine to fix the problem. Well, we're here again. Let's be honest, anyone can take up the title of critic and make a video or vlog post about anything they want and slap it up there. Some people like to take that title and proclaim that they know exactly how things work, and how some people can spend hours on end telling you how something is great or something is terrible and the creators deserve to burn! I personally don't agree with that mindset. I'm not someone who thinks that his opinions are better than anyone else's. All I am is a guy who likes to watch random stuff, make videos, and share his opinion. If you disagree with what I say, that's perfectly fine. I don't hold that against anyone. The only thing I don't agree with is when people misrepresent me, and trust me, there are people who do that all the time. My thoughts on a show or game or whatever aren't any more relevant than some schmuck who just puts as much effort into an image board post. In this case, I think Ruby has gotten so bad despite the potential that it has. And if you disagree with me, that's fine. I'll just think that you're less human. Just joking.
No one said that you should think.
Alright. Good. Alright, cool. That's a lot of fun. Alright, so I'm gonna wrap it up shortly because I've been streaming for like, what is this, 4.5 hours now? 4 hours and 20 minutes. I think that we have enough of a basis for discussion. Chat had a few opinions. I have a few opinions. I voiced some directly to MangaKamen in the comments section, but I think we should take a break for right now. Let's get our thoughts together. And next Tuesday, we're going to have a discussion, MangaKamen and I, live. I know he's in chat. I know you hear what I'm saying. It's going to be fun. It'll be a fun discussion. I think it's going to be very productive. I don't think it's going to be like a... I know some people see the words debate and think like... I went with some shorter videos before. This is like the third video I did so far. Some people see debate and think it's going to be an attack or a fight. No, it's going to be a discussion. It's going to be a productive talk about media criticism, about the style in which we criticize things, our own personal flaws as creators, because everyone has flaws. Everyone has things they want to overcome. Maybe catty fighting over something stupid probably at some point, which is undeniably going to happen. And probably be fun to watch, I think. But it's going to be something. It's going to be a topic that I think is going to be more productive than it is negative. It's because I don't think either of us want to like fight. Listen, at the end of the day, what I think we both want, based on how we've talked about this, we both want to have a conversation about media because it's interesting. And I don't agree with him on everything, and he doesn't agree with me on everything either. But it'll be fun. It'll be fun talk, and I think that it's going to be. I want also if. You know, you're watching this, if you watch the VOD of this, if you've gotten this far in the VOD, which is impressive because most VOD watchers probably stop after the first half hour of it. What I want you to do is leave a comment, leave a point of question, open up the door for points of discussion you want to see us either argue about or discuss. I'm going to make a post about this on the channel as well, closer to the time of debate, What are some ideas you want to talk about? However, there are a few things I want to talk about as well involved with other projects that I have coming up. Because while this fight will come up, this debate will come up next week, a fight is coming on Thursday. This is one of 2 debates I'm having this week. Well, within a week, I should say. This Thursday, I have challenged... exactly. So MangaKamen as well. If anyone comes to your channel with questions or ideas, let me know so we can put them in the itinerary and discuss them. I want us to have a discussion, but I also want us to have a discussion. Us collectively as in the audience and all that. There's a fight coming, though, on Thursday, and that's a real fight. One I'm going to intend on winning. God damn it, Malcolm showed up in chat before, but I'm going to have to fight him now about horror films. That's coming on Thursday, where the gauntlet for that has been thrown, and I told him right now, I got to fight you. And he said, okay, let's fight. So that's going to be a real fight. It might get messy, because he can be very catty, and I'm very excited for that. So between Goddamn Malcolm on Thursday, MangaKamen next Tuesday, it's going to be a lot of combat and a lot of fun. I'm hoping that both conversations will be very productive. I think that based on this one, I think this is going to be really interesting. With Goddamn Malcolm, I got to tell him why he doesn't know horror movies enough, so that's a little different. But, yeah, no, this is a fun discussion. I'm really excited. I think there's a few things I saw earlier on where I really disagree, especially the Mary Sue video that you did. I have a lot of issues with that one, but I feel like Mary Sue's would be a very interesting point of discussion there, back and forth on that. But yeah, we'll be going with that. And on Friday, I'm not sure if you heard about this on Friday. I have a video essay coming out Friday. I never talk about it. I never mention my video essays on stream. It never comes up. But I have this video. This video coming up right here. And it's going to be about Snow White. It's going to be about Rachel Zegler. It's going to be about Disney as a company. It's going to be a lot of discussion there. And what's going to be interesting is this. I think that Snow White is dead on arrival. I'm not sure if the title card gave it away. But I also think that Rachel Zegler has nothing to do with why this movie is going to be a disaster. Which I think is an uncommon opinion to have on this film, because all conversation about Snow White seems to center on Rachel Zegler. I think Rachel Zegler is the least of this film's problems. And I think it's going to be very interesting to talk about. I think I'm going to piss off a few people with this video, but hey, sometimes you got to rub people the wrong way to make a really good point. Larry Banks, thank you for Super Chat. Gonna watch the debate. Good stream. Oh, thank you so much. I'm hoping that both Thursday and Tuesday is going to be a really, really fun stream. I know, self-promotion. I never do that. I never promote myself at all, or others. I'm also going to be promoting some other work as well. My editor, Charlie, who has shown up on stream a couple times. The disability in fantasy stream, especially Charlie, they showed up in. They have a new book coming out. I'm going to shill the hell out of that book because I like seeing my friends' projects get success. The project was nicknamed Butt Pirates for a very long time. I'm currently reading the book. It's called, the book is called Tempest Take Me Home. Subtitle of the book fondly known as Butt Pirates, which is, I personally prefer Butt Pirates, but what are you going to do? It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited for everyone to read it. Baichi Epiodera, thank you for Super Chat. Snow White is one of my favorite princesses, and even I am not going to see it till it comes to my free sub through my brother, Disney Plus. Yeah, 100%. I am not optimistic about Snow White at all, but I'm going to explain why. And I'm going to be citing a few cases where I think that there's genuinely some racism going on with some of the discussion. But I also think that we're ignoring the big issue with it. And I'll explain what the big issue is in the video. I'll explain why I think there's some racism and sexism coming into play with all this. And I'll explain why Disney is screwing up so much with all their stuff. In case you need another person to tell you the obvious. I don't think it's going to be anything remarkable or revolutionary, but I think it's going to be capturing something that you've been feeling in your gut for months now with this film. And hey, even if all it does is inspire some conversation, that's all it takes. So we have a busy schedule the next few weeks, and that's not even getting into the big project we're working on all this time. But we'll get that another time. So everyone, thank you so much for joining us. I just moved the camera a little bit. I really appreciate everyone showing up. It's a big cast of characters who showed up today. I'm surprised. If you've been with us since the start, thank you so much. If you popped in halfway through, thank you so much again. All right. Take care, everyone.